Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Ooh, that knob is loose. Hopefully you're doing well. It is March 5th, 2024, a Tuesday before the beginning of the spoiler season begins. It's not only me, it's Nanako the cat. Give it up for Nanako the cat. The chat goes wild. That's pretty meaningful eye contact. She's doing a good job with the camera. That's good. How's everyone doing? Is it March? I think it is, Menagon. Did I mess it up? No, come on. I did it right. How the heck is it? It just happened. It was a short one, February. Not as short as usually. Did Nanako build that all by herself? Hi, Nanako. Nanako. No. This actually has a funny story. My sister has a lovable little scamp of a cat named Humphrey, and my father was very fond of Humphrey, and so my dad, who is unendingly creative and hardworking and a man of his hands, built what he believed to be a cat tree, not understanding what a cat tree largely was. I think someone described to him a cat tree, and so he showed up to my sister's apartment in like college or something with what I would describe as a pile of wood attached in a very loving way, but it was both it's really not good to look at, but also I don't think it was conducive for a cat to do anything. It was a pile of wood, and I don't know how my sister like broached the news to be like, that's probably not it, Dad. He came and returned with this cat tree. He lugged it all the way from Ontario. He was like, okay, I got your real cat tree. I'm sorry. It was very cute. And unfortunately, my sister's had that cat tree for years, and Humphrey, bless his little orange head, doesn't like the cat tree that much. And then when Nana was over, she was like, wait, this is sick. I like this all the time. And then for her birthday, my sister gave us a cat tree. We just lugged it down the street, and it's been here for a week. It was her birthday a week ago. And she's been actually sitting on it now. Like, at first, she was hissing at it because it smelled like Humphrey, and Humphrey are not good friends. So, Yeah, now she's good. She'll just be up there all day. She doesn't care. I recorded the video yesterday, doesn't care. On that note, I do need to put this out of the way, and I hope this is not going to catch y'all off guard. There is a video on this channel coming out tomorrow. The point of the video is basically a recap talking about our hopes, our fears, and our predictions for the new set. It is like maybe a 45 minutes video. I have to edit it today after this, so this might not be the longest of Tuesday streams. We'll see how it goes. But just if you see a video on your timeline tomorrow that's called something about Rebellion Without Rehearsal, it's not spoilers, it's not scoops. Scoops week is next week. In fact, I can probably tell you that the video that we're gonna have to do scoops next week, I believe I can tell you it'll be on a Wednesday morning. Generally, we'd release videos around 11:15 in the morning Eastern. Yeah. But yeah, that's not that video. Tomorrow is just a discussion, which I think is good fun. But yeah, it's not a spoilers video. So just temper your expectations kindly. I still have to do my spoilers video. Let me catch up on stream. Hey King, ready to learn? This is why you hit the notification bell. It gets you. It works. The system works. Solom Sturm. UB. How's it going? Also, yeah, we're going to talk about a thing today, Solom. Thank you for doing the thing you did. Neon Static. How's it going? How's it flipping, hanging? Flip. Saisig. Ilya Bishkup. Hey, welcome. I salute as well. Always be running Majukas. How's it going? Wenagon. Howdy. Is this an Adori stream? No, I won't be an Adori stream. I don't think anybody wants to do an Adori stream. I don't think anybody has seen Adori and thought like, ooh, that's a good idea for content. Hey, Syndern. Alec, how's it going? Cat. I think I said hi, Joe. Maybe RWR will free us from Hoshiko prison? It's really weird, right? Like, I think there's a lot of really cool stuff to say about the RWR Anarch cards. Hey, Gooba, World Tree, I mean Cat Tree. Yeah, it's good. She's enjoying it. How's it going? It is like a thing. I don't know. Maybe it's because I watched a bit of Sunset. I forgot to put that in the news, but there was a Sunset tournament this weekend. Congratulations to, I should definitely double check, but I'm pretty sure it was the King, right? Yeah. Basically, all the Anarch you're seeing right now is either, if you're specifically just Sokka, you're playing good stuff regular Anarch, which, like, power to it. Mind you, Tehran undefeated at one of the first ever events in Dalfort. Well done. Really, really, really cool, Tehran. I've been training for this. Very, very happy with how it went. But otherwise, like, people are mostly playing this sort of, like, virus decks. And I think a lot has been said about Mulch and like the Lu decks because they are very flexible and interesting. But yeah, legitimately, they're a bit of a prison. And I think the biggest reason is most of them are not really playing multi-axis. So you're just kind of stuck in the tank with them while they like chip away at you turn after turn after turn. And it's gonna be really rough. But yeah, I'm really excited because my guesses for the upcoming set, and again, this idea that we're talking about the next in the video, is that I'm pretty sure the new runner is not going to be so much a trash your stuff thing, which like all the Anarch decks right now are doing, but I'm pretty sure like this is the puzzle piece that we need to figure out how it works. Iru's his partner, right? Iru's Sebastian's partner? Is that correct? I'm thinking that's correct. Hey, Cephalbot, how's it going? Good morning, matey. How you doing? Also, Cat and Tree. Cat is elevated. That is a tall cat. We now make eye contact. On that note, too, like, she's meant to go to the vet tomorrow because she would not pee in the beads to get a pee sample, which is just something they wanted. And we can't make her do it. So we have to bring her there, and then they're going to extract pee from her like I don't know, with the needle. It's like frightening. You're being harvested like it's a survival game. But we were told that like she has to fast tonight for some reason, and then they're complaining that she's like feisty. It's because she's in a weird space. You're prodding her and she hasn't eaten in 12 hours, but they just recently called and said that she doesn't have to fast, which like that's a huge relief, more for us than her, because it's going to be bad. Isn't Ira the little girl? No, I think the little girl's Luciana. Pele, how's it going? Luciana loved it when Mame and Pape. So I think Luciana is the girl, either a daughter or somebody. And then Mame and Pape, I think, are Sebastio. Because they share, like, hyphenated half last names. Ayase Pessoa, and then Sebastio is something else Pessoa. Trash a cat install. No, there's no cat trashing. Come on. I think that's Sebastio's hand at the very corner of Iru art. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. Because you see a bit of the chair there. I think you're right. The two of them are going to the market together. I think that's the idea. There haven't been enough hints that tags are going to be a thing on the runner side, and help me God, I'm going to force CSI at day one. Yeah, it's actually really exciting. So like if this is tag me or untag me, and like I honestly think that it's probably not tag me because the idea of running connections alongside running tags is straight nonsense unless like there's other cards that support it. Mind you, the thesis of the video tomorrow is that like classically there was things like wireless net pavilion and we had Anarch decks that were tag based. That being said, they weren't like tag based engines. They were just like one or two tag based resources that you had to protect at all costs. Mind you, Fall Guy, also connection, pretty cool card. Wireless Net Pavilion was a mistake. Well, yeah, but like I think everyone's admitted it's a mistake. They had to change it, but yeah, still probably a mistake. But I think it's probably something like that because it's clear that there's writing on the walls that you want to take a tag and then obviously you want to trash things, which seems like a very difficult thing. Eru is not a really, why did that happen? A really trashing card. But then like you want to float the tag for a whole turn to remove it because this is one of the best tag removal cards in the game. It's just the timing of it is nonsense. How do you make untag me interesting in non-tag matchups? I think the hope was that firstly, because you're playing connections inherently, that there's going to be some tension because a lot of your good cards are going to be challenged by tags. So that means that's a really cool thing because a lot of the tag me decks classically only ran one or two resources that some of them were worth trashing. Mind you, rogue trading is still a legal card. But again, if you're playing HB circa 2018 and you have no tag punishment in faction, yeah, the matchup was a bit polarizing and pretty brutal. But of course, NSG again, and I think this is a really other big reason that we could see this coming is that NSG has gone out the way to seed the card pool. So some of the classically non-tag based factions have more tagging tools that they're playing somewhat incidentally. So the idea is that if the new Sebastio does care about tags and we see some, you know, X percentage of the meta playing tag me based runners, is that the percentage of greasing palms you see in the HB deck goes from like maybe 1 to 2 copies to consistently 3 copies, which is not a bad thing because this card's not dead in other matchups. And it's like very different than when I used to play in 2016, 1 copy of like closed accounts in my HB deck just to dunk on the criminals not clearing their account siphon tags, right? Like this feels worse for both players because I played account siphon, or sorry, closed accounts. Realizing Apex can install Solidarity Badge in place of its chop bot. Well, if you're playing Apex, you can play chop bot anyways, right? But chop bot was the closest thing to it. Chop bot's a cool card. Because cats are notorious understanding about not being fed. They don't yell at you. That's the worst part, Mango. You're totally right. It's like, we have to live with this and then we have to bring her somewhere else. It's going to be terrible. Yeah. It's such an FFG card, Lamau? Which one? When I got, sorry, this chat delay. It's hard. I once had a cat who liked to yell at me. Made the mistake of putting her cat tree too close to my computer, which allowed her to yell into my ear and deafen me. Had to move it back a bit. Closed accounts? Yes, closed accounts is, but closed accounts is like 2012, original core set. This is what tags were meant to look like so that you actually had like cool lines with things like breaking news into closed accounts as like a play that you set up in the 2012 core set. Now, for what it's worth, I don't actually think closed accounts was like that particularly messed up in the 2012 core set on the basis, firstly, there was better single tag punishment. Of course, there's Scorched Earth back then, so you could just die. And that was usually what happened with C-Source. But more importantly, also, the core set had like a lot of cards that would just give you money. Right, like you get Magnum Opus down, you're fine, you rebounded. You get Bank Job down, boom, you refounded. You rebounded. You get Armitage Code Busting, which I genuinely think was an undervalued card. I think Armitage is playable. So it's, yeah, it's definitely, I still think there's like very FFG tag punishment in the card pool, like Market Forces and Self-Growth Program, and then there's NSG tag punishment, which I like a lot better because it closes out the game in a way that's a bit more, it's good for the corp as opposed to bad for the runner, as much as we do have retribution. Yo, Niall, how's it going? Had to go to the post office to send Mother's Day presents, so I'm early to my local meetup. I'm way early. Oh, well, hey, that's really nice on both sides. Hopefully your local meetup's good. What'd you bring? On the other side of the table, corp cards playing with tag removal seems nice to treat as a currency in the game. Yeah, it's actually like a really goofy thing. It's like, imagine that there's a card that says when you remove a tag, something good happens to you. What happens when the corp removes it? You don't get your good thing? Like spiteful greasing the bomb, even if you don't have tag punishment, just to do this. That's really, really funny. You can also advance a card that can't be advanced, which is like a clause that shows up on no cards, but is the sort of like rule state where you can get like a sandstone that has virus counters on it and advancement counters on it, which is pretty ugly. Mother's Day is early in the UK. That panicked me. I'll be honest, it panicked me too, as much as we're not a big Mother's Day family, because it's not too Slovenian of a thing. Did my first in-person circuit breaker 10 or 18 Dalford Grid for the win. 10-18. That's not a date. That's a score, Cole? That seems good. Oh, that's a placement. 10 out of 18. Hey, well done. Hope we get a fun time. We were just talking about the Delfort CO because Tron did quite well. Yeah. That's awesome. I'm glad that there's like areas now, because like I was talking to Tron and he was saying like there's not a lot going on in that area, and obviously Texas is like really, really big. I've known of metas in Austin because we had a local guy here who used to be in Austin for a couple of years, and I know there was a scene there, but I'm not too like plugged in to know what Texas is besides it's really big. So I'm glad there's more stuff going on. Got RSON and a Rushy RH. Oh, super cool. Tron's destroying the comp scene, yeah, apparently. Yeah. Check the Patreon roll. You'll see why. It's his hard work mostly. I told the king we got Mother's Day earlier because we love our mothers more. The king as in like the British king, or the king as in the Netrunner player, the king? It's probably the monarch, right? Maybe it's not. Maybe that's just Brandon. Okay, we got a fair bit of news to go through. Again, it is a week before spoilers, so spoilers are going to be dropping on No Signal Games as soon as this Friday. Usually they do in the morning, so like when I wake up, spoilers are there, so morning for Eastern, but we're like very, very close to it. Basically, we're going to have a Thursday stream. The stream's going to be over 6 hours later, will be the beginning of the first spoilers. News? Do you think we should start on news? You think we should? Maybe we should, honestly. Let me wait for everyone's opinion on that. The Netrunner player, I definitely love my mother more than the English king. I thought you like messaged the English king to be like, excuse me, monarch. I do appreciate my mother. Hey, Will, how's it going? Lox, I also don't think I said hi. I feel even better about my corpse split with Tron and the GLCCO now. Oh, cool. Yeah. Pride Dragon? Is that the news dragon? Where'd you get that Pride Dragon emote? Is that like, can I click on it? It'll tell me where. Limited time only. So it's just like a Twitch thing? News. Okay. William, okay, fine. You don't have to yell. Jeez. Okay. Let's do some news. We'll start here. So firstly, national championships, the application process is already closed. So if you're seeing this and you think I want to run a nationals next year, it closed on February 20th. We had nationals last year. You can watch it. In fact, we filmed almost all of it and it's up on the channel. And I think it turned out pretty great. So I applied for it. I was told to apply for it. I was pretty apprehensive that we would receive the nomination because we had it last year. Canada is a country of size that gets 2 nationals, so I was guessing that it's likely that we'll see 1 in Ontario, 1 in the prairies. Last year it was 1 in the West Coast and 1 here in Montreal. So didn't mean to yell. No, I'm just teasing. We did not get our bid, which is like not a surprise. I can't tell you who won the Canadian Nationals yet. NSG doesn't announce them. I think we have to wait for those folks to announce them. As soon as we know, we'll know. But basically, the folks who have applied for nationals will now know who has them really, really soon. I've now clicked on the Pride Dragon and it won't not be there. I can't even read chat anymore. Can it? Hold on. I can't read chat because now the Pride Dragon pop-up is in the way. Can I move it? I can move it. Okay, it's gone now. Winnipeg and Toronto, I see. Oh, whoa. Winnipeg and Toronto. Really? Vancouver didn't get our bid either. So Winnipeg and Toronto, for those who don't know, Winnipeg is in Manitoba, which is next to Ontario, but it's a pretty far distance. But I'd actually be kind of surprised. That seems like those are relatively close together. Winnipeg to Toronto distance. This is probably going to be pretty far. I'd imagine it's like a 12-hour drive. 21-hour drive. Okay. Oh, but they go through Michigan. Of course it's going to be long. Okay, those are relatively far apart. I thought they'd be a bit farther. I've never been to Manitoba. But that's pretty cool. That's relatively spread out. So all the folks probably from the West Coast will end up going to Winnipeg, and then we'll get all the Northeasterners, especially like Americans at Toronto, and of course Ottawa and Quebec. That's cool. Really cool. I've never heard much of a scene of Winnipeg Netrunner besides obviously Whiteblades from that area. So I've no doubt there's other like grinders and people out there. So well done. That's really cool. Terrence, how's it going? Oh, you're just guessing? Oh, that was a guess? Oh man, Solom, I really went in on that. Excuse me. You need to say it's a guess in the first message. Yeah, what the hell? I'm not even trying to punk. Okay, we've been punked. We don't know where it is. I'm guessing it's Toronto. Oh, I know, Wink, I know. Okay, Winnipeg would be surprising, but I was trying to be nice to Winnipeg. Dragoonkind is also in Winnipeg? Could be Whitehorse and Halifax. What they should do is they should pick the 2 farthest parts away. Okay, yeah, one of them should be up in the Yukon, and then the other one should be on Prince Edward Island. And it would be sick, especially if you go to both, because a change in climate would be appreciable. Or even there are other cities in Canada, HJ. Okay. I heard it was a Saskatoon. Okay, this is all going to be a lampooning of the prairies. I'm sorry for the prairies. For those who don't know, I'm from the prairies classically. Not really. PI Crokinole top cut. Oh man, it'd be so sick. As much as you say that, Crokinole is from Ontario, but people buy their Crokinole boards from the East Coast. Classically. Joke slash parody slash not serious. 3 comments later. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Anyways, we'll figure out when those are. Also, like the American ones are really interesting. I think in terms of America, I mean the United States of America. There's usually 3 of them. I never got to go to one of them this last year. So maybe if that makes sense, maybe something's coming to the Northeast that can be easily travelable. I have no doubt a lot of people applied to them, which is pretty exciting. Cool. On that note, that means NANPC, mind you, this is starting. The first NANPC event is in Vancouver. We've been talking about that recently, but the big deal too now is I can actually schedule a date because we are meant to be running an event later this year in September in Montreal. And now I can probably go out and pick a date so we can get that on the calendar. So I was holding off to understand whether we're going to be running nationals as well, if not on top of this or separate to this. So now that I have an idea of what our year might look like in terms of OP in Montreal, I'll be able to schedule this a bit sooner. So if you're looking to come to Montreal we're still going to run a kick-ass event, probably like hopefully on the scale of what nationals was last year, depending on how many people show up and how sick NPC is. And I'm very positive about both those things. If you really want to have an excuse to come to Montreal anyways, to hang out and play Netrunner, there will be an excuse this year. I promise you. So my passport won't be back in time for Vancouver. Sucks to suck. Oh, man. Hey, look, a prizes link. Oh, look, a prizes link. I didn't know this. Whoa, Fermenter by Scott Aminga. NPC Fermenter. When you begin, I know the text on Fermenter, but we'll read it. When you install a program and when your turn begins, place 1 virus counter this program. Gain 2 clicks and credits. Trash for hosted virus counters. That is sick. So this is an exclusive Fermenter from NPC, commission from Scott Aminga. Again, there's investment to make an NPC as cool as it is. Grassroots tournaments organizing takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of money. So that's awesome. Brewing something good. Yeah, that's really great. System Gateway Altarts are also sick because you know they're going to be around for a while. So well done to the NPC team. I have no doubt we're going to see even more prizes. I think this is a Fermenter, which is like the sort of season prize, but there's also going to be prizes that I think are going to be a bit more bespoke from tournament to tournament, as well as like overarching tournament point prize systems, which is cool. PI stands for Prince Edward Island. Did someone ask what PI stand for? Hold on, Personal Evolution Invitational. I wouldn't mind not getting Invitational. Oh, PI. Yeah, okay. PI. Jakob is a tiny province on the east coast of Canada. It's really small. It's called PI because people don't say the name. Yeah, it's really small. It's cute. It's isn't PI where what's her name is from? Anna Green Gables. If that Anna Green Gables gets like weird European traction for some reason, people just love Anne of Green Gables internationally. Anne of Green Gables. Yeah, she's from PI. So if you ever read Anne of Green Gables and you've imagined a beautiful place for our, does she have red hair? Or like auburn protagonist that runs through and I forget what the story is. I've read it too. But yeah, PI is where it's from. There's dice and hyperloops. I'm going to get there, Herrick. You got to stop. I'm going to use flipping in a bad way now. Got to love the knowledge exchange of the community. Thanks, Tarum and Soulstorm. Hey, Sophie, how's it going? Custom dice. These are featuring the NPC logo, images, placeholder. I was like, what logos are these? Are these dice for the proletariat? That's sick. So I have no doubt we're going to see the dice soon. These are not the metal dice. These are the acrylic dice. NSG's been putting out acrylic dice similar to these, and they're really, really generally quite nice. And I really like them. I do have a bunch of those sort of dice always when I'm playing Netrunner, which is great. Also, we saw this from before, the Hyperloop extension by Alec Morrison. Yeah, that is Cinderin. And this is, we were told, a certain bridge in the sort of Vancouver area. This is for the Vancouver and West Coast participation prize events. There's also going to be more prizes again. I know there's like a grand prize type thing for tournament points over the whole series. So if you're the person who's going to multiple events, which I think makes a lot of sense, and there's a lot of reason to do that, especially because if you go to the first event and realize how sick it is, you'll want to go to other events. That's really quite cool. Sees that means randomization. I've been informed those hyperloops won't be tournament legal. Why? Because they don't have influence pips? No, that doesn't make sense. Is it just not clear enough? Very special prize if you come to NPC Boston. Backwards winky face. Not again. What is that? It's just hanging out with you. It's a nice enough prize. I'll take it. PI, also the home of maybe the favorite 18xx game, The Old Prince. Old Prince Edward? Old Prince Edward Island? Never read the book, only saw the anime, but yeah, main girl was a redhead. Ravage, how's it going? There's a Anna Green Gables anime? Anna Green Gables is like the sort of character that's just going to show up in an unmatched box soon enough, right? Like she probably isn't open domain for a long time now. When did Anna Green Gables come out? 1908. Yeah, okay. Mickey Mouse and Anne fighting it out, unmatched, new set. Is the placement information? Alters have strict requirements. Ah, interesting. Yeah, it's actually cool. It was something that was codified, I think, last summer in the rules kit, in the rules thing, to talk about what qualifies as an alt art. Because there are certain alt arts that are honestly not uncommon in the Netrunner community that don't actually fit tournament guidelines. Apparently, this is one of them, which is fine. You can still bring it to casual events. You can still have it because it's a cool thing to have. But yeah, you need to have a bunch of things very clear, like title, cost, MU, influence, faction has to be discernible. So on this one, it doesn't say Anarch anywhere, but I'm assuming that you can tell. Oh no, it has an Anarch logo in the bottom, so you're good. But there's like a bunch of things that you have to nail, or it's not tournament legal, which I'm glad, as much as I've never seen a fight over it. Not that this is a fight, but that's good. Yeah, it's legal for an NPC and COs. That's great. Only if it's Steamboat, Wiki, Willy Mickey. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally good for any casual events. It's good for tabletop. You just can't bring it to Worlds. It is what it is. The game is called The Old Prince, and it's an 18xx game set on PEI. Sure. But Neon, is the Old Prince in The Old Prince, Prince Edward? Is it the Old Prince Edward Island? All right, the only acceptable winky face. Meet your new best friend. Speaking about promo stuff, it's hard to like not show you what this is immediately. We have to do like a Lovecraftian reveal. Okay, we'll zoom in. If you've been paying attention to our social media recently, you've been noticing some previews of an exciting project Null Signal Games has been involved with. No, it's not Rebellion Without Rehearsal. Those previews don't start until March 8th. It's a new piece of merchandise that we've been working on for quite some time. We're very proud of it and excited for its grand reveal. We made a Keiko plushie. This is sick. For those who are uninitiated, Keiko is the first Enter console NSG put out. Is that right? Did Demolisher come out first? Oh my god, maybe Demolisher came out first. The second Enter console NSG put out in the line of these companions, which are technically plushies, that, you know, specifically for the flavor and the lore around Hoshiko are really, really enduring. Specifically, the royalties to, I believe, Sokka and or Fa. I'm not actually sure whose plushie it is. We saw on stream that for a long time at Worlds, Sokka was carrying around a purple-esque Keiko plushie, which I think a lot of people probably saw and really liked. I think this is really, really quite charming. I'm not the biggest Keiko card fan because boo Keiko, but in terms of like cool, yeah, this is making me like Keiko, so well done. Hushiko Shiro's beloved companion comes to meet space in plushie form. Very, very, very adorable. And I got 2 consoles in Ashes. Yeah, they did. The other one was not very good. Demolisher. This one definitely came out first. Yeah. Sorry, card number 2. Not a great start. The first 2 cards in like Ashes are like, mind you, this card at some point could be good. Like this card could honestly be good at some point. A 5 credit econ card in which you want to trash your own cards maybe makes some sense. It's really hard for this to make sense. But yeah, Keiko is not the first console. Y'all excited about this? You can't buy this just yet. They said they're talking about bringing it to the stores, but mostly it's going to be available on the expo scene. So mind you, Javi's fantastic. Javi's in the UK. So Keiko is due to make her first appearance on the NSG stand at UK Games Expo, which is basically the beginning of June, end of May, selling a price for 20 quid. 20 quid in can. That's like 35 bucks maybe? Yeah, nailed it. Good. Keiko will be making appearances at other conventions and events around the world, and we're investigating the feasibility of selling plushies through our online store. These are the sort of things where, like, I think NSG, I really hope NSG is learning how much people gave a shit about the store that they had at Worlds. So at Worlds in Barcelona, when you walked in into the art gallery, they had this desk at the front that not only sold people's alt arts and whatever promotion art stuff that you can make, they would sell on your behalf. And I think you got all of the, I don't know if there was a revenue sharing or not, but like, you got alt arts from a lot of people. I got a lot of really cool stuff from a lot of people, tokens, stuff like that. So like that's where you could easily pick up like Katchen's tokens and like Yakuza had a table there, and there's a lot of really nice art stuff there. But they were also selling official merch that I'm not sure if it was NSG official or also on behalf of the artists. So a bunch of the artists, they had their prints. So like Adam Doyle had a whole bunch of different t-shirts, and oh, I'm forgetting what the other artists were that had t-shirts. They're really good. They had the Frog t-shirt, like the Frog, Arasana Frog. And I think they made gangbusters. Like, I think they sold really, 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 really well. And I think there's an understanding here that there's a lot of people that want Netrunner merch, like nice Netrunner merch. They had a Redbubble store, NSG did, back at the Project Nisei days. They had some cool stuff, but it wasn't like, it was stuff that seemed simpler to put out, where it was just like, this has this logo on it, this has this logo on it, as opposed to things that are a bit more bespoke or using art from, you know, the sets and stuff like that. So this is actually really, really huge. And I think if they swing more into it, as much as obviously NSG is not for nonprofit, all this stuff goes back to reinvest into the company to like do organized play and run events and do all that fantastic stuff they do. But yes, oh man, if this does well and we see more stuff like this, there's so much possibility of what they can do with the fantastic art and the fantastic, you know, characters and ideas they have. Yes, Netrunner merch. Yeah, 100%. All these details are yet to be confirmed, but we wanted to introduce Keiko to the world as soon as we could. We are only able to produce a limited run of the delightful companion, so keep an eye out for opportunities to get yourself one over the course of the year. Really fantastic. We'd love to see Keiko gets up on her travels around the world. See you on the travel snaps with her if you like them to share on social media accounts. I also don't know where this is confirmed, but this is something that I know when we talk about it, and some people use other pronouns a bit, but all of Hoshiko's companions are female, at least in terms of like she, he pronouns. I don't know if that's confirmed anywhere. Like, I don't know where that lore comes from, or whether specifically their names, you can get some sort of gender inclination based off of how the names work. I don't know. I'm assuming they're Japanese names. Now I'm feeling really ignorant. Excuse me. NSG would make bank if they sold tokens. Yes, exactly. Those are the sort of things. I wonder if NSG would want to sell tokens. Obviously, the fact that there's no tokens in the way that they distribute the system gateway is, I wouldn't say a point of contention, but that's something they probably have to watch out for, to be like, oh, if you want tokens, it costs more. Maybe that's good because they can get the product out as cheaply as possible in 2 parts. But yeah, I think tokens, even as like prize support, is really nice. We used to have that every once in a while. Some of my favorite tokens are tokens that I've won through prize support, to be like, these advancement counters are really quite good. Fueno plushie when? Yeah, genuinely, like for real. As much as Fueno is a joke, that's the one plushie I want more than anyone, because it's Fueno. Oh man, really good. I think it's Fuzz. She had it on stream yesterday. Yeah, I think it is Fuzz, and then she just lent it to Sokka, and Sokka had it for Worlds. I'd buy so many full art posters. Yes, yeah, no, for real, and like that sort of thing needs to be heard. So NSG, if you're listening, there's a lot. I know obviously getting stuff and making it and selling it, like it's a lot of work, but there's definitely a market, or at least there's a fervent enough small market. Let's just say that. Somebody made a nice alt art with a dangerous dragon. It's on NPC. I don't know what that means. I put together a big old group board of my poker chips and they're being delivered today. Oh, no way. Like the ones customly made, or you still have to sticker them? Starting to feel pretty affectionate about Netrunner custom token culture. Yeah, it's cool. It's like a cool thing. I don't know if it's how different it is from other games in which like they don't come with tokens or don't need tokens, but the fact that like you have to figure out your own tokens makes it kind of interesting. And for what it's worth, modernly, I honestly find it clearer. Like a cult, if you were. I don't know who's the worst example of this, but there was one example that maybe old boomer Netrunner players will know. There's a bunch of old tokens that exist that old players used outside of the cardboard stuff they got in FFG Netrunner. One of the common ones for older players is the, what's it called? The Team Covenant tokens. They still make them. They're pretty nice. They're expensive. Shipping to Canada is really, really expensive, but they're very, very nice quality. And they've made custom tokens throughout the years on limited editions. Those are kind of neat. Then we had these metal ones that were off Etsy. They're like kind of rectangles that I've recently saw them in a post. I believe Code Marvelous made a post about like a set of, what's it called? Skull that he made using like Netrunner proxies. And I think I saw those tokens. Those are really cool old ones. And then of course, orbits are like kind of at the end of FFG era, they came out and a lot of players use the orbit tokens, myself included. I have so much orbit stuff in this house, specifically a lot of Arkham Horror orbit stuff. They're very expensive, but they're very, very luxe, and I like that because I touch them a lot. But there's these one tokens that I don't know who makes them, but because Netrunner was as popular as it was circa 2012 to 2015, there was so many different markets of people making different Netrunner tokens. In fact, I had some really strange Netrunner tokens that I've actually through the years only run into a couple people that play them, that are these, I can find them, but they were made from a company that made mostly tokens for miniature games, and specifically one type of miniature game that is somewhat popular. Burger tokens make Netrunner tokens too. Love them. Burger tokens are the ones where you put the penny in it, right? Here, 1 second. I thought they'd be easier to find. They're not. They're not where I thought they would. But nobody has them. Teachers gun goes out to have it. CGZ, how's it going? But anyways, the worst offenders. Let me know if anyone had these, and if you think they're great, please defend yourself. There were these tokens that were these long credit chips. except the acrylic etching into them wasn't very deep. And they had every denominations. They had ones, they had twos, they had threes, they had fours. Oh, Solomir's saying the long chips. They were the worst. I was actually at the point I hated those. Yes. Oh my God. Thank you that y'all don't like these. These tokens, I would genuinely ask my opponent if they had other tokens because they were awful to read. Because they were just stacks. The etching wasn't deep. They were all color coded on nonsense colors. Oh, I love that chat understands the pain here. They were the only tokens in the history of Netrunner where I'd ask my opponent, can I track your credits with my own credits because I can't read that shit. It was so bad. Were those broken eggs tokens? Oh man, do people like these? Do they still make them? Yeah, any light glare, they were really, really hard to read. These were the only ones that I thought were like the worst possible. And since then, like people are playing a lot of different tokens because again, a lot of people are getting to the game. They don't have official tokens. These, I think I have some of these extra. These were impossible to read. And there was a whole bunch of them. And the credit part got, like, it's cool that it's a credit chip, but like, these were so hard to, there was ones and twos and threes and they would stack them and it was unlegible. And this is the only frustration I think I've ever had with custom credits. Apparently they still, no, yeah, they still make these. I don't think, like, you can't read this. How much credits is this? You should be able to quickly look at your credit pile and be like, that's X credits. How much credits is this? Obviously that's a display pile, but oh man, Kato, firstly, how's it going? Huge shout out to you brought World Tree Arsana to CO and played it in paper and did really well. I wanted to give you a huge shout out. That is so effing cool. I really haven't cleared the Team Covenant ones. I wish they weren't so expensive or they'd be more widespread. I can only get them as gifts from my parents. Lol. That's a really nice gift. I think bespoke tokens, that's been a common gift I get to my brother-in-law. I get him the nice Orbits Arkham stuff. So he has all the the tokens on that. And that's a really nice gift because it's the sort of thing that you can't always justify for yourself, but you will love to get. Well done. It's X times 5 plus Y times 3 plus Z plus 1. I think there's twos in there, Turdog, so it gets harder. They're a cute thing to fiddle with, but I never track credits. Yeah, they're like physically fun objects, but they're like you can't read them. And once they stack, they were so bad. I've been grinding AT. I've been using penny gems forever, but I'm definitely excited to switch to poker chips. I'm like kind of poker chip pilled. Like, I think poker chips are really good for like things on stream. They're really legible as long as people don't stack them. I know I was frustrated when doing CanNets footage because people were stacking their poker chips, which kind of beats the purpose for a top-down camera to understand what you're doing. And that's fine. They're not playing for the camera. That's totally fine. No disrespect there. I think the easiest thing to visually see is I know when I do it, I always do rows of 5 because I have the Orbits tokens, which they're really good. The prices have only been going up because that's how things go. Orbits, Netrunner tokens. If you get them directly from Orbits' website, as opposed to Etsy, I think they're slightly cheaper and or Orbits makes more. So if you can do there, Mr. Orbits gets more, but these are really nice. They were classically made out of recycled PCB boards. So you can tell like they're really, really quite cool, but I like to make stacks of 5 and then big 5s. So I want to make my money as legible as possible, not only for myself, but other people. I do not understand when you ask somebody how much money you have and their response is, I don't know, I have to check, which like means we're kind of playing different games. Like if you don't know how much money you have, unless it's like 38 and then it doesn't matter. Like I don't understand how you can make good decisions in Netrunner. So yeah, I don't know. Making it legible and clear is great. I love these. These are really great. I wish I could find the old ones I have because they're very, very weird, but they were very clean and legible, just 1s and 5s. But they're good. I'll get Orbits if I ever visit the USA. Yeah. On that note, there's so many things that I need to like get that you can't get to Canada cheaply anymore that I need to figure out how to figure out in America. So we'll get to that soon. Orbit stuff is really good. The shipping to Canada wasn't that bad. It's the price of the thing itself that it's like more expensive than like you can use cardboard tokens. It's hard to justify this unless like, you know, you're a weirdo. I like the broken eggs, but yeah, the problem was that they made way too many denominations. ArcV, yeah, exactly. If there's only 2 denominations, I'd be fine with it. 1 and 5, fantastic. But the fact there was like 1, 2, 3, 5, I swear there's a 4 in there. Got some Shire post-mint Game of Thrones coins. They felt incredible to play. Andre, are you going to NPC Vancouver? No, I'm not going to NPC for Vancouver. There's actually a fair bit of traveling over the next couple months, so it's going to be really, really difficult. For travel for a while. I'm going to be going to Mansion Runner, which is really, really sick. I'm super stoked about that. That's in April. I have to travel because my dad is retiring, so we're going to travel out for that for a bit. My partner got me tickets to go see the Hold Steady in Toronto, so we have to travel for that for a while. But like most weekends now for a while are booked for like a bunch of reasons. So it's going to be a busy couple months, but I wish I could. I definitely wish I could. Did one of you hack AWS today? Green Monkey, is AWS down? Let me catch up on chat a bit. I'm glad everyone was I want to shuffle them constantly while playing with my opponent. I have funny converted to poker chips. They're so great to play with. I think also, Eric, on stream, yeah, they're really good. They're really clear. My partner was watching the stream yesterday. Oh, on that note, Eric, we were playing Arkham, and that's a problem is I never watch too much of your stream on Mondays live because it's an Arkham night. And we were playing, and I had it on my phone, and we're like, okay, we'll sit down and finish. Mind you, look at us. We completed successfully one half of the Dream Eater cycle. The other cycle, go Team Nyarlathotep. And we were playing it, and we have a good soundtrack on. And then suddenly the soundtrack turns to Cyberpunk. And it was like slow. Like we're out there fighting a spider god, and then it starts to get slightly Blade Runner. I'm like, this is cool. My partner's like, this is not cool. This is not the mood I want to be in. I'm like, no, it's pretty cool. I can work with this. And then it gets even more Cyberpunk. She's like, you got to change this. And I opened my phone. And apparently what happened is once you closed the stream, because I had it on my phone, it just auto played one of your old VODs. And so I was listening to the like starting soon music, and it just seamlessly cut into the Arkham horror music, and I was digging it, but my partner was like, please, you gotta make this not Cyberpunk. I don't know what you're doing. Came here to shield an NPC price page. Saw you already shielded for it. Feels good, man. Yeah, Eric. I think Alec got you on that. Congratulations. I'm afraid to play the spikes in Vancouver, but my pants have been peed. Got it? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Rongi. I went through a lot of trouble to like not have to say that sentence. I'm glad we just got it out there like that. Are you going, Ian? CNMR? Yeah, Cold Lava, CNMR. I'm looking for a team partner for the team tournament. I thought originally Eric reached out and he was like, do you want to be a team partner? Because we thought it'd be teams of 3 or 4. So he left me for Nick, which like makes a lot of sense. How close are you to border? I've heard people using a USPO box and having things shipped there and picking up once. It's not that bad. We're about an hour away from the border. So it's like doable. Spider God gets technologized over time. Went through a lot of underwear too. Hell yes, I'm going. Everyone should go. Oh, that's sick. Ian, I'm so stoked that you're traveling for it. I think it's going to be a fantastic event. It's also going to be new cards, so it's going to be like really, really, really fun. Hey, speaking of this, Splashy and Sokka, Sokka's been streaming a lot this week. Specifically, Fa is also in town. If you don't know Fa, that's Wikinometry. The what's the exact title? Northeast National Champion. She's only been playing for about a year now, just about a year, and she's doing absolutely killer. I have a really good embarrassing wiki story. The embarrassing is on my part. I'm going to ask her if I can tell it on stream because I think it's actually really quite funny. But the two of them are streaming together like because she came over there physically. So they did a stream yesterday. I think, yeah, yesterday doing some of Fight Club where they're playing like two-headed, and it's an absolute treat. So there's going to be a lot more streaming this week from Sokka. So if you want to watch that, that's Sokka234. I have the link in the description. It's been really good stuff. All right, story time. This happened. So you might have remembered before Worlds, Solemn Storm put out this Worlds prediction quiz results thing. And basically put out a bunch of questions, and then you answered the questions. The questions were point weighted, and then after Worlds, Solemn was meant to tally it up, and we would get a winner. Hey, that's me. I won this thing. I was totally shocked with 30 out of possible 49 points. That's a really, really good score. I was super jazzed. I went to my partner. I'm like, yo, we did it. We figured it out. We called the meta. Great stuff. And I was so stoked. So really well done. So then I want to ask Solom, like, I don't actually remember what I said. Like, I don't remember what my results are. Solom posted a page that goes through like the answers themselves. And so I didn't know what my results are. So I asked Solom like, hey, can I see what the results are? Because I don't remember. I did this a long time ago. I don't remember how it lined up. So firstly, if you want to answer the questions themselves, you can. I'm just going to scroll through this. You see my answers, ignore them. Obviously, don't fully ignore them because I'm the best. But if you want to answer this yourself, I'm just going to scroll through this so you can just like pause on the VOD and answer the questions. But just to go through the questions, let's just go through the questions and I'll tell you what I answered and what I'm embarrassed of and what makes sense. What's your username? Okay. Who will win Standard Worlds? I said Sokka. I honestly didn't have a great shot here. I thought that was the best probabilities number. I thought it was pretty wild for Sokka to win twice in a row, but if anyone could do it, he can do it. So I said Sokka. Turns out that's 6 free points. Well done. What if Runner faction will win Worlds? Super surprised that I said that. I think at this point in time, mind you, before Worlds, I think I heard that like Shaper was doing pretty good at UK Nationals, which I think was just before that. Was that after that? There was some event in the UK that Shaper did better, and I thought secretly Lat could be good, or Arasana. I don't agree with this, but mind you, before Worlds, nobody was playing Essa. Mulch wasn't out. There was a bit of Mulch representation in the top cut, but it was mostly good stuff Anarch, and Criminal was like the underdog. So I thought this was a bit of a weird guess, but a reasonable guess. UK Nats was after Worlds. Yeah, so there was some event before Worlds. So I went for Shaper. I'm surprised. I don't remember doing that, and I think that's wrong. What Corp faction will win Standard Worlds? I think this is me being like Asa pilled or PD pilled and then Shaper. This was not a bad choice. It wasn't that far off, but obviously the winner was Wayland, which I don't think would have been my first choice either way. So I'm surprised. I'm not surprised I said these, but that was strange. This is where it gets weird. Where COVID era champ repeat the Worlds. So I put Sokka up here, but I put No down there. I think this is just like the freest 2 points because No 95% of the time is correct here. So I put Sokka here because like that's a really good choice, but then I just diversified. Maybe a weird look. Not that I don't have full faith in Sokka, but like more often than not, this is not worth 2 points. Like it's so easy to get 2 free points in here and being wrong. What color sleeves will the Standard Worlds winner be used? Deciding the game in the cut. I don't like to bring sleeves that are of a color you could describe in one word, and it's not because I think I'm interesting, but it's more so because I don't want my opponent to accidentally take my sleeves. So I got out of the way to go get the interesting dragon sleeve color sleeves like peach. Don't get the lightning ones, they look really bad, but like that sort of thing. Sapphire, dentistry, like I get those colors, but you go for a color here to be mostly correct. I went for blue. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't answer this. I think I wrote no comment. Did I write no comment into this? I'll be honest, the sort of like enduring team dog or team cat thing, I'm not plugged into that. I don't honestly care about it. I know that question gets asked all the time. Not my thing. I think I chose not to participate in that. I don't know why. I really don't know why. First question gave 3 points for making the cut, so fine for having a diff repeat answer. Is it just making the cut too? Oh yeah, okay. Making the cut, that's a safe bet for sure. I think if you want the safest bet statistically, Bridgman is the safest cut maker. But yeah, Sokka is obviously a great choice as well. Prop bet zone. Odd one out. Which will be the lowest represented main faction across the entire standard? I'm assuming a lot of people actually got this. I went for Jinteki. Not surprised. Jinteki did better than we thought it would, but clearly out of everybody, Jinteki probably wasn't going to show up. At that time, RH Punitive was like not a deck. It was kind of first shown at Worlds, so there was like no strong Jinteki deck going into the World Championship. So that's pretty good. Isabel's Ingenuity. How well would the Queen Bee perform in Standard Worlds? So Queen Bee is this ongoing kind of challenge that classically Sanjay's been running. I know D did a lot of the support stuff this year because D was at the event. And I think I messed this up really bad because I don't think I realized how generous the B point system was this year. It was honestly goofy generous to the point that they ran out of prize support to deliver. In short, certain cards are awarded B points, and then you get B points for bringing those cards in your deck. And you get the B hold promo support for being a B supporter, and there's technically anti-B points that will detract from your B points. At Worlds in 2022, people actually had to go out of their way in Toronto to add bad cards to their deck, unfortunately, just to get the become the Queen Bee. But this year, there were so many cards that generally nearly, I would say more than half of the field was accidentally playing B cards. Because while Isabel as keeper is like 6-pointed, you get a free points from just playing, you know, the normal stuff you'd play. Like, we'll have to go a bit down here, but like Bioman saw a fair bit of play. Okay, let's not say that. But Wage Workers, like Buzzsaw, like these were just cards that showed up in most decks. And so a lot of people had B points kind of on the accident. I don't think I realized that when I put my scoring together. So I said positive record does not make cut. I think it actually made a lot of sense considering like if a good HB deck plays Wage Workers, it makes the top cut. So I think going higher here, and mind you, the highest positioning B was actually the finalist. That was Cable Carnage who came in second. I believe Suggestion K did some running RH for a continental level tournament. Hey, Alvin, yeah, there's a chance. It just wasn't like a big thing. The sort of punitive RH and like the punitive, you're right. It came earlier at Continental season. Like we saw the punitive RH. It just wasn't a thing that people were grinding. But yeah, I think it did have like 1 or 2 placements. I was judging nationals, and during a deck check, I discovered the black sleeved had migrated from one deck into another, and the next rounds were already underway. So one person was missing several agenda cards in the corp deck. Nightmare. Yep, it's the worst. And it's one of the biggest reasons why before any game, I don't care how serious the tournament is, you should pile shuffle your deck and then realize if you have 7 piles, that should be 7 piles of 7 for 49 cards on most corp decks. If that doesn't line up, something's wrong. So always pile count your deck and then pull those together and then shuffle. But yeah, you always do that to make sure you never start a game with more or fewer cards than you should be, which is really important. Was your prediction that someone would say no comment? You know what? Honestly, that actually gives me a bit more of a charitable look there. That'd be really funny. D is octagonal, Dr. B's. Yes, I did end up asking D for some B facts. I forget the term for a B doctor or B scientist, but D is definitely that. Danos, I don't know if I said hi. All right. What else do we do? Will there be, how well will the best neutral IDs perform at standard? I said positive overall record just to be a bit charitable, but does not make cut. I think top cut is ridiculous. This thing could have been worth an infinite amount of points. It wasn't, but that's fine. And then it turns out there was actually no Nova Ampere players at Worlds. That's weird. That's genuinely weird. Like, I don't think I've been to a Worlds where somebody hasn't brought the like bottom tier joke, casual, fun ID. With all disrespect to Nova Ampere clearly in that sentence. But like, I don't think I've been to a Worlds where Apex was legal that someone chose not to play Apex. Like, there's so many people there. This was a really big Worlds that the fact that nobody brought Nova Ampere, I'm not saying that's like a problem with Nova Ampere because clearly they're not like the most competitive thing in standard. But that is weird. I don't know if whoever said that. That's a weird call to make, but that was actually turned out to be correct. I think I was a bit generous because I wanted someone to bring it, and then I thought they would do okay. But in hindsight, this is probably the safest bet by a mile. I'm gladly run Apex. Also, good morning. Ellen, good morning. Yes, people do it. Howdy stream talk, how's it going? Also, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I just got a message that you joined the Patreon club, and thank you again so much. I really appreciate it. I was stunned. Yeah, I was honestly genuinely stunned. Hey, Zombie, for every game I pile counted cards after each game, yes. You should do it after, you're right. That's probably a better time to do it, but at least do it before. Maybe those players got their jank out of the system in the team tournament. I think that's a reasonable way of looking at it, but like even every Worlds I've been to, there's been a team tournament and still people rock up with Apex, right? Like people do it. I don't know. How many boats? Op and each copy of Endurance count will be in startup top 8. I went for 16 to 20. 21 or more seemed a bit wild. I think this turns out to be correct. We'll look at the answers, but it turns out there's just no data on this because you did not need DECKLISTS for startups. Someone writes in the write-up, we can confirm it's this much, but let's be honest, it's probably more. So it turns out there's like a generous gap here, which is quite nice. All right, this I think I nailed. How many ops will be in standard top cut? I said more than 0, less than 25. That means there'll be less than 4 op players in the top cut, but there'll be at least 1. I think that's such a safe bet for 2 points. I don't think there's any way that we'd see a, that actually, the line between these is not that far off, but seeing 5 ops at the world top is really, really difficult because there's not that many players that are like super, super into op to the point that they'd grind it at Worlds. I think a lot of people would go for a safer route. Shout outs to like Jackmade. How many ops were in the top cut? Was it only Jackmade? How many Hoshikos will be a standard cut? I think this was a harder question. We were at a Hoshiko meta for sure. Mind you, Hoshiko was like the nightmare going into Worlds to some extent, at least through Continental season. We lost DreamNet. And so I went for between 4 and 8, which turns out to be correct as well. Bad times. How many players will bubble out of the standard cut to be tied on prestige with the last member of the cut? This is hard to tell. I'm not really good at this sort of maths thing. I'm not sure what you'd expect for an event of this size. I thought 4 to 7 sounded reasonable, but I didn't have a really good guess here. I think it easily could be 4 to 7, 8 to 10. There's no way it's 1 to 3. That's for sure. I think with people still IDing, because this is double-sided Swiss, like I think the numbers usually get probably high, not higher or lower actually, because they're more 2-for-1ing than IDing. So I think that's it's more volatile, the statistics, but definitely in the event of like 200 people, more than 3 people are going to bubble out the cut. I think it's somewhere between 4 to 7, 8 to 10. Apex is GOAT though. Yeah, well, you couldn't play Apex this year, but I know what you mean. Read the points. The goal is to make sure one single low probability guess didn't decide the whole thing. Yes, yeah, 100%. Which is why like Nova making top cut. If that could have been worth 1 million points, but it probably shouldn't have been. It would have been a fun game. Congratulations on the predictions on small off top deck. I'm starting my first big campaign of Arkham Edge of the Earth. So cool, more epic than Core Scenarios. I really like Edge of the Earth. I think it's actually very, very, very quite cool, pun intended. Anku, let me know how it goes. Also, tell me who you're playing. Also, thank you for the congratulations. I definitely deserve it. We're going to get back to this. Climactic Showdown. Who will win the condition deciding the game of standard cut? Agenda points was the safest pick by a mile. I don't think you'd see a concession at the world's top table, but it turns out the answer was meat damage flatline, which like I don't know who called that. Super deep borehole could have been worth 1 million points, but really, really quite good. Mondi got 15th. Oh yeah, you're right. Mondi was an op. There's at least 2 ops, but Mondi is not like scoring op. Mondi, well, okay, it's facet op. That with no disrespect. Yeah, Mondi had a cool op deck. It's just not the sort of op deck I was trying to think at world's top tables. What was the largest YDL played on stream? So your digital life gives you credit for every card in hand, not counting the YDL. And YDL decks were showing up largely in some PD decks, but also in some sort of those like bacterial reprogramming decks, which I don't know if I was so clued into. I do think I saw that interaction going into Worlds, as much as I didn't expect to see RH at the top tables. I went for 12, which I think was just very clean math of like starting with 6 cards in hand and then drawing 6 more. And then that was just about it. So maybe 6 plus 7, because that's what you expected with the YDL. So I went for 12. It turns out the number is actually way lower than this. We did see one big YDL during the quarterfinals between, I believe, Council and Odal, but I think it was around 9. So 12 turned out to be a bit too ambitious. I think this is the hard part, is on in stream or either in cut. And the chance of actually seeing a YDL on stream was kind of low considering what we'd expected to see. But also, if you're going to see a YDL on stream, there's more likely a chance I think you would see it in HB. And then the number should be a fair bit lower than this. This is hoping that we get one good YDL on stream from RH popping off, but Odil did not make that easy. Is it possible to zoom in a bit? Yeah. That's a good thing. Yeah. Monterey Jack and Lily Chen. Yeah, it's Chen. Lily, I think, is with 1 L, but Monterey Jack is going to be really, really good. There's a lot of, with like mild spoilers, there's a lot of movement in Edge of the Earth. So Monterey is a very, very good choice for that. Did the Eternal team tournament count for YDL? I don't think so, yeah. In either cut? Oh, maybe? Maybe, I'm not sure. If that was meant to also do, what's it called? I would have, maybe, don't think it would have changed if I understood that was meant to be for the thing. Startup cut didn't get streamed. Yeah, startup didn't get streamed. Yeah, Zombie, thank you for shouting out the zoom in. That's a very good shout. How many standard top decks will be playing more than the recommended number of cards? I'm not sure what the answer for this is. I think 1 to 4 was reasonable. This is like commonly there's at least one person who plays a 46 card deck, so that's not that big of a deal. I honestly think the answer might have been this, and that comes down to mostly the Hoshiko decks. Technically also Sokka played a deck that was bigger than standard deck size because he played a 49 out of a 40 ID, which is like obviously way more defensible than playing a 59. But you know what I mean? So yeah, that makes it harder, but I don't know if we're right about this or not. And finally, this is really cool, but I unfortunately missed the mark pretty hard on this. Name the card with the lowest non-zero number of copies in the standard top cut. Do you want to try it? I went for Light the Fire because I was convinced that Light the Fire would show up in 1 or 2 Anarch decks as a tech card to be able to deal with like hopefully Anoetic Managarm, whatever nonsense you can imagine. But turns out I was actually very, very incorrect on the basis that NWE just played, what's her name? What's Z's name? Excuse me. Played Essa. I'm doing well, Pink. How are you doing? Learned a lot of Excel calculating this. Yeah. Monterey Jack, seriously? Does he look like a Rescue Rangers cartoon in the childhood? No, he just looks like an Indiana Jones knockoff. It's an old name from older Arkham products. It's a really, really bad name, Monterey Jack. I don't get it. If you're an American, it's a cheese. If you're not an American, it's a cheese. I'm good. Hey, good to hear. Does anyone want to guess this? What card showed up as the least amount? Because there's one really good answer here, and apparently only one person who entered this got points on this. I went for Light the Fire, which I thought was clever, but then Essa did see play, so yeah. Anyone want to take a shot? Pharaohs? That's a good shot. I think technically you'd be incorrect, though, because Sokka played 3. Or at least 2. And the answer to this, which is really difficult, is that there's one person in the top cut that had only 1 copy. So we're looking through 16 decks that there's a single card of which there's only 1 card. Pharaohs is not a bad guess, but I think we know that it can't be that because Sokka played definitely more than 1, maybe even 3. At least 2, but probably 3. That's a really good guess. I think Rhyme may have been a guess. Falsified credentials. I think there's a bunch of criminal decks that would play 2 falsified credentials. 1 is kind of rare because I think Pin will kind of take that slot, but not a bad guess. Rhyme is a reasonable guess. Secure and Protect. D. Very good guess. How's it going, D? Whistleblower. I don't think we saw any Whistleblower in any top cut in the history of the game. I think you have to convince that there's a reason to play Whistleblower, and then you could be right. Pivot. No, maybe. Divide and Conquer. Was Tehran at the event? No. So maybe, but I doubt it. Monty's name is literally the worst thing about the Arkham Files IP. Yeah, Dave. Reprise. Always have a backup plan, Ika. So Ika probably shows up a bit more because every Arasana deck plays Ika. That being said, I think there's only one Arasana in the top cut. Mayfly. I don't know if there's any deck that would play Mayfly right now. Because that's the thing, is you need to convince yourself it's a card that like a deck would see play. And I don't know what deck is a Mayfly deck right now. Can it be an ID? No. No, I don't think so. It's not specified, but it seems to go against the theme of the game. Hold on, I'm just getting a warning. YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Are we good? Are we cool? Climactic Showdown? I'd be stoked to see Climactic Showdown. So the narrative continues on this story because I get to see my results so we can compare. Sorry, we can see the results so we compare our score to how it went. IDs would count as 3x. Oh, okay. It would count as a full playset. That makes sense. We had a blit. It seems better now. Okay. Is it bad? It's a bit choppy. It's good now. Huh. Is it Trojan Horse? Trojan Horse is not a bad pick, but I think Trojan Horse actually showed up in a couple decks. Okay, hold on. I'm just making sure this works well. It's good now. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, it says stream status is poor, which like is offensive. Okay. Let me know if it like gets weird for a while now. I can't really do much about it besides hold on. But if it ever does collapse, we have Twitch. The bitrate on Twitch is also not great. So maybe we got bad for a second. Let's just hope it holds on. Trying to remember what I said. I think Slap Vandal. Yeah, there's not a lot of decks that are playing more than one Slap Vandal. I think that's a pretty reasonable guess, D. So these are the answers. Oh, these are the answers. Who will win Standard Worlds? Mind you, shout out to Solemnstorm for putting all this together and releasing this document. The link to all this will be in the description. What Runner faction will win Worlds? What Corp faction? We know all the answers to this. Sokka won back-to-back Worlds using Anarch Hoshika, and Wayland built the last. Nobody called this. This is callable. This is callable. What color sleeves will the Standard World winner be using? It was just straight blue. Not offshoot blue, just blue. So fantastic. Zoom in. Yeah, okay. I'll go on this side, the Google side. Sokka will be announced his stunning defection to Team Dog. I don't know if that changed from last year again. I'm not plugged into the team thing. Don't like it. Ottawa now will be the lowest represented main faction across the Standard. We called Jinteki. It was Jinteki. Only 40 players across the entire Standard event. That's not that bad, actually. 40 players out of like 250. That's not terrible. Isabel's, who will be the Queen Bee? It turns out Cable Carnage won Queen Bee and made it all the way to the grand finals, securing a top 4 finish. Did Cable Carnage go out of the way to be the Queen Bee? Almost definitely not. The Queen Bee was really easy to be the Queen Bee. There's a lot of really good cards in there, so that's a hard one to call for sure. Apparently, to the chagrin of Highlanders everywhere, not a single neutral ID player showed up to Worlds. I think that's astounding. I don't know why. Like, there's always people rocking up to any size events doing the thing that they think is fun. Is Nova and Impair not that fun? Is Nova Impair only fun against other Nova Impairs? It's probably that. Like, the cool thing that you do with, like, there's something maybe learnable here. Like, the cool thing that you do with Apex is, like, cool Apex stuff. It's not very powerful, but there's only one person that can do that, or one thing that can do that. But Nova Impair doesn't feel like, I don't know. Maybe that's me. The minis had more character to them? Yeah, that's for sure. How many boats will be in startup top 8? We never got fully published deck lists for startups, so based on the available list, both 11 and 15 to 16 to 20 were very likely. So if you just did anything high besides 21 plus, you got the points, which is great. Nova Impair is not fun compared to Apex. I don't think I'm a big enjoyer of Nova Impair. I think I maybe like it a bit more if it was against other Nova Impairs, like the sort of Veil tournament series, which I think those are kind of cool, but I agree. I don't enjoy playing as or against Nova Impair because you can't start making, it's impossible to make intelligent decisions. Maybe it's because fun of Nova Impair is in deck building. I think so too, but then like once you play it, it's a lot worse. But even then it's like, I felt like when I played Nova, obviously this was a problem very specifically when Nova came out. It was just like, okay, well now I'm going to emerge in creativity for my endurance. And maybe it's fun that I just threw around 10 influence and like 2 clicks, but you know what I mean? Yeah. Even Nova versus Impair coming. I've heard good stuff about Nova versus Impair that I don't want to say like that I'm not excited about it until I try out the format itself. Because I could see that being fun. How's it going, by the way, Axu? How many ops will be in Standard Talk Cup? We nailed this. 3 ops, more than 0, but less than 25. We also nailed this. 5 Hoshikos, more than 25, less than 50. So we got a lot of good points on that. How many players will bubble out of Standard Cut? I think we went to 4 to 7. I'm pretty sure we did 4 to 7, not 5 to 8. So we nailed that as well. What will be the win condition in the deciding game of Standard Cut? This is really funny. After the conferring with several neutral parties, Cable Carnage offering the handshake after click 4 in the face down of a known lethal clearinghouse was ruled as a meat damage flatline. As a concession bettor, I must begrudgingly accept this ruling. Very flavorful answer. Yes, 100%. I would argue that it's not a concession. It's a meat damage flatline. We're just giving the handshake because we know what's going to happen. What will be the largest YDL? The largest will be a 9 credit YDL. Again, that should be in the quarterfinals between Council and Odal. It was only 9 credits. I went a bit higher. How many standard top gets will be playing more than the recommended plus deck size. It's 5 to 8. What did I say? I think I did slightly less than that. I did 1 to 4. So apparently I was too low on that. 5 to 8 decks, because it included Sokka. I'm not sure how many it would actually was, whether it was closer to 5, because maybe Sokka just pushed it over the top. Yeah, it was Council. Yeah, I remember that game. Lucky Find, name the card with the lowest non-zero. So these are all the cards in the standard top cut that were only playing once at a play size of 3. So if you answered any of these, and a shout out to Disgruntled Elf, who was the only participant who nailed this question, but these are all the cards that showed up as one-ofs, and some of them are really weird. Trojan Horse works. Secure and Protect obviously works. Rhyme works. Sadaka is another card that was only in Sokka's deck. Enigma, what? This is one of the most world-winning cards of all time, and this year was not Enigma's year. Very surprised to see a Singleton MIC. I think MIC is really good, but okay, that makes sense. Singleton Starlit Knight, Singleton Oracle Think Tank is also interesting, and then one Envelopment is also really wild. You almost often don't see this as one-ofs, usually 2-ofs, but there's a bunch of decks. On the runner side, what? Oh, wait. Many cards were once at a playset side of 3. I think I read this wrong. Name the card with the lowest non-zero number of copies of cards. Many cards were only played once at a playset. These had a full playset, right? I refuse to believe there's a single turbine in the top cut of Worlds. Yeah, so these must be a single playset. Am I incorrect about this? What's happening? I think this is right. But yeah, some of these make a fair bit of sense. Like Peach Champ is kind of like the Slap Vandal. That's my deck. I think you'd have to make the standard top cut, though, Zombie. I think it was per deck, okay. Andre, I missed those picnics with you Saturday morning. Aaron, how's it going? But it'll be warm again outside. We'll be young. The spring is coming. Hopefully you're doing well, Aaron. There's only one Arisana in the top cut. Yeah, I think it was just Extra C. The other Chris that was playing Arisana in the top cut. So a single Peach Champ makes a lot of sense. Okay, ready for the reveal? Wait, what? Oops, Lucifer? So it turns out that when I got my results back from Solum, I ran through them and I tallied up to my score, and my score was only 20 points. I was quoted as getting 30 points, which was a winning tally at the time. And I asked Solum, like, hey, I did this scoring schema and I'm not sure if I'm getting it wrong. And Solum looked into it, and apparently the way that it was set up on Excel, this question specifically that asked what was the biggest YDL was just adding that to people's scores. So the score that was announced, unfortunately, on here on Discord was incorrect. So that has been corrected now. Solom did the work to go back through it and figured it out. And Lucifer actually wins with 23 of possible 49 points. We did not win. We were the champion for about 12 hours before we dug up our own results and we're like, wait, no, sorry, Solom, we don't have it. And so we went back to fixed it. So that's why I'm being so facetious about this, because we did good. We just did not win. We actually ended up coming in 4th on 18 points behind Lucifer's very good 23. I think on the original scoring, I wish I had it. I think I was in 1st place, and then Funky Man and Kevinth were both 2nd and 3rd in some order, and Lucifer not far behind. So scoreboard had a bit of a scramble there, but I did not, in fact, win this. We found out by diving into the information. And yeah, I told Solomon, like, you got to let someone else know they won. And so Lucifer, congratulations, you did it. Unfortunately, I don't think this post got anywhere near as much traction as the original post because I don't know the way things work. But yeah, shout out to Solemnstorm. I'm not goofing on Solemnstorm at all because this stuff happens all the time. Like, very easy for this to happen. But like putting out the effort, putting all this stuff together, getting the Excel spreadsheet, doing all the math, like it's a lot of work to make this happen. And it's just for our entertainment, and I absolutely loved it. So excited to do this again. I think Solemnstorm said that he would do it again next year, and I'm really looking forward to it because it's just good fun. Gaming is for internet points. Jad, how's it going? How was your sunset? I know you played quite well. I didn't get to see the finals yet. I know you made the top cut, right? I feel really silly because I bet 0 in the YDL question. I don't think that's silly, dear. I think that's actually a very smart answer to that, because the chance of seeing a YDL on stream wasn't very high. You could have won by guessing 30 on YDL. Yeah, there's a chance. I could have guessed 100. 49, perfect score. There were much fewer played on stream than expected. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the champion of YDL optimism. Most other decks played regular breakers without turbine. Well, Sokka's didn't. It's just there wasn't a lot of Shaper, and like currently the decks right now they're playing Turbine consistently are Shaper and then some Reg Anarchs. But Sokka is playing like Leech, which like I'm for that. Feel free to believe that is me sabotaging the competition in favor of local players and not garden variety competence. I just realized I'm the prepaid voice pad player. I think it's my only one of. Oh, cool. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That is really cool. Anyways, the stuff is sick. We did not win. I had to. I'll kindly hand down my title to Lucifer. But yeah, we had it for a bit. 30 is a very big YDL. The biggest I've done is in the region of 20. Oh, no. Yeah, we're saying 30, Solomir, because it added it to your score because of the incorrect Excel setup. 30 is absurd. 30 is like really, really absurd. Isn't that the most Canadian thing? I can't believe I won. Please check it. Well, no, I checked it because I was like, Solom, I'd love to be able to show the results because I don't remember what I said. And then I ran through the schema. I'm like, there's no way we did that well. 30 is a pretty good score. Super sensible decision. It was just silly result because of the glitch. Yeah, exactly. 2 to 4 weeks more being laid up from surgery. Hopefully just that. Have some complications, but they're an easy fix. Just time consuming. Sad part is not being able to play RL never for another month. Oh, sorry, Aaron. Hopefully it's going okay, eh? I don't know if you how you're keeping busy, if you're watching stuff, or if you're writing stuff, the new set's coming out, or if you're just grinding JNet games to, what are we? What's the term that we are? What's the term for Canadian Netrunner players that are not good no more? With all disrespect to Aaron. Washed? Yeah, so we can unwash ourselves. Hopefully you're doing well. I made top cut twice, but single limb top cuts are such high variance. Running to the king didn't help. Yeah, that's a hard one for sure, Jad, but really well done. I'm gonna check back the VOD. Mind you, this weekend was the Sunset Tournament. You can find the VOD up on twitch.tv/nullsignalnetrunner. It will be up on YouTube a bit later. Washed hosers. Turned out the difference between the string 30 and the number 30 is real. Yeah, I believe it. Cool. Anyways, I thought that was really quite fun. This is the last thing before we gonna do some actual Netrunner deck playing. Of course, Rebellion Without Rehearsal comes out really, really soon, March 18th. This is one of the shortest spoilers reveals weeks. It's basically 1 week. So things start on the 8th, and then the set's out on the 18th. So that's like this Friday to next Monday. Now, a couple things. Firstly, that means Friday morning, probably Friday morning, NSG will have some stuff up on the channel. Generally, they start with a couple, I don't know if it's articles or days and narrative stuff, and then it's thrown off to the community spoilers week. There's a lot of people that have good community spoilers. I've seen the schedule. I can say that we'll have some cards up on next Wednesday. Now, that's really important that I'm saying next Wednesday because depending on me figuring out how to edit the video tonight, which is very likely that will happen, is that there's going to be a video out tomorrow morning on the Metropole Grid, which is Rebellion Without Rehearsal based, but it's not a spoilers video. It's just a video talking about like our hopes and expectations and what we're looking forward to in Rebellion with Rehearsal. It's just a discussion video. It's probably less than an hour long, and that will be up on the stream, on the channel, excuse me, on YouTube tomorrow. I just don't want y'all to see that and think it's scoops, because scoop season doesn't start till next week. I just want to have a nice talk about like what we're looking forward to and how things stand. So that is a video tomorrow, but the reveal video that shows new cards, that's next week. So just keep that in mind. 1 ID a day for the first weekend, I think. Oh, have they confirmed that? That sounds usually how they do things though, because we're looking at 3 IDs. So that would get us through the whole weekend because we're missing Anarch, HB, and Wayland. Most watching stuff and being a washed hoser. Oh, you watching anything good? I should get my own RWR pre-order. Joe, are you pre-ordering from like 401 or you do from what's it called? I guess 401 shipping is probably fine for you, or you do it from here. I still don't know what NSG wants us to do. Does NSG want Canadians to buy it from stores so stores are more vested, or do they want us to buy it from here so they get a better cut? Yeah, the new set's really soon. Can't wait until it'll be on actual tiers when system update leaves us. I think it's gonna be exciting, Stab. Like, I hear you, but I have no doubt that Dawn will be really cool. That you'll be actually really, really, really quite excited. 1 day after a local CO. Bummer. Just move it. I think there's a local GNK that comes on the 9th maybe, and it's just like any card revealed on the 8th you can play, which is really funny. Hey, Saka, just catching a bit of your stream. Foz says you're welcome to share the embarrassing story. Oh, fantastic. Oh, really, really good. Okay, so for those who don't know, Saka has been streaming a lot. In fact, Foz now local for, I think she's visiting for about a week, but the Foz story is kind of embarrassing on my behalf, but I think it's quite funny. So I do things called degree mill lessons. And degree mill lessons are like sessions that we can sit down and help focus on getting better in Netrunner. It's something we've been doing for a while. Currently, we have like slots on Patreon. They're all filled right now. Shout out to someone who just enrolled recently because we had an opening. But I also do a bunch of them more like ad hoc and bespoke. So if you're preparing for an event, you want to try it out, you can contact me if you'd like. You can hit me up on Discord or on metropolgrid@gmail.com, and we can set up lessons. And what was it? Last summer, I got a message when I was saying this in like May or June, and it was from an account that I couldn't tell you what the name was, but basically saying like, hey, I've been grinding a lot. I've been trying to play competitively. I'd be interested to do some lessons to like try and focus and get better on the game. And I said, yeah, that's fantastic. Let me hit you up back. I'm just about to pop out for holidays, which was true. And when I come back, I will respond to you. We can get something on the books. And I went on holidays, got back, and I totally forgot about it.
The person filled out a survey. I sent out a survey to understand, like, okay, you want to work on standard, what's your skill level, what are you trying to get out of Netrunner, what do we want to focus on, stuff like that. And I just forgot to respond, which wasn't a problem because I didn't remember. And then things went on. You probably hear where the story's going, but then things went on. And then at some point I was catching back up on paperwork because somebody else signed up, and I went through my survey results and I saw a survey. I'm like, who's this? And I realized, oh my God, I sent this out in June and I didn't get back to the person and they didn't get back to me. And then I looked the name up. And it turns out since then, a couple months later, one of the biggest in-person events in North America was won by Wikinometry, who won. She's only been playing for about 8 months at a time, and like won through the Northeast, what was it called? The East Coast National Championship, which was the last major event pre the large rotation. And I saw the name and I was like, wait a second. I think I recognize that name now. And then I looked it up, and yeah, apparently Fa reached out in early in summer in the sort of the preparation on her grind to become a competitive player, and I totally didn't get back to her. And so I messaged her after, like firstly in October or whatever, and I was like, firstly, I'm so embarrassed. Secondly, you kicked so much ass. It was an absolute treat to watch Fa. Watching Fa play, I think was the outfit back then, was like so much fun. But I was like, okay, clearly you sorted stuff out. I don't know if you need training anymore. I think you're in a really good spot. If you want to, you can, but I'm firstly so embarrassed. And second, congratulations. So I don't know. Maybe if she got training here, you'd be even better somehow. But I felt so bad about it. But like, I'm glad that she kicked ass the way that she did. So yeah, so you don't need my help. Yeah, I'll just show myself out, which is fantastic. But yeah, Wiki's been an absolute grinder, and she's been doing really, really great stuff, and fighting on like the Fight Club stuff. It's been an absolute treat. She could have won Worlds if you trained her. I know. And I got to meet her in person for the first time at Worlds at Crown of Servers. Her team sat across from us. She was playing Startup. So I was like, oh, thank God. I'm so embarrassed finally to meet you. And she's absolutely lovely. So I'm glad that she's continuing to grind and play and do stuff. That's Solomir, I'm working on it. Yeah, exactly. Like, who knows how the survey is going to look next year? Will I put Sokka for a 3rd year? Will I put Sokka as my choice 3 years? No. Maybe we would have learned from her in 1. Yeah, maybe I would have gone then and took it and be like, I'm going to teach her wrong as a joke. Anyways, that's my Fa story. She's really lovely. I felt really bad about it, but she laughed it off, and it was really great to meet her. Boomer knowledge plus new bloods, fresh eyes. Yeah, no, yeah. She's obviously very, very quite good. There's a lot of newer players too who are getting to the game, and I think that was like the big thing when it comes with being excited about Wiki is like we have so much new blood in Netrunner, and if you look at organized play and think like all these jaded boomers are like complaining that the game is a certain way or whatever, the way that we are, you can kick ass. You can totally kick ass. You don't need our permission. You can just take it, and it's absolutely fantastic. So anyways, apologies, Fa. I'm glad that your training has been going pretty good. On that note, the Greenmail sessions, if you still are interested, check them out. I probably should come together with like what's them called, some sort of testimonials or something like that, because from my experience, people have been really enjoying them, and it's been really satisfying on both sides of the aisle from the feedback so far. But they've been really good. I really quite like them. I wonder what stuff new players judge us for. Like, I judge early Netrunner players for Caddy. Oh man, that'd be really cool. I would really like newer players to roast old heads. It would be really great. Hey Veronica, do I still count as new blood? I technically joined during revised core, but only started doing competitive Midnight Sun Borealis. I would look. If you're asking me to gatekeeping, yeah, I'll gatekeeping. You're new blood. How's it going, Veronica? Oh man, okay, let's do some deck building. My organization skills have gotten slightly better, but not that much better. Lamau, your old blood? Yeah, but Veronica said that not competitive since Midnight Sun. Now we're gatekeeping one more time. All right, there's one card in the set that I think I wanted to do that we haven't got to, and it's not the most flashy card, but it turns out it's been a bit better than we thought it was, which is just Debbie. It's just Debbie. And I think I want to try out some Debbie decks. I think it's proven that Debbie has just been like reasonably okay when it comes to run-based decks and Ken, and I think that's the place we're going to start. I don't honestly know if we're going to build a Ken deck. I think we might just net deck stuff because there's some like good Ken decks out there that are playing Debbie specifically, and this card has just been good enough. I've heard that Ken was unironically tested for Worlds, and turns out like obviously Sable and the other options seem to be a bit more reasonable. Yeah, that makes sense. Sable's really quite good, but this card is just kind of fun. I've also seen some fun uses of Debbie, and I think we want to try that a bit more. So the one use case that I've seen that was kind of charming is like Ysengrin, shout out to Ysengrin SC, did a stream somewhat recently where he ended up putting Debbie in an Arasana deck, which is nonsense. That being said, like, I think there's enough Shaper Run events, and we're seeing more and more set after set after set. And the idea is that Arasana can install things mid-run, and so that's actually a really good use to use Debbie's credits. Obviously, there's other ways to do this, and I don't think this is like the first order optimal strategy, but it seems like a really cute, fun deck that allowed you to use credits during Debbie to break things, to install things, and kind of just get away with everything you wanted to do. And I thought that was kind of a fun interaction. I reckon eventually we're going to end up just doing as, because as then, if you're playing Prognostic Q Loop, let alone that Debbie's a connection, as long as you play enough run events and as, and admittedly the run events and the Prognostic are going to clash because Prognostic cares about hardware and program, and yet we're going to have to play a substantial amount of run events. I think we can build something there. And I think that's the coolest thing about Debbie is not only does it work with the twinning, not only is it a reasonable value card, not only does Threat 4 text, man, Threat 4 is a rough number. Yeah, I think it can be fun. So we're going to try that, but we're going to just start with a regular Debbie deck and go from there. Direct access, yeah, that's a run event that you can play over and over again. It's not the worst. Excuse me 1 second. I think I got to blow my nose. I'm going to walk away for like 3 seconds. I'll be right back. Cool. I think the Threat 4 is more to make the card not bad to install late game. I wouldn't rely on it. Yes, I think that's really good. And I wish more cards had the design. I just think in general, mostly any card that has a word Threat 4 on it is like not seeing any play. And I think that's a hard thing to fix because it's so close to the end of the game. Obviously with Debbie, it's much better because then she's actually like akin to clicking for credit. But you know what I mean? It's not great. Regular Debbie must be a Ken Tenma deck. Yes, for sure. Let me catch up. Don't you need clicks with Debbie for credits? Why Arasana? If stalling a mid-run, she can't use it? Yes. So the idea is that if you do a run event with Arasana, you can't use Debbie. But if you use Debbie instead of a run event, you can use Debbie's money. So the idea is that one run a turn maybe is a run event and the other run a turn is maybe a Debbie run. You're right. It doesn't like, there's issues. And the problem with Debbie is that inherently you can't use the credits unless you're running with Debbie. And for a deck that's a bunch of run events, sometimes you're not going to be running with Debbie for a while. So it's a mixed bag. Debbie's also, yeah, really good for dealing with assets and upgrades, stealing Bolognas. There's reasons that Debbie can be quite good. But yeah, you just want to weave in and out because you're right. You can't use these credits unless you're clicking her, which is a bit awkward in a run-based deck, but not the worst. I'm out of breath now because I ran to go get a Kleenex. It's sunny in Vancouver, so shorts are on the table. It's 0 degrees Celsius. I have my thermal jeans rolled up to my knees like a good old flood pants boy. Our Sen tends to have so many small install credits from UAV. I'm not sure you get much value from Debbie mid-run installs. I don't think, again, it's amazing, but I think it's like fine. It was cool. When I saw Jeff do it, I'm like, oh, that's kind of charming, actually. Ken was unironically brought to Worlds? Who was playing Ken? Because I know your testing group, D. I heard that they were testing Ken a bit, but nobody made top cut with it. Is it hot enough for shorts in Canada right now? Probably not. Weather network Montreal. Here it's probably like -10 Celsius, so no. Oh wow, it's nice today. It's 11. Yeah, you could wear shorts. If you were like really committed, you could wear shorts. Why did I hit my deck list? So let's go find a Debbie deck. I know on the sidebar somebody recently posted one that was a version of a different one. Takobi Ken, Dalfort, CO. So Takobi Krim, who was playing Takobi Krim? Augustus, I think, was playing a Takobi Ken, but that deck specifically did not have what's her name in it, Debbie. So this version has no Debbie in it. We're just gonna close that and ignore that. Does it say Ljubljana in the capital? Just noticed your hoodie. Yeah, it's from, I don't know if they still exist. This was picked up in like 2020 maybe, but it was like an independent brewery in Ljubljana that. Yeah, they have this sort of like Lublanski Zmai as their logo. All right, Quelle Reprise, first Dublin circuit opener. That seems like where we want to go. Does it have Debbie in it? Of course it does. We searched it. It's about unnaturally nice weather in Vermont too. Yeah, it's probably nicer. I don't go out too much. Cat brought Ken. It's Cat who was telling me that like they were testing Ken, so that makes sense. Yeah, Cat brought Ken and PD. That would make sense. I think we played against Cat on the channel playing Ken before. I think most of my like pro Ken stuff has been through the lens of Cat. -11's a warm day. It's positive. Oh, I don't know what is in American, but you know what I mean? As much as the metric makes sense overall, Celsius is just nonsense.
The 0 to 100 range of Fahrenheit is basically what percentage hot is outside for humans. I don't know if that's a copy paste, but like anybody defending Fahrenheit is like really huffing their own stuff, let me tell you. What, are you serious? I'm not getting into this. I don't want to get into this. Fahrenheit's nonsense. Celsius makes a lot of sense. Okay, problem with this deck is on a single Debbie. But for the uninitiated, Ken here wants to go fast. So first run event, a turn gives you a credit. So the deck has a lot of run events and they're quite good. Carpe Diem, not the easiest thing to play without a mark, but at the worst case scenario, you just played a sure gamble that gives you a credit on Debbie. That's quite nice. We have Reprise, which is a run event. That's easy to forget. Obviously fantastic. We have 2 doofs, not the full 3. We're in 45 cards. 17 influence, mind you, is a nice upside for Ken. It's a cool way to give you a little bit more splashability. I actually really like, if the idea is not that powerful, but wants you to do interesting deck building, I really appreciate the 17 influence. Some part of me wants Mirror Morph to be 17 influence just so that you could go out the way to play more cards that have weird click abilities on them so you can do more creative things. And I think that's fine. If the power level is going to be doing something convoluted or something that's a bit, tribal, I think the power, like having a bit of thing to work with is quite cool. It's also, a nice little flavor thing because Ken kind of gets around. Mind over matter, though I'm not to change, so please Americans give up. I love arguing about legit the Celsius Fahrenheit. I'm a Fahrenheit Chad. Tron, congratulations. We just showed you results recently. Well done. I'm not okay. All right. Other things, we have Mystic and Paladin. These are the sort of cards that are like pretty you see them pretty consistently when it comes to a lot of criminal decks. This is like, there's no money in criminal that is made without you making successful runs. And so daily casts and these sort of things see a lot of consistent play because if you're locked out, you can't play run events. We're also on Hermes instead of Swift. I think Hermes generally has a much more impact on the game than things like Swift, on the basis that unless you're like doing deep dive cheesy stuff, this makes a fair bit of sense. Our Breaker Suite, Buzzsaw, not good for the big stuff, but that's why we have Takobi, so we want to be running very consistently, and then we can get our breakers to go big. We have Carmen, which is totally fine, and we have Kurapira, which is obviously very, very good. We have no way to tutor the Singleton Chesva, the Singleton Takobi. We'll get them when we get them. And we have Twinning, of which we can use twinning credits off of Paladin, Mystic, and Debbie. Now, all those companions, instead of running Katurga, yeah, I see what you mean. So like Katurga is actually interesting because it is like legitimately a run event that allows you to recur a run event. So it's a fair bit cheaper. It doesn't replace Axis's, and that's kind of cool. I think you're right. Katurga is actually kind of sweet. I wonder if we'd play it. The thing that I'm like a bit not happy about is that we're only on a single copy of Debbie, and I definitely want to play at least 2 copies of Debbie because with a single copy, we're not that likely to draw her in most games. Remove another daily cast and add another Debbie. Yeah, Hulse Poob, how's it going? I think that's a good idea. I think that's probably the way that we're going to make this work for us. Is we're going to remove one of those and just add a second Debbie so we can play more Debbie to field Debbie. How many run events do we have? 2 Baya. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Is 15 enough run events in Ken? I feel like it might be. I think you're totally right, though, that if we had 1 fewer Mystic and then we had a Katurga, that would be another run event. And that's kind of fun. That's kind of fun. I wish that any other faction had 17 influence card to play with 3x Doofs plus DJ Steve. Oh, I guess you do need that. Yeah, right? Because that's 16. Yeah, that's okay. I do -1 Paladin for Katurga. I really like Paladin a fair bit. Like with Boomerang gets the infinite late game economy engine when you run out of like Mystic events. I actually like Paladin a lot better because generally installing your cards is the hard thing about the deck and not playing the run events. Because the run events are already really good on tempo, but installing like a class act is not great on tempo. And I like having cheaper installs more than I like saving credits on events because generally your run events are good on tempo regardless. So I actually do like Paladin. I would actually just do 1 and 1, if anything. I don't love the second Debbie being a dead draw. I was on 1x Debbie, 1x prepaid for a bit. Brian, I hear you, and I think that's probably the way they would end up going. Just for us, we want to specifically try out Debbie, and so if we don't draw Debbie, it feels bad. But I think you're totally right. That's a big cost when playing multiple unique connections, is that the other copies are pretty bad. So we'll try it. We'll try it. +1 for direct access is not bad sometimes. It's bad because it turns off Ken, doesn't it? Wait, I guess, so direct access says make a run, turn off both abilities. It also is 1 influence, is it not? Yeah. And it says run any server when that run ends. So when you play it, you do gain a credit. Yeah, I guess you do get a credit because you play the card first before the text is online. But they cannot make class act cheaper with Paladin. Oh yeah, no, for sure. You can't make Debbie either because they're connections. But I still think it's great. You can make your Earthrise cheaper. Interesting. Yeah, this card is like, so what IDs are you really excited to play direct access into? Reality Plus, Ag Infusion,
technically a Taya sort of sometimes. None of the HB decks really matters besides Thule. It's really good into Thule. Into Op, it's very quite good. Direct Access is really bad. I don't think so. I think Direct Access is actually quite good. Into Outfit, it's really good too. Yeah, Ag is great. Yeah. NBN, most NBN is really good. No, actually, I think Direct Access is like, it's a meta-dependent card, but like, I don't know. This is results-oriented, but I once went into an event playing Thule and I played against 2 Direct Access Anarchs and it was like really, really kind of bad. But that being said, there's a lot of IDs. Like Direct Access into, imagine, you know how much Architects of Tomorrow we've been playing into recently? It's actually reasonable. Well, we'll try it. We'll see if we can make it make sense. I just don't think we have influence to shift too much. Cap. Sorry, this doesn't load well ever because of failed to import deck. Okay. But why? Wish Joyride was less influence we could put in this deck. Yeah, it's a sort of card that eventually I think we'll see a bit more in play. It's reasonable in Criminal because you don't ice up R&D that quickly, especially in Ken. But I do think Joyride Ken could make a fair bit of sense. Volley Strike never truly left us. Direct Deck has Debbie plus Ghost Tongue for infinite money. I've said this before. I think it's so hard to make Ghost Tongue make sense out of faction. Your prepaid Mystic, generally better. But yeah, you could go infinite for it, for sure. Okay, so let's make the change we want to change. We're going to play a second Debbie. And what do we say we would cut? Like, casts? I don't want to do that. Jared is a decent startup Ken inclusion. Yeah, I kind of like it. Chinchling, how's it going, by the way? So we could consider cutting a Mystic. Now we can run a Caddy. Katurga. We can run a Katurga? Oh, because Mystic is 2. So we could do like a direct access. And then another 1 influence card that we like. This deck is on no pinholes. I think that is perverse. Like it is a run event. We technically have Cheswa. It's criminal. Why are we not on pinhole? Baya? Yeah, Baya's fine. Yeah, Baya's good. We're in 47 cards. We probably want to cut it slightly down because the consistency of finding our twinning seems incredibly important. And once we consider direct access because I knew Joe was corping IG. Yeah, I think there's metas in which it was worth playing. Yeah. Hey, Ren, how's it going? Tuesday, Ken Day? Yeah, we want to try Debbie. Ken is just in for the ride. We're going to leave Ken to play Debbie later, but this is where we start for sure. Mind you, shout out, this deck list is Keller Priest from Gerard's. Augustus C. Tacobi Ken was played at an AMT, I think. Ooh, sorry, little friend. A couple miles ago. So what do we cut? We want to get down to 45 if we can. Cut the mutual. I think you always want a mutual. We do have 2 of each breaker. But the thing with run events is you need to make successful runs. So if they ice up all centrals, mutual is really quite good. Drop all the buy bands for Katurga. Losing that actually loses a fair bit of card draw. Obviously, we also have Cheswa too, that I don't know if I want to drop that many run events. Cut flip switch. I think we can do that. That's our op tech. For what it's worth, actually, I really do like flip switch. Like the ability to not give a crap about face checks is kind of good. It's probably like honestly Reprise is the most cuttable card, but then like we shouldn't. Maybe flip switch for Revolver, then can maybe cut a Carmen. I don't think there's that many things that Carmen struggles with that Revolver is that much better besides admittedly Drafter. And I think having a bit more permanence is a bit better. Because if we draw a Revolver and not our Carmen, like we don't have... I'm so surprised there's not inside jobs in this. Like you see me anytime I play against Ken, I'll be like, well, we got to play around 3 inside jobs. But apparently people aren't even playing inside jobs in Ken. Why? The card's so good. It's a 1 credit run that it's super unlikely for them to like the amount of money that you make inside jobbing in ice is almost definitely worth the inside job itself that you pay for 1 credit. You know what I mean? I saw the direct access in Ken, thought it was sweet recurring tech. It is. Yeah, infinite runs. Let's go. I don't know why people are not playing 3 inside jobs. It just seems like such a good Ken card. Like it's just literally an econ card that gives you early pressure. I know we have boomerangs, but you know what I mean? Why Tacobi instead of Turbine? It's less influence. And it's cheaper. Yeah, that's mostly it. It's also kind of more fun. It's more interesting. I think it's a healthier card, but yeah, I think you could argue both ways. The thing is with the Tacobi, it actually lines up a bit better in some ways because Tacobi, you can actually like Tacobi a Kurapira into a big barrier and not that be that expensive. And you can beat 6 strength code gates. Not that that's real, but there's some argument that Tacobi is slower to set up, but it is better into a bunch of things. We're not playing 47. Let's not do that. Let's cut an Earthrise. We have another bio. Let's assume that's okay. And then I like the flip side. Inside Job is especially strong with the meta right now. It's not super popular, and deck like PD don't have time to double ice. Yeah, I know. They have to play around Hermes, Reprise, Inside Job, and Doof. Like, it's really, really hard. Admittedly, they don't know that we don't have it. 46 is fine. But yeah, I don't know. I like Inside Job. Whenever I play against a Ken, I play around 3 Inside Job because it makes so much sense. Yeah, I hope they don't have Inside Job all the time. Yeah, I make my ice positioning still based around Inside Job, but a bit of that is me showing that I'm, you know, a boomer player. My Ken deck always has 1x breakers and does well. It always feels bad that Krim is just weak to Rig Shooter. I think there's an argument that we could run 1x breakers and then run a Katurga breakout. I think there's a chance. We'll see how clumsy 1x breakers feels. But I honestly have not played a criminal list in a long time that's running 2x of breakers. I didn't even realize that this one is. I just don't get rig shot or whatever. That means that we don't have Pinel, so like we're weaker to a couple rig shooting things that don't actually see that much play. We have flip switch, so we can deal with ideally if we draw it, we can deal with Stavkas. But yeah, I guess we can get Zatoed. I don't think that's a real concern I have in the meta or JNet casual. So I don't know. Hard to say. Ren, I finished last night. My partner and I got through the final of Dream Eaters. I haven't played in a while. I know not yet. He was asking, but like, you should give Dream Eaters another shot. Yeah. Parts of it are really good. Parts of it are less good. And we did not complete both sides of the campaign. But that's how it is. We have Boomerang too. Yeah, we definitely have Boomerang. You almost always have Boomerang. But like, Boomerang versus Inside Job. There's arguments that Inside Job is better, but Boomerang's good with Paladin because we go on forever. I think 1x flip switch is kind of meh. Either you have 2x or 3x to get early. You never have 2x or you never have 3x. I don't think there's any deck that wants 2 or 3 of them. I think if you get it, you get it. And if it changes how you play when you do or don't get it. With Class Act, you have some filtering, so you can find one of them a bit more consistently. But the slots on 2 or 3x boom on flip switch is way worse on you than the slots on 2 or 3x breakers. I love Dream Eaters. Which side did you prefer? Waking World. I prefer the Waking World. I prefer the theming of the dream cycle, but like the finale is not balanced around 2 players. Like really, really bad for 2 players. I think it's some of the worst scaling for player counts. Okay, so we're playing against Op. Inside Job is really good against Op. Direct access is not bad. We have an early Carmen, which we don't really want. We can face check without breakers for a while. The best thing we have here is Daily Cast and Class Act. We're gonna mulligan that. There, flip switch. We can now face check whatever we want. Yeah, we got it. Where the Gods Dwell is one of my absolute favorite boss climate fights. It's even worse for 1 player. I think it's impossible for 1 player. I do a bad job in knowing the names of the things versus the names of what they are. Is God's Dwells the one with the, without spoiling it, is it the one with the hidden cards or the other one that is more frightening? Like viscerally frightening with the cool big thing. Let's just say it like that. If the other one is not Where the Gods Dwell, it's one of the coolest designs for a final boss monster. And I'm so surprised we haven't seen more like that. Like, it's really creative final boss building. Hidden cards. Oh yeah, that one's really, really cool, but there's just literally no scaling for player count. That is, I would say, impossible with 1 player. With 2 players, also very, very difficult. Maximus said in 1 player you should be digging for 3 cards, not 6 to make it balanced. I think you mean the opposite, but Dave. But yeah, there needs to be some scaling based off of player count because you just do not see enough cards on 2 players, let alone have enough time. Like either there has to be Doom scaling or card searching scaling. And my partner and I doomed out way fast. And we did the first part really well. And it just felt like, oh, we didn't have enough time to do this. Let alone my partner drew the treachery that just says lose the game, which like, that's a bad one. Yeah, opposite. Yeah, that makes sense. So we can face check. The worst that this is an Afshar. Winchester here is fine. We would lose 2 credits, which is not great. Dirty Laundry Archives for 4 credits is not the worst. I want to run HQ here, and if they res for more than 4 credits, like if it's a Winchester, which would be a pretty bad res, we can Dirty Laundry R&D. If it's a Tithe, it's a Tithe. We have no reason to put the flip switch down here because ice doesn't actually matter. Did Trat mull? Trat kept. So on average, the op decks usually have a fair few more agendas. We're playing like this is Acid Op, not Acid Op. It's a good trash. Okay, so I think we're just going to Dirty Laundry for a value. And then we're going to daily cast. So we're going to draw once here. I don't want to show that we have the Carmen, but we want to get our once per turn Ken. So we've Kenned for a credit. And we'll just do cast down. For 1 or 2 players on the hunt, 3 is sweet tech for making up for the brokenness. But it's not, that only like solves parts of it, right? Because it solves that, but then you still have to draw the right thing at the right time. I think the biggest issue we had, and actually the one that frustrated even more, is the one prior to that in that cycle, because it is the whole alarm level thing, and all the alarm tests are based on agility, and then the way they scale up are really, really bad. Like the way that the alarm tests scale up, at some point there's just an enemy that just has like 12 fight, 12 evade. And because we played 2 bad evasion things, like we were on heavy alarm very, very quickly. I found that one to be way more unfun than I ever remembered. And there were just cards that say like, oh, if you have X alarm, lose your whole turn. I don't think I've seen an Arkham card that says lose your whole turn. That was no fun. I'm going to force a res here. Boarding control will be res for 3. We're assuming this is Rashida. It's boarding control. They res for 3. So here we could Dirty Laundry Archives, Mutual Favor for a Breaker, and run. And it forces them to pop a boarding control. I think that's a totally fair trade. We get a Kurapira, which if they don't pop the boarding control right away, gets a counter, which means we beat envelopments. And we want to play a run event anyways, so this seems fine. Running boarding control last click is not great. If specifically they are on the sort of more European versions that can pull out what's it called? Pull out a calibration testing, but I'm just going to assume it's not that. Start end term markers in JNL new. Yeah, these are things that you can do on what's it called? Cyberfeeder. So these markers I added recently, the same way that I've added the ability to see information that we should be remembering. This is all Cyberfeeder, it's not JNet. It's all Rahi's good stuff. So if this is a Rashida, we'll take it down. If it's a Regolith, we'll take it down. But otherwise, if they're opting here and losing a boarding control this soon, they'll probably pick a 3-cost code gate, which is totally fine. And now here they have a Rashida. Oh, you know the bad thing we said? They actually have it. I was not expecting Cali testing. Against Cali testing, you don't want to do it. It says Rashid in the Cali testing. So the best case here is that they can get an Azief, I guess, or an above the law on top of the Cali testing. And then they can get a Toucan as well. So this can be actually quite bad. I don't think I know Trat and what sort of decks they play. So yeah, that was the punishment for sure. For 1 and 2 players on the hunt. I just read that, excuse me. Yeah. So let's see. They might not have it. Again, I think the Cali testing decks, I don't know how plugged in they are into Oaktown. You know, I kind of thought this would be a fishing stream initially for the title. I think Debbie is a bass player. Do we know what instrument Debbie's playing? I think Debbie's holding a suitcase that looks like it would hold a bass guitar. She's giving me bass energy. Made any developments on if you're coming to Worlds? No developments yet. It's definitely a consideration. I have to look more into it. It's a bit tricky this year for obviously like a bunch of ongoing reasons, but it's something I want to do. It's just like, I need to see if it makes sense. It's hard. Harder this year than most. So there's going to be advancement to kind of, yeah, this is the worst case. So running through the boarding control last click, this is the main punish. Well, you want to try and avoid doing that. If we had to open deck list, we don't make, oh, Atlas with a token. We did not contest the Spin Doctor. Atlas with a token is okay. So we'll see where the Tucana goes. If we trust the Spin Doctor, we can start locking R&D. It's good. So they probably get ice on R&D here. They ice up the Tucana. That makes sense too. But now if we contest a Spin Doctor and contest R&D, we can probably lock them out a bit. I'm going to draw once for a run event. That's good. We can't really buy a band's R&D because they can probably res. But if they res here, we can always buy a band's HQ just because it's a run event and we want to play 1 run event a turn. It's not the most important. And again, I don't know why the deck doesn't have Pinhole. Pinhole's so good. Just as a way that we can dunk on Whiteblade, because we're going to quote him out of context for a really long time. Or Debbie to wear the hat. Debbie is, I forget who it is, but Debbie seems to be modeled after, I think a bassist too, but a musician. So now we want to just lock R&D. Obviously they can get something with Atlas token. 3 cards in archives. Worst case scenario, we'll buy a bands here, but on 4 credits here, there's no punishment here. Just end the run. Debbie's in a ska band. Debbie doesn't dress like a ska band. You don't see any suspenders and pinstripes. I don't see her skanking in the pit. Ice Wall, good res for them. This makes sense. The sort of like Jack-made decks are on a lot of Ice Wall. Those are the sort of fast events ones. So we know they're not going to be getting that off too soon. So I'm just going to buy a band's archives. It's cost 1 credit. Can't really inside job Pinhole feels like a skateboard without wheels. There's good run events, but no, I agree with you. So Class Act is probably the best here. We have a Buzzsaw for Whoredom, but it's pretty bad until we get Takobi down. We see a Mavirus, a Tucana, a Thimblerig, and of course, 1 Audacity. All right, so we have our whole breaker suite. We have Bravado for Centrals. They have an Ice Wall in hand. And notice that now we log this in chat. Anything with a black bar is hidden information only for us, not for them. I actually don't know if I like these icons that much. It's good for sorting or searching if you want to search like, oh, what was my last R&D axis? Like these are what these symbols are for. I'm not sure if I love them. 1 unknown card, 1 unknown card. So here we're just probably Bravado HQ. We don't have our multi-axis yet. If we get Paladin down first, Debbie Harry? Ska has moved past suspenders in Neverwinter Universe, technological advancements and what have you. You think Ska would want to do that? You really think? Okay, so here now, this can be a Stavka or a Winchester. So I'm going to put down the safety flip switch. We're going to Bravado HQ. We could get down the Paladin first, because in case we steal an agenda. I don't feel too strongly about it. I don't feel too strongly against it, though. But now we can face check, because we have to respect Stavka. I wasn't expecting Stavka on R&D. We were risking it with the Kurapira. Ska theme set win. No further action. This is a good run. Unless we hit the ice wall, we hit the ice wall. So we want to draw once here because of class act. I think I'm just going to run it back. Because if they have an agenda and they push in their mode server, or they have the audacity, they're not rezzing here. Afrun. Okay, at least that's in hand. So they could score out another Tucana here. We could have, the other option is get down Buzzsaw and then Buzzsaw through this. It's really expensive. This is 4 to break. This is 1 to trash. Do you trash this Figatora off the top of R&D into op? In the sort of asset matchups, no. You want them to draw that, and then you just trash it. Unless they're going to put it behind ice, maybe. But trashing off the top of R&D is usually the worst value for a deck that's made of assets. You want them to draw them and spend a click on their turn to install them. So it's a mixed bag. Svi is really important, that's for sure, but I don't think it'd be the closest. Okay, so now we probably want to run that. That's maybe a virus. So we can draw for Boomerang. It's 2 and 32. We've bottomed no cards. Tracking the card bottoming, I'm pretty sure Cyberfeeder's going to do. The other options, we can just draw Buzzsaw and run, but we want to do that with a run event. We've hitting a run event every turn. Hermes is good. Unfortunately here we have to like pay 9 to get through this. Like there's no way around it. We have to run this or it's a disaster. This sucks. This is the downside of Buzzsaw. Obviously here Shibboleth would be better, but we're more likely to play Unity. But this is just very expensive. We don't have a run event. We could have drawn once more there. It might have been correct. So no matter what, we want to get the Tucana down. That's okay. We'll see here if they pop a virus to go get a 2-coster. We want to have a click left, so if they get a Regolith on the table, we can consider dealing with it. Not that money is their biggest issue. Unknown first. It's a virus. That's what we thought. So we're going to trash that, which is fine. We'll trash the Tucana. So now if they're scoring out, they're just scoring out. We can get the Hermes down. So if they fast advance from hand, we get a bounce. I don't mind showing it. We don't have great credits. The chance of them scoring out this turn is non-zero. Tracking TCE bottoming seems like a lot. It does, though. It's good. I think tracking TCA bottoming is super important. It's a thing that if I played in person, I would do. I'm not going to install the Hermes here because I want to be able to play a gamble off the top. And we'd be pretty far away from the gamble. I don't think they're going to fast advance out here unless they have a hostile. And if they have a hostile, I think we'll appreciate parts of that for sure. But this is why flip switch is so good, is we can face check and we don't, like, imagine there was a Stavka here. We literally are not allowed to face check with 2 breakers on the table. Like, flip switch is sick. It's like, it turns off, like the calculation in Netrunner is like, what is the risk versus reward of making a run? And obviously op is one of the big punishers when criminals programs go down like bricks. So yeah, flip switch just absolutely flips the script, pun intended. Spin Doctor. So they have an ice wall in hand. That's on an Afrun. They probably need to get the Afrun back into the deck. Art and flip switch is great too. Yeah. A lot of the early Ashes art isn't my favorite. This one is just like, it is kind of endearing. Art like this is also really strange. Like, I'm not sure what NSG does about this, but like, if this is released in a different language, this is not translated, right? So is there like a reason to not have very English-based stuff? But very vibrant and distinct. Cheez-It is just super goofy. I do think of Bender as well, yeah. So here we want to draw for a run event so we can like Carpe Diem so that we don't have to click for credit for sure gamble. But that's better. So we could install Hermes, Bravado R&D, get a fork. I think that's fine. We have no multi-axes whatsoever. Generally, a lot of Ken decks will play run events like, you know, Maker's Eye. But I think we can afford to do this. We can't break anything, but if they res a face check here, we're likely to let it fire. Like, we're not going to Kurapira through a Sandstone. We would Buzzsaw through a Magnet. Yeah, so this is fine. We'll just wear this thing down. Okay. So we have a click left. If we go back through here, we break it still for a lot. It's hard to fix that. We could run HQ. This is probably the Ice Wall, which is a pretty bad res, or the Afrun. So we could run HQ here, last click. I think that's fine. If it's a border control, they could do the Shuffle Spin Doctor calibration testing. That's a really bad thing. At least at that point, they'd only be on 1 credit. So I'm going to go for it. We always contest this. I don't think we want to. It might be an agenda. But at least with the Hermes now, actually this is bad because if it's an agenda, Hermes would bounce it open. I think this is more likely a Rashida. But like allowing them to res all their central ice the turn before Hermes is not good. Admittedly though, if they res this, financially they have issues. Okay, get lucky here. We know maybe Ice Wall in here. So is this the Afrun? Bummer. We have 2 doofs. They might matter. Let's see if this is Rashida. Above the Law is the worst case here, I think. But Sandstone, again, we have to boost to 4. So it's 4 cards to break a Sandstone, which is pretty good. It gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. But it's hard to make a single axis run unless we're really counting on our Hermes, which we could. It's just like we really need our Takobi because then farming this actually makes sense. Then we break Hordem from 1 instead of 4. This is a board state where like Turbine is much better than Takobi. Yeah, we'll see. My coffee was room cold. Let's see what they do here. Again, single axes are actually relatively good against op on the basis that a lot of these decks run like 10 to 12 agendas and then they opt out from R&D. So seeing the top of R&D is usually a 1 in 4 more than a 1 in 5. Some decks are worse than others. The Jai Kanad deck is like relatively soft on R&D. So here, if they want to do anything, they didn't res. Are you able to tell us if you have spoilers for the upcoming spoiler season? Yeah, 100%. Spark, we do have spoilers. We'll have the video out on next Wednesday. Yeah, totally. Take your time. So we do. I've done little hints about what they are. Obviously, I can't say more than that. I think I've said that 2 of the cards are unique. But there's a video coming out tomorrow morning. It's not the spoilers video. It's just a video about Rebellion Without Rehearsal. Just make sure. Sandstone's a cool card. Simple, flavorful, proves interesting to play. Yes, I really like the sign on Sandstone. Having 2 types of counters on the same card hasn't been a problem. But yes, I do like the... I think Sandstone is really, really cool. It's surprising that we haven't seen more like this. And Wayland caring about viruses, right? It's actually kind of surprising, considering that like the only cards I think in other factions that care about viruses have been Shinteki cards. They spin, then they're going to mandatory? No, they've already mandatoried. Why are they spinning here? Is there Spin Doctrine Server 3? Oh, no, they're going to go get something. Yeah, they're trashing the Sandstone to get a Tucana here for the SEF. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's a cool play. Envelopment is kind of like Sandstone. Yes, but power counters versus virus counters is obviously a huge difference. Imagine purging and you destroy your thing. So we lost Carmen and sure Gamble. Gamble's a bigger of a bummer. Mind you, keeping extra programs in hand is a bit of a risk because now we don't have a Carmen. We only have 1 more in the deck. So pre-installing your programs actually makes a bit of sense because you can lose them to tithes or to damage. Why did that happen? Oh, because of Tucana. Yeah, right. So here we can bounce HQ. We can also challenge the Tucana. They're going to win in 2 turns, but they just don't have the money for it. So I'm going to bounce this, I think. They haven't rezzed it for a while, but like we're not in a great spot. Draw for a sick run event. Yeah, draw for a run event. I don't love Carpe Diem. Only Wanton still existed. Yeah, imagine here you hit them with a... What's it called? A burner. Hit HQ. Oh, sick. Yeah, we're so good. I think we played a run event every turn besides... Okay, well, that's there. I think that the ice that they're not raising on HQ is probably the second ice wall because they don't want us to farm Kurapira. So here we probably just cycle the class acts. It costs 4, but I think we need the burst of value right now. Yeah, we need something like this because they could push out a hostile here and then win in 2 turns. Our Hermes hasn't been doing much for us, but I'm pretty sure that was an ice wall. Yeah, hostile. Fuck. They're on game point here. Now they're going to be on 7. We're going to have bad publicity. So we have so much work to do and we've been struggling. We have our twinning, but it just seems a little... We are so far behind. We are so far behind. We have to add this to hand too. This is so bad. Okay, the doof is terrible. What's Carmen? Break for 5? We have bad publicity. Let's keep that in mind. So the best we can do here is install twinning, install Boomerang, C2, and R&D. But this play assumes that they have Audacity and an agenda in hand. Or this is the way that they get back into the game. Even if we manage to diversion them, we could use an inside job. It wouldn't be that great, but we definitely would have wanted an inside job sooner than later. The pinholes is like the biggest thing. If the Tucana didn't fire, like, you know how good Tucana is? Install and res a thing when they're scoring out. Oh man, it's so good. Right? Like generally you expect them to score out and then have an open HQ. Like that's the trade-off. But here, no, I'm just going to get 7 credits and get a nice on HQ. Like it's absurd. So yeah, we're getting crushed. It also plays around Hermes so well. So I think we have to like install the twinning, Boomerang, C2 on R&D. We have to make them stop drawing a 3/2, but I'm assuming they either have a slash and burn in hand or an audacity and a 3/2. So then ideally maybe we just flush HQ. Doofum doesn't stop them winning if they have audacity, right? Because if they go down to 1 credit, they do still install advanced audacity. So like we still lose to the Doofum. We threw this game by running the border control on turn 2 or turn 3. We should have respected it, but I did not expect this deck. Yeah, Tucano is just so good. I like the card a lot. One of my favorite cards in the set by a mile. Art's fantastic also. Like Liga only does 1 art per set. I reckon Liga is pretty expensive at this point, but like good, well placement of a good Liga art. Cannot ask for better. I played a lot of Audacity. FAing from 1 credit is so foul. It's something. If there's more ways to disrupt hand, not that I'm happy about that, but hey, burner, right? Like burner's the best way to disrupt Audacity fast events in like 3 different angles. So now we have to hope our multi-axis wins, which is like unlikely. We're not going to use these credits. We just have to go for like whatever we can do. Should we use 2 counters on this? Yeah, it'll be fine. We're gonna have another counter next turn. Should we draw for a run event here? I think we have bigger problems. Unban Clan Vengeance, you cowards. If unban Clan Vengeance took a click, maybe. Extract, hedge fund. That's not good. That's pretty bad. We've also just shuffled, so the cards that we bottomed are now more in rotation. So there's like some timing structure there, but it's very likely we lose here because I don't know if you make the hostile play unless you have it in hand. At least we know that they're not drawing particularly well for a bit. That's probably game. Yeah. Just running border control eyes click is probably an issue that is worth respecting, especially with Rashida. Just came home after playing my 5th Netrunner game in person. Easy system, can't wait. In the mood for some more. Good thing you're on. Yo, Nightfalls, how'd it go? So we have no idea what this is. You can't really lock R&D. This is the thing that we ran into. I was watching Sokka, not streaming, but the VOD yesterday, and I think it's something he might have missed as well, is that you can't lock R&D if you think it's Rashida, because they can just shuffle with Rashida, so you can't win. Now, if this is an agenda, it easily could be. We have Carpe Diem. If it goes basically anywhere besides HQ, we're okay with it. If we're drawing, we have 2... We could consider diversioning here, but I don't think we can afford to do it. But if we like top deck boomerang diversion, that's our whole turn. And so if it's a Rashida, they still probably win. Now, if it's just an agenda remote server, like this is the sort of play that I think they can make on the basis that they understand that even if we steal this agenda, they probably still win the game. So running R&D and seeing a run, and mind you, we have bad publicity, and bouncing either this or this is reasonable. If it's a Rashida, they'll just pre-res it though, which is a problem. So I think we're going to draw once, and then we're going to hopefully Carpe Diem R&D. So I think we'll Carpe Diem R&D. Bioban's Carmen interaction is pretty good too, but I don't think we are ready to pay 5 credits to break a Winchester. As much as we could let the hardware go down. Let's roll R&D on this. Run HQ. Bummer. Maybe we should have played around that. One is PD against Andre because he didn't force me to res any ice on my agenda server. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah. Forcing res is really important. It's a thing that you learn really quickly. Like, you don't have that much money. It's a good thing to learn that fast. Glad that worked out. So, if we buy a Ben's R&D, I think it's the best we have. We'll be down on 6 credits. We break this for, it'll be 4 strength, so 3/4 minus bad publicity. And then we can just hopefully draw and just slam down something. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. It was his 3rd game ever. Nice. Buy R&D for twinning and bounce Tucana. We can't bounce Tucana, but bouncing server 3 is important, yeah. The thing is, like, we know what the next card is on R&D. So, like, this axis only sees 1 new card. Oh, actually, yeah, we have to install with Biobands for it to see a card. Because we know the next card is a hedge fund or an extract or something. So we have to get an installable here. Boomerang on HQ is not the worst. Not great. Oh, okay, Andre. You mean, yeah. René Louis. Yeah. So we want to see another card here. We have to install something for 1 less. So we can install the Boomerang. We could Boomerang this and run it. It's going to be pretty expensive because we can't get through the Hordem. So the other option is that we could Boomerang the Hordem and run it. That might be all right. We strand a Boomerang probably, but I think it's probably a bit better. Because running through HQ here, we'd have to do a trace. Losing a hardware is not the end of the world. So we can do the trace on this. You can install Carmen for 2 credits also. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that's probably better unless we want to challenge the server. I think you're just flexing on Andre. Thinking, I think it might be better to get the boomerang. I just don't know if we run HQ for a while because we know that there was like ice wall. Well, no, I think they trashed it, but we want to lock R&D. I don't think we have a big reason to run HQ unless it is a diversion. But even diversioning them when we know they have an extract is like really, really dodgy. So I don't think we need the Carmen. I think we want the boomerang, and then we want to be able to challenge this because maybe if they res this, they can't. Rashida though. I'm gonna do this, but I think you're right. It's interesting. One. I did that wrong. Sorry. Spent so much time thinking about it. I installed it manually instead of through the biobands prompt, so that's on me. Boomer the Horde him, force him to spend credits. Yeah, that's exactly the line that I think I'm gravitating towards. Sorry, this should be a 2. Right? Wait, did I F everything up? I think I messed everything up. Oh, this is bad. We might need to undo turn. Yeah, because I did undo click on the install. My undo click fixed the install from hand. Yeah, that's on me. Okay, so the only problem is that we have to roll the same mark with Carpe Diem. So what was our turn? It was Carpe Diem draw. Run archives, I'm not going to because RNG. Baya bands there. Yeah, we drew from Baya. It's okay. It's not going to change what we're going to install. But there's math on Corpier and Sandstone that would be different. Okay, draw 2. Install card. We have to hit this. Carmen. 1. So that hits the twinning. We'll see the top card at hedge fund. So they have extract in hand and we have a thimble rig. That's the worst case scenario. I was meant to install the boomerang. What have I done? I'm not fixing that again. Okay, but clearly we were meant to boomerang run this. So that's really quite bad. I can run archives to see what these cards are. That's maybe something, but yeah, we goofed that up. We were meant to put the boomerang on the Hordem and then run it to force them to res this. Ideally, they're spending something between 3 and 4 credits, which puts them on 3, which probably doesn't put them off fast advance, but there's a chance. We didn't have money though. So if this doesn't end the run, yeah, we messed that up. I'm not undoing it. Oh, you can manual merc? Cool. I didn't know that. So this run is just to get a flip. There might be an agenda, an Afro and Magnet. Okay. So that's probably the game. But yeah, we messed that up real bad. We probably should be drawing here anyways, not running archives. Yeah, Rashida. So we can't lock the deck if they shuffle here. Did they? They declined the shuffle. Honestly, think that you should shuffle here because then they draw unknown cards. Because here they only saw 2 cards. They had Audacity in hand. That makes sense. We got bodied. We got super, super bodied. Good game. Yeah, that last click border control was super wrong. I was saying that not a lot of people are on Cali testing. Yeah, you don't run border control last click. I think you saw one of my... Yeah, right? Yeah, right. Was there anything good in there at all? So we didn't see Debbie. Debbie here would have been reasonable because we've been playing a run event every turn and just running through Sandstone is good. I'm surprised they didn't shuffle. I think you want to shuffle there on the Rashida. I think that's a way that you can break lock. Okay, yeah, that tracks. Thanks for the aim, eh? But yeah, brutal. Really, really brutal. Last click border control. We tilted a bit. But if we had, like, again, if you just have Pinel, if we can deal with this. Hordem's a really good card right now because Buzzsaw is a not uncommon breaker. Yeah. Hey, cheers. You too. All right. Totally bodied. Ken was fine. How much credits did Ken get of us? I should actually do a Ken counter. 1 unbroken. Oh, hold on. That's not gonna work. Okay. So Ken got us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not the worst, but you say that, and then you realize if you rocked up with Los, we would have got more credits than Ken. Like, unironically, I think if you get an early DJ Fenring into Los is actually really good into Tucana op, which is most ops. Like, as if Ken feels good here, Los actually feels better. Like, Los in a lot of op games gives you like 16 credits because they're rezzing ice constantly on extract turns and on their turns, or on your turns, or sorry, on their Tucana turns. So that wasn't good, but we goofed that and it slid poorly. I've really enjoyed this Ken list. When you get early in Miami, you print a lot of money. Dan, how's it going? How many credits did Debbie get you? Yeah, we'll figure that one out soon. Don't worry. Also, Dan, congratulations on you did really well on the world's prediction, if I'm not mistaken. Bummer. We'll get it. Ken felt okay. It's just that Ken didn't feel as good as other things that play very similar decks. Like, there's a big chance we can just change the ID, cut to influence, and we'd probably have a more consistent deck. Thule. Okay, well, find the 1 copy of distributed tracing or whatever. Thanks, you too. So most Thule decks are like the horizontal acid decks. Having like click compressed economy is pretty good. This hand is actually really sick. I'm not too plugged into what those acid decks look like, but we have an early Paladin, we have an early Sure Gamble. We just want to not be running last click and see if they're like install 3 assets or not. Looks like this is Barf Thule, which is pretty tricky, but really hard to play in the meta right now, considering there's a lot of imp out there. Did they release the world's prediction stats? Yeah, Solum did. It's on, what's it called? Oh, maybe you haven't seen it. But the results here, it came in second. If that's you, right? I'm pretty sure that's you. So well done. I'll put the link here. Yeah, so I'm starting to put them together. So we want to check one of these. We get Dirty Laundry here. I think it's relatively safe. Hendrik is like a bit annoying, but we probably want to check 2 of these if we can. It's a Spin Doctor. Yo, sick. Yeah, right? So the results have to be retallied. You were actually in second, I think, twice. We'll trash the Maryland. Trashing their money is really important. They can shuffle that back in, but it was negative tempo for them. So we're going to check one more, and then we're going to install Paladin. We want to find a Rashida here, a Regolith, anything that gives money, because Thule doesn't. That's a Rashida. I don't want to check last click. This might be just a bad 1-3 agenda, so we'll play Paladin. Nico, okay, so we'll trash that next turn. If they don't have money, they can't really do much. We could get Oppoed here, but it's not that bad. Subliminal. Yeah, this is the issue. Like, we want to run every turn. It's hard to build a board state where you don't want to run every turn, especially when they don't have ice. The cards like Subliminal to me feel super, super extra. Draw. Okay, it's going to be bad for a while. We'll draw again. We have Debbie, but she's not doing anything right now, so we'll definitely take down their 6 credits on a card draw. And then I think we'll just draw a card here. No run event this turn. It is what it is. This is the one breaker we might need to get down early so we don't eat a Jaguarundi. Trank. Okay, cool. That's going to be a bit expensive. Debbie, mind you, we can't cheat out with Paladin, but we definitely need to bring the Tranquility home. Giving them any sort of click compression for a deck that is like really lacking value is super important. Wage, nice. We have more to trash. This is why you play Miss Bones. 2 of Miss Bones is pretty common in most of the like competitive criminal lists. We're going to miss it in this matchup for sure. Draw. Okay, never mind. Let's bring that down. Let's start with server 4. It's not that easy for them to use Wage Workers next turn. I think we're going to start with the Tranquility. Pick one big. Yeah, it's a good top deck. We only have 1 of them in the deck. It's a Hyperloop. Okay, so here we can take a core damage early. I don't think we want to. The chance of this being a Rashida is non-zero. We've seen 1 so far, but I think we can afford this. Problem is Paladin Puemo is going to trash one of our installed cards. We have nothing really in hand to install with Paladin. That's really ugly. So ugly. That's so bad. Okay, so either we lose 8 credits or we lose 3 credits. Okay, Paladin, you're the best. Kat, how's it going? I reckon you've been playing some Ken. What would you recommend? Nico, okay. So Miss Bones, we're just going to trash both of these. Here it's hard to do triple install. If this is the sort of barf decks, like they're usually holding operations in hand. So like running HQ only matters if you have disruption or we have diversion. Both of those are a possibility. Our money is bad. And we can't really bravado safely because they're probably running core damage ice, which you want to avoid. 1 core damage is acceptable. 2 core damage is where it gets really bad. But in the terms of like distributed tracing at the end of line, 2 core damage can be, 1 core damage can actually be dicey. So they're going to have to triple draw. It's hard to run archives. Bendolph. Bendolph. That's a good name. All right. So we're just going to clear the table. How about Embezzle? How about Burner? Embezzle here for operation would be sick. That's a dumpster. That's really cute. Draw for Dirty Laundry. This is not good. So I don't know if we're gonna run that sooner. I just rather keep their economy down. The thing is, like, there's things on the table. Like, if they score an agenda, I don't think we care. Now we have to trash this so they can't score at 4 2s. And with a full hand, they can use Wage Workers a bit better. But here we probably just click for credits. Like, I think we just click for a credit here. Oh, man. Thematically, Embezzle is so fun. It is really quite fun. So I think we're going to throw out the Buzzsaw. They don't seem to be on ice so far. There's a chance that twinning is not important, but it's our only, like, card like that. Like, it's our only multi-axis in the whole damn deck. I'm going to throw out Decoder. I don't think they're on ice. If they're on ice, it's maybe admittedly, maybe a magnet. But yeah, just fundamentals. Ken has fired once. Wait, actually, Ken has fired once. This is where, like, Sable's a bit better. Spin Doctor. Bummer. We're just going to have to do it again. This is the sort of thing that forces people to play, like, you know, value-oriented decks, where like the thing that you're doing here is not making plays, you're just keeping the board down. So anytime you get upset with a boring value-oriented deck, it's because stuff like this too, to some extent. So this is Hendrick into a thing. I don't think we care what it is. If it's Hendrick, we generally don't want to interact with it that well. Why doesn't deck have 42 run events? We have like 18. We have more than you think we do. They might have an agenda in hand, but we don't really want to interact with it. Like, I think the play here is just like take 3 credits and throw out Reprise. Like, I don't think we have to do much here. We could have checked server 9. We probably should, but we want to check Spin Doctor first. Yeah, that's okay. It's credit neutral. So we now want to deal with Spin Doctor first, then the Maryland, and just keep their money down. Admittedly, if you give this deck infinite money, it doesn't always win. But yeah, buckle up. So we're diving deep into the sea. Oh, we didn't run Subliminal. Oh, we should have ran because of Subliminal. I forgot about that. We talked about why wouldn't you run every turn? It's because you forget. So Diversion is good. It would actually be a really good top deck. Class Act would be reasonable too. Run event, any run event would be totally fine. We'd love to run the Maryland. We don't generally play Overclock. Price hits the heap. Somewhere Patrick looks up a cold chill running down his spine. Yeah, I know. I'd love to play it. But like we have no incentive to like trash early agendas. Oh, they overinstalled on something. That's probably to get an agenda out because of Spin Doctor. That's fine. We'll draw for a run event. Oh, that's actually sick. This thing is incredible in Cthulhu. You spend a click to save a click and a credit. Or 2 credits. And we get a credit. It's free. Genuinely really cool card in this matchup. I'm going to play it because it's free. We definitely need to deal with the Maryland. It's a Wage Workers. That matters because they could score out a 4-2. I think we're worried about that as a potential win condition. Do we want to trash the Maryland or not? Their money is good now. I think the difference between 8 and 10 is not too big a deal. But like, are we having fun yet? It's not your opponents. They don't have to make the game fun for you. It's just like big parts of the game stop mattering at this point. No, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It's okay. No fun. It's okay. They're drawing. And the problem too is like trying to win off of points is usually the wrong thing to do because getting to threat 3 really matters for Oppo in this deck. So generally you don't want to try and win. Should direct accesses for the deep 20 dig? It's shuffled back in our deck. We'll draw it again. But like we're so far away from putting this down and wanting to go to multi-axis. But you're right that it's really good for multi-axis. It makes multi-axis playable. But like at some point they'll flood up real ugly. And now if they don't do anything, like we could run to deny Subliminal. I don't think that's worth it. Maybe that's the point. But here we just draw. I can't really afford to install that. If we put down Debbie, it's like hoping it's good. Bravado's probably useless in this matchup, let's be honest. So I think we just do credit. If we install this, we go down to 4. We've already drawn this turn. Yeah, we're not doing anything. The way you explain why you don't want to push the threat 3 sounds like a lot when Spombo was popular. Yeah, and admittedly, it's a similar idea. So you don't want to interact with agendas when the agendas are a bad tempo proposition for you or good for them. But that's the sort of thing is like these decks get eaten by Lou real bad, which is why we don't see them at top tables. Not that I think they're not competent decks, they are. But yeah, now we have to hope they just flood up and have nothing good to do. Because if we walk away from the table, they have a lot of work to do to score to 7. It's like barring MCA austerity. So we don't have much to do. Ideally, we check this, install Class Act, click for credit, click for credit. If it's a Hendrick, we actually should have clicked for credit sooner. Spin Doctor? Malia. That's annoying. So now we just click for 3 credits. That's as much as they did. So we're doing fine. The Maryland will shuffle. That's okay. But now they have a lot of money. So they actually can afford a 7 credit oppo once we hit threat. We don't have the tools to interact with this in a more interesting way than this. Like if we have an imp, you just run HQ turn after turn and just eat a game-winning operation. You have Maw, you just run HQ. Oh, they oppoed us. See, they're getting bored. You generally don't want to oppo like this, but it means that they're getting bored and they're getting flooded, which is fine. Like we just do this. Like, cool. Mauling to last click Class Act could have been disaster. It's not the worst. It's pretty bad though. You're right. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Because they can res Malia before class act draws. So we just pay 4 credit for a brick that filters our draw. But that's the thing, is like they need to start putting cards onto the table and advancing them. Cool. So worst case, we find a 3-2. Like actually putting out their ontological on the table is probably the play. What are we worried about on the table? I think Rashida at this point is really awkward. They have 2 wage workers out, which are kind of important. We've seen no MCA. We can check one of these. I think if it's a 4-2, we're actually kind of upset because then we actually have to deal with Oppo. If we trash a card, we also have to worry about the sort of riot suppression. We'll check one of these and then probably just click for credits. Yeah, this is bad. This is what they should do. This is really good for them. Because now they can Oppo us, so we just need to get enough clicks, and we're going to end up taking 2 core damage next turn. Oh, Maryland. Okay. So now they're going to do riot suppression into riot suppression, and we just have to take core damage. And now we can't play the rest of the game unless every turn that we steal an agenda, we have time to put a class act down, because then we lose to distributed tracing into end of line. Flip switch doesn't do it. Oh, they just distributed tracing us into trash class act? Oh, into hypoxia. So that's not what I was expecting. Generally, when you want to build into the combos, is you do it slightly different than that. This is definitely still annoying because it's doing guaranteed core damage, but they want to give us 2 core damage, so the next time they do distributed tracing into end of line, which is fine. We have 4 hand size here. We'll just remove a tag, credit. They're not doing anything. We actually don't have to run the table anymore. We probably shouldn't have stolen this, and the next time we steal an agenda or trash a card, they'll oppo us for 4 tags. And on the same turn, play riot suppression so that we have to take another core damage, and then we probably lose. And just, at this point, maybe we should go run centrals. I think we probably should. Big deal, they don't have the money. They try and win by kill. It's very hard for them to score out unless it's like MCA austerity. But this is now where like you have to figure out how you're going to try and win because, yeah, there's austerity. So now we have 3 click turns. Doof would be nice. A doof would be okay for our economy. It's not that important for them. But spending 2 clicks to gain 5 would be fine. Oh, we only have one click there. Yeah, it's okay. So now we can let them cook. Imagine being hit with big deal salvo here. I'd be stoked. Because it means this game will be over soon enough. But yeah, no, it's not great. At some point, we have to try and win on centrals and in 1 turn win because we're not going to win. Distribute tracing to Oppo is going to kill us really soon. We need to keep a whole hand size too. So if they score out on the table, I don't think we're worried about it. I don't think there's anything offensive they could do to us. That's actually really important, yeah, if we do the twinning. But we could direct access HQ. The problem is we don't want to steal agendas because then Oppo is online. But this card is our ace. I think we don't need breakers anymore. This is the old, what if I could win as a corp by keeping the runner from playing the game strat? Yes, Graham, how's it going? We've seen other HB decks like this, but any sort of disruption eats this deck a bit, which is a bit, problem. But like, that's just to be clear, the reason why we're not running centrals is unless we win in a single turn, it's not good for us. So I'm just going to do that. Maybe we should be drawing more. I think we actually should be drawing more. We probably don't need the breakers. So they can score out from hand here if they wanted to with MC austerity. If they actually transition and start scoring out points, I'd be happy. And there might be a lot of points in archives. I don't think these decks are often on on brain, the Nightmare Archives, which is fine. Okay, they're austeritying this turn, so they can score out a 4-2, which is totally fine. That's great. They need to do this. Isn't that every corp strat? No. The sort of like, you can't play the game versus I'm just going to do something quicker or I'm going to produce forks. That's different. Saving the direct access for running the bin at some point is not a big idea. It's not, how's it going? I think that's probably what we have to do. I think they're more likely to keep their stuff in hand. But again, we don't have to do much because there's going to be a couple turns before they can possibly win. And we just need to wait for them to flood and the agendas to go somewhere. I think one of these could be a spin doctor. I don't know what's on top of an upgrade. It looks like a Hendrick that did not pop off. I wish we had a way to build the twinning. Now, the thing about Thule too is an additional cost. Excuse me, it's not an additional cost. So very specifically, you have to pay it. So you can't decide not to, which would be good. So on one single turn, we basically want to sweep HQ and then run archives. It could be this turn, but I'm pretty sure there's a spin doctor on the table. We have to deal with Ikua for sure. Playing this actually could easily cost us the game. Like if we just steal an agenda, we lose the game. So I'm going to do it because I'm tired of sitting back and doing nothing, but this is generally how they grind you down. We'll find an oppo here, Maryland. Okay, that's fine. So we've got 2 Ken triggers all game. Hermes is okay. Pretty rough right now. Oh, bye. Hopefully you're feeling better, eh? No one's preventing you playing, just the optimal strategy is not to engage? Yes, 100%. The optimal strategy is not to play. Okay, Takobi is more useless than Carmen. Yeah, the thing is, like, this is beatable. You just need tech, right? Like, if you have no free lunch instead of flip switch, you're pretty okay into this matchup. If you have any way to destroy things, you're fine. Not Illuminal. Onto, fine. So now, in theory, they can threaten to win off the table, which is what they need to do. So we don't know what server 16 is, but we have to win this turn. So I'm going to start by ontologicaling archives. We'll see what we get here. Oh, we win the game. Oh, good game. Yeah, they're flooded. And that's the thing, is if we don't do anything, they don't do anything. Good game. Thanks for the game. Right? Just do nothing. Literally do nothing. Keep them down until it gets out of control, but like then do nothing. And you see, this is what they want to do. Like, if you steal small agendas, it's so bad for them. For what it's worth, we actually did not need to have the direct access there. Obviously, it helps, but we would have just won in one run. And the less you do, the more they flood up, and then they have to throw their cards out. Great. We played 3 cards with Ken. Technically dodged 3 core damage, though. Yeah. Hey, good game. It seems like Sabotage and our Deep Dive decks would be stronger against this. Deep Dive is actually kind of difficult, because it's hard to make 3 runs on central servers and still deep dive unless you're going to like just take as much core damage and win that turn. And if that's the case, you're probably going to lose the deep dive. Yeah, and direct access is good in like the tempo Thule decks. Like Solomir had that, like, what's it called? Stock buyback deck from the last meta. And like, I love that deck. And then, because the idea is that in that deck, Thule is just a really annoying tax where they run the remote server, pay to your ice to steal a 1-pointer, and then they spend a click and 2 credits. Like, it just makes all those trades really bad. And then you ran a bunch of 1-pointers and then bluffed out 2-pointers on the table. And that made a lot of sense with stock buyback back in the day. But then I know I played against Julien locally, Isaru, and he was playing like Hoshiko with 2 direct accesses, and it was so annoying because it just kept coming. It kept coming. All right, I hope we get to do Ken stuff this time. Yeah. And I it's like a weird complaint, and right, like I don't know how to actually, you know, marry these 2 ideas together. But the thing that I don't like with corp decks is when they invalidate what your runner deck is trying to do. Like, obviously not running ice is an interesting way to tackle the meta, but like what our ice deck did, kind of not as bad as like PE that's just trying to grind you on damage. It's like you don't need to play most of your cards. Okay, this is probably generalist good stuff. So cool. We have an early buzzsaw. Hey, thanks. You too. Our hand is all right. We have Mystic, Baya. That's good. We'll run whatever's open. Early buzzsaw is okay for contesting. A Gatekeeper will let fire, then a Magnet. That's okay. Yeah, it's a weird thing, right? Like, I love playing against PD. If Netrunner's only playing against PD, like, I'm excited. That's a problem because it forces you to do like the regular stuff on tempo, and you can still do cool tricks into PD, but it's so weird. It's weird how I've poisoned my own brain to be like, oh, PD, sick. Yeah, strange. I don't know. It's a hard thing to rectify, but I like decks in which like I don't know. It's like the alternate win condition thing. Hear me out. So NSG has said in the upcoming set there's an alternate win condition. And I know a lot of people are stoked for it. I know this came up. Neon Static podcast, they say alternate win conditions. That's the most cool thing in Netrunner. But hear me out. I don't like alternate win conditions. I really don't. I think Sabotage is technically an alternate win condition, but it's just pressure. But I think people are forgetting how damn good Netrunner is. And generally making a win condition that's more interesting or more exciting or more interactive than the core game of Netrunner we all love is so damn difficult that if you ask me, alternate win condition, I honestly get more scared than excited. Because as soon as we're doing something that is like basically ignoring the majority facets of the part of the game that we all agree is pretty sick, it worries me. You actually need to just do a room and play PD for PD for a week. We're going to face check here. There's no bad face check besides an MIC they can't afford. Gatekeeper, we want to get it out of the way. Banged it. Fantastic. That means we actually can challenge this. It's more likely to be a Rashida. If it's what's it called? Tranquility is fine. But what we can do here is we can dirty laundry R&D. That will put us up on 9 credits. We can get access. Then we can install a buzzsaw and we can run this. The other option is buy a banding, but that actually puts us negative on money. So I'm going to do this. It lets us not to play what's called Mystic. But if you deal with the early Rashida in HB, you kind of win the game. That's not right. Drafter, good to know. Alternate win conditions could be a good way to balance the meta in a rock, paper, scissors way. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm not super alternate win condition. Like, we've seen decks that have alternate win conditions in which they basically try not to interact with the core parts of Netrunner. And they're not fun. They're just combo decks. Yeah, they're Rashid. Okay, so they lost a lot on that. Is Laundry HQ more interesting or not worth the risk? I don't think it's worth the risk. They were on 2 credits, actually. No, on 2 credits, I think you're right, Conan. I didn't respect it. I didn't see on 2 credits. On 2 credits, there's no ice they're playing that keeps us out. I think HQ Dirty Laundry there was way better. It was only slightly more risky, but not a lot less riskier. So I think you're right. It would have been better to go HQ there. I did not consider the credit total. That's a good shout. Carper's always been to have a unique game plan, and Runner has been tools to mess up that plan. Yeah. Or just like to play the sort of EV odds. They know we can run this, so probably not something good. Alternate win conditions can be really difficult to balance. Yeah, Spoon, I agree. And I'm more, what's the word? It's like sort of between, I want to say intrepid. Maybe I'm just thinking tepid, but like I'm apprehensive about the idea of a new win condition because if it's powerful and it's good, like the last new win condition we saw, and not that NSG didn't learn anything from this or can do better and or worse, is like we saw the win condition of Dr. Viench and Keeling. Not a fun win condition. I honestly don't think Borehole's a fun win condition. I think here we could buy a Bands the Mystic. Our credits are not very good, but we want to do something on tempo. We know Drafter and HQ. I don't know what this is. We can check it. We could buy a Bands this, though. This costs 1 credits. It drops us to 1. We could trash only Rashida. If it's a Malapert, it becomes really annoying. I think I'm just going to go R&D. I don't love this buy a Bands play. It gets the Mystic down cheap, but whatever. Back to DLR, but DLR is actually really interesting because there's a lot of interaction attached to DLR decks. Like the corporation actually has a lot of decisions to deal with it. You're right. DLR is the closest to an alternate win condition I like, and I like DLR, which is weird. I can't marry those 2 ideas together. I like Borehole. I think it'd be fun if it was a little better. I don't think losing to something slowly that you see, I don't know. Maybe the idea is if you have Borehole, you could have scored out agendas. It's just more fun to the problem with Borehole is like it centers around playing 5-3 keep away, which that's not my jam. Seamless. Okay. So we can't really check this because the way that we did things to ourselves. We could run HQ here. If they have an agenda and they jammed it, it's like such a ridiculously cool play. So we could, our money's bad. We definitely need this bravado to land. We could check server 1 and play around Rashid a bit. I like win conditions that involve playing the game. Re-education spike, for instance. You like that one. I think that one's on the edge. But those are not, yeah, those are win conditions. I'm assuming an NSG says a new win condition. They're not talking about like Neurospike. They're talking about like, oh, this has text on it that says if you do this, win the game. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what they mean. Like, Vench and Keeling doesn't say that text, but Borehole does. I think we're going to see a card like that, which scares me. I'm going to pay 1 for this. It's not that expensive. It deals with only Rashida. We can't deal with anything else, but we need to deal with it. Yeah, that's probably what made sense. We probably should have respected that. So next turn, we want to either buy a Bands for free or probably Bravado. I don't think we did a good job there. Always had a thing for mill strategies. I'm not a mill guy, but DLR was fun because you inherently had to go tag me. And so there was like tension about credits and then when to check archives. Like it was a bit more nuanced than it might just look. Doesn't Borehole make the runner lose the game? Yes. How did the Thule game go? We made like 6 runs. We stopped running and clicked for cards for a couple turns and we just ran archives and won when they were on game point. We disagree that I find Keeling far more interesting than DLR. I think losing to DLR is more exciting than losing to Keeling. I totally understand on both sides of the table how people could like it. Okay, so this is probably a drafter, which is fine. Using a flip switch on a drafter is relatively good. If they had an agenda, they wouldn't want to jam it. They've gone through about 10 cards. So assuming there's 2 agendas in HQ is really reasonable. So I think we're actually going to do flip switch, credit, Bravado HQ, and hope that they res here. Who cares if the drafter fires? There's just Rashid and R&D. Wait, actually, but Ian, they have a mallet. They have a mallet. They have a trank. I don't know. I care. I definitely care. Oh, so we don't know what that is. Could be a second drafter. If you steal 7 points of agendas, win the game. My worry is the alt win condition won't be interactive. Yes, that's my worry too. Is that it won't be interactive. Or interactive in a way that is like soft interactive. So they have drafter, seamless. They're not jamming. Like, we really should run HQ again here. The chance of them not having agenda is too low. We're not respecting Ikawa here, but this is just a good run. Seamless. Damn. Okay. Snare. If you take an 8-click turn with the hardware installed, win the game. Yeah, that's not interactive though, right? Like, it's just people hoarding. cybernetics or whatever, right? Like that's the sort of thing I don't want. That's exactly the good representation of what I don't want. Sure, you go trash the grid with the biobands. I totally forgot that had text that does that. Yeah, I think that's right, but we've already played a run event this turn. Yeah, I think we might be a bit too late on that. I think you're right. We can poke the opponent in the chest, aka a la Twilight Struggle. Is that a card? Okay, so this is probably drafter into something. Yeah, you're right. We probably should bring the I totally forgot biobands does this. I'm like so trying to just install cards. We need a class act. That's not good. Now they put something in the remote server that they didn't do last turn, so they top deck this. Imagine playing Ken when you can play Zaya. Honestly, disgusting. Eric, we're trying to play Debbie, and we have 2 copies. She's never hit the table. It's been really bad. Thinking. Do you smile every time, Eric, that people call that the White Blade deck and not the Rangi deck? Rangi deck. See, now it's a Mass Effect board game. Oh, at Solomir. Take your time, thank you. 17 influence, yeah. All right, so we could face check into this, and we're assuming they're gonna res a drafter. It's an okay trade for a flip switch. Not great, but okay. That forces their money down, which is good, but we don't want to biobands it because we're not getting it through. Let's draw once. Okay, Carpe Diem on Centrals is like whatever. Here we definitely need card draw. Let me draw again. Oh, we can turn off PD. They have to discard their hand size. We'll run server 1. I'm pretty sure we want to force reses. It's funny because Ranji and I Def worked on it together, but I played way more than he did in events. Def shared custody. I've went to calling it the Ian deck just to like I like Ian. He's a nice guy. It's gonna be playing a Debbie deck this week on stream, but in Shaper. Cool. Yeah. Okay. There's the drafter. We don't want to let that fire. Hedge fund coming back. Rashida on the table is unlikely. The question is whether firing a drafter here is worse, and I honestly think firing a drafter here might be okay. If our goal was to threaten a hedge fund, threaten an economy, the hedge fund back in hand is not fantastic. But I think keeping the flip switch here might be reasonable. I think we can just let that fire. Like, we knew what that is. We're not running last click, so they're not gonna put an agenda on the table. F it. This line kind of means is predicated on us trashing the Trank Grid, though. We might. I've never created a deck in my life. It's okay because Ranji's deck is now named after Cable Carnage. Oh, fantastic. Very good. Sable Carnage. They're all just Ranji decks. I think most decks now are just Ranji decks. We'll just call them those. Hey, wake up. The new Ranji deck just dropped. So they could install a defensive upgrade on top of this. We've seen a fair bit of their hand. So hedge fund back. And that gives them Trank value. Like, this is kind of not great. We're just trying to be aggressive. The problem is, like, we don't have a lot of capitalization on this hand with aggression. And mind you, having 120 in a 40 card deck in Zaya versus 120 in Ken, it's different. It's different, let alone 46 cards. Don't worry about it. I don't like our last couple turns. I don't think we played them particularly well. Rashida from Archives. So it just gives us a goal to do. Oh, that's the worst case scenario. That's the really, really bad case scenario, because this is probably a Managarm now. Hopefully it's a Mavirus, but this is really quite bad. Oh, shit, that was bad. That was the worst drafter fire I've fired in a long time. It's just one. It's just one. But you can do it. Yeah, it's 2 credits or draw 1. It's an easy fix. Not using flip switch? Nah, we decided we'd fire it, hoping that there was an asset or something in there. I was considering using a flip switch, but I thought we wouldn't want to. Because I was assuming that was actually something in a remote server that wasn't an upgrade, so they wouldn't put the Rashid on top of it. So we got punished by that pretty hard. We decided to go a bit aggro here. So now if it's a Manny, we probably have to pay 5, 6. You can, if you just give yourself click, it'll and then draw, that works. Or / draw 1, I think. So flip, yeah. It's cool to switch. That's what it means. Yeah, no problem. All right. Things got bad to worse. The best case here is I'm a virus, or they feel like they have to res a Anoetic. That would be good. This Managarm is an investment for them. Yeah, it's a bit of an investment. The things that we pay for Managarm, we can only trash the Rashida, which would probably be all right. Yeah, that's fine. We're just going to trash the Rashida. Like, so we have to access all of them. I'm not going to, but technically you have to access all of them. And now we can at least Carpe Diem for like value. It's a 6 credit play. They can't really res that much. We have flip switch. It's archives. Will we run it? Yeah, it's cool to click buttons. Wait, Violi, how's it going? Is 6 credits for Rashida worth it? On the way things are going for them, yeah, maybe. Like clearly they drew, so I think they're expecting it. We had the bounce back. It's kind of hard to tell. The fact that this deck doesn't have Pinhole makes the Manic Arm like really annoying. Oh yeah, they had Hedge Fund in hand too. Yeah, maybe it wasn't. I don't like how we've been playing. I'm maybe a bit on tilt because we've been messing up the last couple turns. Don't they just get jammed next turn to get money hedge? Yeah, I forgot they had hedge. Them jamming though was not guaranteed because it was a couple turns where they didn't Tranquility, but like we've totally left off our pressure. Hey, Tread. I was the op from 30 minutes ago. I was wondering if shuffling Rashid is correct the last turn since I had Atlas in hand, was hoping to draw Dasti for slash and burn. If I was holding a Dasti, I'd shuffle for sure. My situation didn't know was that. Oh, hey, good shout out. Yeah, that's a really good point. If you were looking for a non-trashable, like not an agenda, you shouldn't shuffle. And if you're looking for an agenda, you obviously do shuffle because we lock the deck. So I think that's reasonable. Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. I think it's just random at that point. But yeah, it's more likely that it's not an agenda. Yeah, that's cool. Good game, by the way. We got absolutely bodied. Speaking of getting bodied, this is not going well. Okay, so we buy bands. Running centrals is really hard because we haven't produced the correct breaker. We don't know what either of these are. We know they have seamless in hand, so they're going to score out a tempo positive agenda at this point. Forcing a res here, if they actually like overextend and spend like 6 credits on a res, we're relatively happy, but otherwise it's pretty tricky. Hey, just joined what I missed. Short ear. We've been trying Debbie. We had a big news section. This is our like a third Debbie game. Debbie hasn't shown up. Hopefully you're doing well. It's weird since Slash and Burn's my other out though. I need a higher mathematician for this. Yeah, that's true. If you wanted to draw Slash, then maybe you do shuffle. But I think the shuffling there, you might as well do it if you're not going to op. Because it doesn't have a huge impact on the odds. Like just saying that because we didn't steal it is as equally likely as it's not. Because if it was an agenda, I would have stolen. So it's just unknown cards regardless. It's a math problem, I think. Play Cute Loop as. We're going to get there. Okay, Bioman's Archives, don't love it. We'll do it worst case. Boomerang, again, we could do like Boomerang, Bioman's. I only want to get access once we have Hermes down. Like getting a Hermes down would be sick, because if they seamless out and they don't double seamless, Luminal will ruin us. Get us a Hermes. There's no way that's playable right now. Unless we just like full send it. Like we could full send it R&D. We're pretty sure this is a drafter. And then we could reprise, which would be sick. You think what I'm thinking? Direct access seems to show up more than Debbie. I know it's a 1-up, but we do shuffle it back. So it's technically an infinite of. It actually makes a credit too with Mystic. Okay, our lines are we could. I want to run, I think R&D more than HQ. I think they've actually had a drought of agendas considering they wanted to draw. So I think they're looking for something to jam. So I think their density in R&D is a bit higher than it looks like. We could do Boomerang run, but if we can't reprise because we didn't steal. So the other option is just to run and say that we have flip switch, assuming this is the second drafter, which is kind of what I'm hoping. And if that's the case, we'll probably flip switch out. I think that's maybe the best we have. It forces a res, which is like not great, but we don't have a Hermes. But we'll see here. One card in the hand is seamless. Yeah, that's the only thing we know is seamless in hand. So now if they res this, there's a chance that they think we can contest this with an inside job if this is like a 6-cost ice, right? So they sometimes have to be a bit careful, but also we're not playing inside. We're not playing pinhole. I don't know if this is the Ken deck I would build this way. Inside job is just so good, especially when you're just like playing twinning. We're going to play Mercury, right? It's just inside job centrals. It's a drafter. Yeah, we're going to flip switch this one. For what it's worth, we don't have a great way of dealing with drafter at all until we get down our Takobi. It's basically just Boomerang. Now, if we run HQ here, I'm not sure what we're worried about. But like, it's just the steal. Like here, I think we have to buy a band's archives just to get the Ken value. We'll draw 2. Oof. So probably install the Kurapura. It's not a breaker we need. We pay 2 for this thing. We're expecting their barriers only to be Brawn, maybe a border controls, and or Hagen, which is bad on both fronts. So like installing this doesn't really do that much for us. I'm going to do it, but I'm not going to like it. Boomerang, I don't want to install last click because it gives them a whole turn to react to it, let alone trash the ice. Like last click Boomerang is a really rare play to make sense. It's like one of the worst things you can do is like last click Hippo, last click Boomerang, because you're basically passing the turn and say you have 3 clicks to make this not a problem for you. And there's some board states where that's harder than others, and the Boomerang is the only place it makes sense. But this is probably not one of those spaces. If we didn't have Carpe Diem, like maybe, because we need to make a pressure run here, but now running HQ makes sense because they just drew 4 cards and their flood probably broke, or sorry, their drought probably broke. My assumption is they have agendas on remote. Me too, but not really. Apparently not, but now running HQ is really good. So it's hard for them to defend both servers unless they like play YDL here, another hedge fund. Ice Archives, I think that's fine. I think we've played most of our like make a bad run to get value cards. So that just spreads them out a wee bit. I think that's fine. So a diversion would be relatively okay here. We know they have seamless. We need to go HQ. Like here we just do boomerang HQ. Do we just carpe diem? I'm gonna carpe diem. I'm gonna carpe diem. Get me HQ. HQ. No. That's fine. We'll just run HQ. They kind of have to res here. We don't have Hermes. We probably should be drawing for Hermes more than that. This is an agenda. Can we contest this? Not really. I don't think they have agendas in here. Why would they not res? I don't think I have to deal with the second Managarm. This is an absolute disaster. Not a great draw. We need Class Act. We cut an Earthrise. We played 2 Baya. They'll probably seamless out here. And the fact that we don't have a Hermes is not great as much as we resed. ADT. Okay, that's not good. Let's see what they get. Putting a card in the server 1 actually might be one of the better things for them. Like just getting an agenda in server 1's probably important. They didn't res on HQ, which maybe this means this is expensive, but I don't know. It's frightening because that might be the only agenda they've seen in the top 20, 18 cards, I guess. I feel like Ken's ability is not giving us the value to play the game the way we want to. I don't think we played this perfectly, but like, yeah, I'm not feeling the 17 influence. I'm not feeling the like 3 extra credits we've gotten are not that important. Like that's a cool thing with Zaya. Like it values for you to get single runs, and Ken does, but it's actually hard to play a lot of run events if you don't know you're going to make successful runs, right? This is cool. So ADT looks at the top 5. They can install and res any of those, and you can also get an agenda or an asset. Now they'll know the top of R&D, right? I'm not sure if they tell us which card they install. So like I installed the first or the second. Installing the first is actually really interesting, especially if it goes in the remote server. The game was lost on the drafter fire in the remote server. I think that's a big chance, yes. We bet that there was an asset in there, and that was not a good bet to take, let alone we bet wrong and it cost us a heck of a lot. Oh, MIC, that's fine. They're not jamming. We have to now win off Centrals because the remote server is messed up. They added a seamless launch back to hand. Okay. So let's draw for a run event. We're going to reprise R&D. We're going to win. The problem is like drafter's still bad if we get our Carmen down. We need to steal an agenda from Centrals before it makes it in the remote server at all costs. Maybe the boomerang should have been here. Oh man, again. There's an agenda in here. There has to be. It's impossible not to be. One agenda? You probably better off playing 3 Debbie, playing Steve, and recurring all your events. What's going on? We've seen the same Managarm 3 times. How is this deck only have 1 multi-access tool? Could be no, it could be 3 Managarms. Could be 4. It's hard to tell. There's no way we see the Managarm again. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. We'll trash that. So now if they install on the remote server, it could be the Managarm, mind you. There's no rule against it. That need more successful generating. Maybe look at more disruptive run events like Tread Lightly. They don't have an agenda. It's all in R&D. They don't have one. Now they do. So that means that there's probably 6 agendas and 23 in R&D. They drew. That could be a Managarm. We just can't deal with a drafter. This is why you play Echelon, mind you, over Carmen. Like that's why a lot of criminal lists. It's because we have no way of dealing with drafter that makes any amount of sense. Oh man, top deck the other boomerang. Like what's our play here? What's our play? I don't know what the play is. We can't deal with the drafter. So we can mutual favor for a breaker. It'll be the Carmen. We install the Carmen for 3 ideally, and then we break this for 4. We're paying 7 for a single access on RD. I think we have to do it. Can spare a crumb for Echelon, big sad feel. I know it's not on Amakua either, so it gets slightly worse, but direct access laughing in your hand. That's what Echelon costs, right? Pretty easy way to deal with drafter, let it fire. Yeah, it worked out really well for us. Why not once, right? In for a penny. They might res here. Yeah, 1 influence. Yeah, Unity's 2, right? Yeah, I don't know. Not digging this. Not digging this. I don't feel like we have control over the game. We're just trying to get lucky. Okay. Mutual favor. Carmen. And the fact that we have no disruption here, like we can't reprise this turn. Like I honestly don't know if we can pay 4 to not be able to interact with Ikoa. Like this might have been a bungle of a play. So we're going to hope that they score out and do nothing. That's a bit too late. So score out an off-world. Or double Ikoa would be sick here. Seamless Ikoa, double. Look at that skunk consistency. Yeah, after fires, what are they going to return? That skunk? Oh, please not be a 4-2. Please be an Ikoa. Okay, that's the worst case that they double seamlesses because now they can jam. And if they have the third seamless in hand, they can win next turn. Yeah, this is scary because now if they jam the Ikoa here and they have the third seamless in hand, of which we only know they have 7 mana garms, like we can't win. So that means we have to win off of R&D off of a single axis to reprise this. And then we can run HQ. So we have a chance. It's just not good. This is brutal. This is really going bad. Draw. Okay, that's something. I'd argue you'd rather play to reprise here. Unless we do both. Oh, come on. Yeah, the only way we win is by playing both, let's be honest. Pay 4? Okay. Steal an agenda, win the game. Sick. Click 1 burner, click 2 embezzle. Imagine we stole an agenda there. Like we would Hermes this. We reprise the drafter. We run HQ. 4 for a drafter. You don't think you have to tell me about that. I guess we're running HQ here. Game's over. Yeah, 4 for drafter is terrible. Anytime the corpus rising the ice for cheaper than you're breaking it. Alarm bells. Last click Anansi. Cool. Not what I was expecting. Also relatively expensive. So we're definitely going to boomerang that. So trash installed runner card. I think we care about that because there's a win condition. Imagine hitting another Ikoa here. I know. It'll be absolutely ruined. But if they had an Ikoa, it goes in there. Install a card from archives or HQ. So that can be a last click Rashida, which we don't want to do because then they could draw into Seamless. Corp cannot steal trash cards. I think... What does this cost to break otherwise? Too much. Yeah, I'm just going to get an access, I guess. Access Managarm? It's okay. We won't be able to trash it now. Show me an agenda and I'm fine. It's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Like, we just going for single accesses. I don't know. Maybe we should just like sit back and like click and credit and get down class act. Wow. So if it's an Ikoa, they don't have double seamless. They just advance it once here. They drew a gatekeeper, which is probably an R&D. How it seems like Andre will complain about every matchup. Every runner is always happy to see PD. Yeah! PD's good. Like fundamentals. That's unknown. Could be a mana. Garm. Sorry, Regolith. Orego. Maybe they don't have an agenda. Maybe R&D is still 6 agendas in 19. How do we beat a gatekeeper? I don't know. How do we beat a drafter? Please stop asking me these questions. Mind you, we bake a gatekeeper for 10. Wait, is it more than 10? 3, 6. No, it's 10. It's 10. Now, this is a cool fight where we can play direct access to gain and credit. It's kind of sick. So if this is the winning agenda, they didn't top deck it, so they had it in hand. So we can run through on sell. We can triple click. We can direct access for a credit. We don't shuffle it back. We can rip an agenda which would be in their hand for some reason, which doesn't make sense. So this is probably the Regolith, right? Because if they had it, they would have installed it last turn instead of installing a defensive upgrade. Unless they think that we can challenge this, which like, no. Have you seen that kitty hanging? Yeah, she's here all day. She loves the tower, Eric. It's really quite good. It's one gatekeeper, Michael. It costs $10. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's one gatekeeper. What could it cost? I don't know, $10, Michael? Yeah, okay. Great. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Draw. If we let Gatekeeper fire, I think we need to let Gatekeeper fire. If we play Bravado, we'll be on 4 credits. I think we're just going to let Gatekeeper fire last click. I don't care. They probably win anyways. Admittedly, Gatekeeper can draw 3 and find like the last seamless in 19. But I want the agendas in HQ or in R&D. So I'm just going to do this thing because we have to make bad plays because we're very, 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 very far behind. Is this the part where we switch to Blancho? Probably not. About to get triple YDL styled on. It's okay. It's a gatekeeper. That's fine. We have no way of dealing with that, so we should just let that fire so that we can break it next turn if we haven't lost this turn. We knew what this is. Still can't interact with it well. We have 2 boomerang and 25 that will deal with it. Draw 3. That's scary because now they can double seamless. Spiteful class axe drawn to silence. Ken ID is feeling rough. Yeah, I know. But the second Carmen too, right? Like 2 of each breakers. I'm keeping the cool cards. I'm keeping that card. So we probably lose here. They just have to draw the 3rd seamless and have it. Game is still going. So they installed over the regolith. They've probably drawn to an agenda here. Now they definitely want the Ikwa. I feel like the remote server might be safe. So now we have to win off centrals. Running R&D only costs 5 credits. We can win. We can win. We genuinely can win here. We have to get really lucky, but we can win. The cool thing about installing 2 cards is we don't know which one to reprise. That's the good thing. So we don't really have a run event that we want to play because I'm assuming we're going to play reprise. So we run R&D. We actually can run this. Skunk away with second. Yeah, so far it makes sense to be double Managarm. What do we give for a jailbreak right now? I know. We're like a maker's eye. I'll settle on a jailbreak. There could be agendas in HQ. They didn't shuffle back, and I think it's safer here. Just reprise both. Oh my god. All right, singles. No, we'll Hermes 1, and then we'll reprise the on-sell. Just play both reprise. Izzy, how's it going? How's your time in New York? I know you traveled in last weekend or so, right? Direct access for the credits? No, we actually need it because we're probably going to play both reprise, so we kind of need to keep our credits. We've seen more cards than you'd expect us to have seen by this point in the game. Do you think we run archives? Do you think that Sisig cheekily threw out some agendas? Or are they safer behind the on-sell? What's actually Direct X is doing in our hand? It's a run event. It's pretty cool. You can play it infinitely. It's the boomerang of run events. And why was Greg dragged a bunch of Netrunner players to look at photography exhibitions and ate a lot of bagels. Ah, sick. I was talking a bit to Kat. Kat said that they had a great time. It's pretty cool. It's been a while since I've been in New York. It's a good city. Now, why are we making this run? Oh, wait, this is a bad run. There's a regolith in there. Hold on. Wait, this is not good. It's only 1 card. I don't know if maybe they threw out an agenda. Maybe this is actually us like pushing ourselves away from the win. But I forgot that's a regolith and then 1 unknown card. They drew a lot. They might keep them behind the on-sell. Okay. So what do we break this for? 5. Which means we have a chance. We have a chance. Imagine hitting an Ikoa here. I think there's an agenda in archives. I don't think they installed over regolith. I think they installed over 4-2. And then they're like, nah, I got an Ikoa. I don't want to do that. I think running archives is right. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? We don't need a credit. We can just play it. If we do credit, we can break anything that costs 2 credits. I don't think that's real. I'm going back for it. Wait, this turns off Ken? What? Wait, this turns Ken off. I thought we would get a credit. Have we not noticed that this does not fire Ken? Why? It says the first time you play a run event. I played a run event. Ah, it turns off as Mari? Okay, well, that actually now makes sense. Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought I would play the card and then the text would fire. Well, that's bad. Okay. It has wording. Is it different on NSG World? While you're resolving this event. Yeah, while resolving this event. I didn't resolve this event. I played the event. Nah, it's okay. I'm in. Yeah, it doesn't really change our turn here. Oh, no, it does. It does. Actually, yeah. Because we would have the Mystic credit, which could matter. Yeah, especially because if we steal an agenda, we can afford reprise. Yeah, it does matter. Sorry. All right, if this is an agenda, this is the sickest play ever. Second regolith. It's a second regolith. Okay, that was probably the more Occam's razor answer there. Okay, it was a second regolith. Okay, great. Good game, y'all. Direct access becomes active at step 8.6.4 playing an event because Ken, causing Ken to lose his ability before he would meet his trigger condition at 8.6.5. Just because they put numbers next to it doesn't mean I'm gonna like it, you know? It was so bad. Oh, you're stunting. I see. You're stunting. You're stunting on Ken over here. Direct accessing archives. Yeah. Oh, you're not stunting. You're making a reasonable play. Excuse me. I went for the play that made me miserable. This is really bad because like bouncing the archives ice means they have another ice to deal with. We're not here to know numbers. We steal agendas. Yo, how's it going? Stoppable. It's been a minute. Never forget step 1 8.6.4. Well, they'll win next turn, right? Right? This is so cursed because I thought this game would be over 3 turns ago, which is like way when it should have ended, which is fine. What did they return to hand? Seamless launch. Okay, great. Move Vovo. You don't really have a reason to do that. 6 cards in HQ. We're on 1 dang credit. Statistically, server 1 has at least 2 Managarms. Not anymore. They have a Managarm in hand. They will never afford the double reprise. That's why they won't expect it. Great. I think we let Drafter fire. Now you're wondering what happens when Drafter fires. They install a Managarm. They put the Managarm on R&D. We double click through it. What if server 1 is a second regolith? I'm just going to tank R&D. I'm going to stop caring. I don't care. We break this for 1. I don't understand how you build a Takobi deck when you can't tutor Takobi. Like, I would rather have Leech. And 2 of them. All right, you can fire this. That's cool. We can't steal Ikoa. What do they do with their Managarm? We'll double click through it. It's fine. And by it's fine, I mean we're coping. They've dumped it to archives, run and go. It's our last panic solution. What was that? That was Rashida? Oh, that's fine. That could have gone worse for us. And they have a Seamless in hand. Okay, great. Do you want to res your Rashida so you don't bounce it? Today's been a bad day. How have we seen so many single accesses? How? Now we have to run HQ, double click through this. And if we double click through this, we can't do the cool thing we want to do. Remember how this card's been a brick in our hand for a year? This is so bad. Run archives. Steal the agenda that they will definitely not throw out. And we can reprise this. Or we would Hermes this, reprise this, win. Click the last sub. Yeah, I think you're right about that. We still can't steal with Ikoa. You can only trash one of Miami Hermes, yeah. I'm not sure which one we're more worried about, but I think at this point we're just like flailing. We can't steal Ikoa anyways. Get out of me. Maybe they bounce the Hermes here. That would make the most sense. We can still reprise, which is kind of cool. But yeah, that makes sense. What is the ice we accessed? Spin Doctor from Archives? Cool. They can res that. Seamless launch. Yeah, of course it is. You doofus. Imagine there's an agenda in Archives and now because it's the Spin Doctor, it's not in there. Oh, man. Oh, man. At least we're going to end the game on 0 credits. Check S3. It's a Spin Doctor. Yeah, we know it's a Spin Doctor. It's some virus. Okay, so it wasn't even in there.
No one tell Pat what Andre said about reprise. I'll say it to Pat's face. It's fine. This was miserable.
How many cards did we access? The number's gonna be inflated. Yeah, it was from archives. Yeah, it's in the chat log.
Jesus. Good game. Oh, man, that was rough. That was rough. How many agendas you got in there?
We accessed a lot of cards, and by a lot of cards, I mean a lot of Managarms. So this is the problem with the JNet stats. I wish this was separated. It says cards access 35, but every time that we ran archives, it adds like 7 or 8 to that. So I actually would like to know cards access from centrals, not archives accesses. It's a weird thing to combine together because it's not a really important number, but every single central access we had was a whiff. Obviously, this is the second game I think we've ended with no agenda points. I mean in HQ. You don't have 8 in hand, yeah. That was really bad. Ken's just not doing it for me. I think we didn't play that optimally. I think we had a bad. I think none from HQ makes a lot of sense, right? Like they clearly were like droughted for agendas. Every time that we poked R&D for really expensive, it was quite not good.
Damn, I'm bad.
Yeah, we didn't like make one misplay, but that was atrocious. That was really, really quite bad on our part. Okay. So Debbie's really good. There should be 2 more agendas. Second card down was Ikwa, and the last agendas was in bottom. Oh, all the last agendas were in bottom 5. Yeah, that'll do it. Well, thanks for the game. Catch you around, eh? Are you running jank criminals not named as? I wouldn't say this is jank, but like, let's build for the sake of the argument, like I feel like we have to build a Ken deck that is like kind of okay. Like if I was going to build a Ken deck, not that this Ken deck is bad, but like if I was going to build it, how different it would be. I feel like we have to do that because I feel like I have different takes of what I would do it. Wondering how long did it take you to get your SMC alt art created and how did you print it? Yo, Sarkner, how's it going? How long did it take to be created? That depends, because I was talking with Kat and I was like, Kat, tell me how long it'll take for this to be created, because obviously Kat does a lot of art stuff professionally, so you know it changes in and out based off of their schedule. I forget how long it was, but like we were very clear because obviously a contract is signed. But we were very clear that I needed it in about a month because I wanted to have a month leeway to make sure it was printed and sent over so that we would have it in time for Canats. We got it 2 weeks early, which I was a bit more stressed about it, but we got it pretty quickly, which was great. So I think it was about a month that Kat had, but I don't think Kat was working on it for a month, just, you know, scheduling. How many spare copies do you have? I still have some spare copies. I should bring them more to events. I put a couple on the piano at Worlds, and I think those were snarfled up. But I do have extra copies that I should be like just giving to people as a nice thing to do. What was the other question? How did you print it? I didn't actually do the printing myself. I did the printing through Make Playing Cards. I used sort of like form to line it up, but it was a huge shout out to both John and Odo Nuvo, Nick locally, because they were doing a bunch of printing for things in general, and we just added it to the bulk order. Yo, Saisa, good game. So they did all the framing and stuff. I can ask them if you want to know more, but it was just from Make Playing Cards. We printed some at the base, like lowest GSM, which is like pretty common. A lot of my Null Signal Games cards were printed like that. And then I printed some extra foil copies, which is obviously a bit more expensive, but like they're sick, so why not? That's largely it. If you have any more like bespoke questions, please ask me. But I think those are mostly the answers. How long did it take you to get your alt art? It depends on the person doing it. I have no doubt some people could do like a week turnaround. Specifically, Kat does a workflow in like, I think Blender. Like the alt art is 3D. Like it's really cool. And then it's just like a shot of it. And then like we had sessions to do feedback, which is I really appreciate. Obviously, Kat's like a killer professional. I know the biggest issue we ran into is like the first version of the card didn't look shaper. And I think a mixture of it is because Kat does a lot of the cyberspace stuff for like Anarch. And so originally the color palette was a bit similar to this. And so I thought it actually looked a bit too much like an Anarch card. So we spent time going back and forth, and you know, in the contract, you can say how many like revisions you want, but it had a color palette slightly too close to this. So we worked through it, and Kat redid the lighting, and we did a bit of a color. She showed me a couple options. Or excuse me, they showed a couple options. Fuck, so sorry. And we got it to work. Oh, hi. Yeah. Kat does fantastic work. I would definitely recommend to reach out. I want to see if we can find what it looked like. It was on a thumbnail here. Mind you, the background of these. But yeah, at the end, we ended up with like this purple, which seemed a lot more shaper. Originally, it was a bit too red, so it was hard to tell it was a shaper card from a distance. Obviously, the text being green helps a heck of a lot. Heart. Yeah, Kat. Thank you. Really, really Great stuff. But yeah, they also showed like a bunch of different alternate angles too, which was sick to be like, which one do you like better? And I like the dynamism of this framing a fair bit, as much as it was like the same model, just from 3 different angles. These sort of workflows I think are super, super interesting. I know Kat has been doing a bit of streaming. I think at that time too, they were considering doing a bit of streaming to show this process live. I don't think they were able to do it because of time constraints, but I was like, Kat, if you want to do this on stream, I think that's absolutely sick. But yeah, it's this sort of art. It turned out great. Really, really happy with it. Would do it again. I might do it at some point. Yeah, I think it's really cool. I think anytime that we've seen a bit more into the art side of Netrunner stuff, it's been like the coolest stuff ever. And especially the way that you work is like really, really quite cool. Let's try build Ken deck. I did a how it's made for NSG art way back when. Yeah. I remember one time you streamed at like 4K and it was wild. And I can't believe your computer didn't explode. But it was really, really cool. Yeah, I think that's the coolest thing too. It's like understanding that a bunch of the alt arts are like 3D and then it's just like a screenshot of them. This came up also a while ago. We talked about like those full arts in specifically Gwent, and Utadi sent me a link because there is a talk in which one of the art folks on their team talked about how they did them. It turns out that they take flat art and then make them actually into 3D models, which makes a lot of sense. I do have a good graphics computer. Yeah, I can believe it. I'm super jealous. Can you have a YouTube channel or something? That's a good question. Speaking of another cat. Good morning, Nanako. All right, let's try and build a Ken deck, because fine, whatever. Collection standard. Okay, shout out the cards that need to be in a Ken deck. We're trying to make it as Ken as possible, within reason. So, Bravado, 3 of. What are the good run events? Sure Gamble. I think Carpe Diem's fine. 3 Slipstream out of the gate. Oh, 0 hour. How's it going? Yeah, I don't know. It's not a run event. Carpe Diem, Bravado, Sure Gamble. Fantastic. Other run events that we want to play, Dirty Laundry, definitely very good. Inside Job, I think, should be a fantastic card. Now, Inside Job doesn't work with other multi-axis. Now we're getting peak Mercury, but we're getting to the point where it's, we want multi-axis that's attached to not run events themselves if we want to do this. So that means we probably should play a Docklands Pass. I'd argue Awaken Plan might be a bit too far. 3 Concerto I don't like Concerto. I think I liked Concerto a lot when it came out, and then like, I got roasted for my take to be like, I think this is okay. I think this card is kind of rough. The average install cost of cards in your deck or play cost is not that high. And being in the state where you need the credits is actually like kind of niche, because that means this card's only good either if you're trashing cards of which you don't know what kind of value you're going to get, or you have your breakers down and then you also don't know what kind of value you're going to get. On the best case, is it a run event, draw a card, gain a card with Ken? Is that fine? We can try it, but I don't have huge hopes for it, especially because in Ken, you want to play 1 run event a turn. There's actually something to do with like playing too many run events. I could see this being good. I also could see it being like kind of mediocre. As soon as you put Concerto in, you put Carpe Diem and realize that you're shooting yourself in the foot. Exactly. And like a lot of the run events are not that expensive. Mind you, even if you do get a run and draw a Sure Gamble, like that's obviously good, but like we're not considering overclock. So is an inconsistent overclock that draws a card better than just playing overclock and or like Mad Dash, or not Mad Dash, what's it called? Jailbreak? I don't know. Maybe. I'm gonna try it, but like maybe 2 because we don't want it in our opening hand. Maybe we do, because you don't want credits. I think Concerto obviously can get a bit better with like cards like Prognostic Q Loop or like arguably Arasana, but a lot of those decks too run really cheap cards, right? Like if you're playing Arasana, you have Cubon. If you're playing Az, you have a lot of cheap hardware, so it doesn't make sense. It's card 46, 46, 48. Doof, yeah. I think we had matchups where Doof would have been good. Honest question, does being something pilled mean that you like it or do not like it? It means you're really into it. It means that you believe in it. It's a bit of a roast, I think, of like some really bad sub communities that refer to themselves as like eating the pill in the Matrix, right? I swear I heard it both ways. Generally means it's good, right? Like in the Matrix, you're presented with 2 pills, and then when you take 1 pill, you see the world in a different way. And that's the idea of being pilled. As much as those come in really toxic, bad communities, the pilled idea kind of roasts these people. I'm flip pilled. Yeah, totally flip pilled. I'm DNC pilled. I'm Balacho pilled. Yeah, that's the idea. The world that you see the world differently now that you're on board with that worldview. Again, it's all the Matrix. I'm trans allegory pilled. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. Full Matrix. I need to rewatch the Matrix. It's a really good film. Trans allegory. Let's go. Okay. What else do we want? Honestly, 1 legwork seems fine. I know we have Docklands. Again, we're already playing 20 events. Don't worry about it. It's not that big of a deal. What's our console? I feel like I always want to play 30 Hermes. I'm an SDS pilled, Slay the Spire pilled, I'm assuming. Andre pilled, thank you, very kind. Hot Pursuit. Hot Pursuit only makes sense if you're playing a deck that cares about tags. It's really, really hard to put the sport in it for that to make sense without building your deck around it. If someone says they're red pill, just yeah, I've been trying to avoid saying that so it doesn't up with the SEO. But yeah, there's a lot of pills you want to walk away from. Red pill is the bad one. Penny Shaver and overwhelmed them with piles of money. Hermes has so much more impact on the game that it's really hard not to play this. Yeah, if no Leela, Onacom or Swift. Onacom is interesting because it's obviously draws cards, which is great. Swift is like kind of comparable to Onacom, which is kind of goofy. Now, Onacom fires when you play cards that are not run events, but Swift just gives you a click back, and you can use the click to draw a card. I honestly think if you're going to play Onacom and Ken, you're probably messing up. You probably should be playing Swift unless you're structuring your deck in a certain way. But the idea that if you play a run event, you get a click, you can use that click to draw a card. Now, it's not always black and white. This is a bit of, death prevention, which is great. It is a lot of influence, which is unfortunate, and Swift is none and cheaper. So I'd be hard pressed to find Onacom in a criminal sooner than I'd see Swift, especially if you're playing Ken, right? But keep that in mind. They're very similar abilities as much as Swift gives you flexibility. And if you choose to draw a card, congratulations. You just build yourself an Onacom. What else do we want to play? Morbius? We want to more about? I genuinely wish this card was printed correctly, because if this card said HQ on it, it's kind of a cool card. It's kind of generally a cool card. Any card that says run HQ again is worth something, because obviously HQ runs are random, which is great. It's a shame that is the way it is. Here, direct access and infinite run event. Shut up, Eric. I can't believe we got that far without reading the chat log because it just didn't matter. Let's do 2 Hermes. Let's do the 1 flip switch, whatever. Marathon? Yeah, that's infinite value, I think. 2 boomies? I don't know, actually. We have inside jobs. Do we need boomies? Zenith chip is card draw. I honestly don't think I mind taking a core damage. I want to run central servers. How much influence is Burner? Does anyone know? Is it 2 or 3? Oh, Pinhole, yeah, 100%. Pinhole is sick. Marathon and Aeneas is infinite value. Yeah, technically. 3, I think. Okay, that seems reasonable. It seems like it should be that. I don't know what we want to do here. We're already like at 26 cards and we don't have breakers in it. All right, programs, breaker sweep. I think I want to play a breaker sweep that I like. Amakua makes a lot of sense if you're making a lot of runs. I don't care that there's Mavirus. I don't care. We'll play 1 Kura Pier because it's good. Then we'll just do like, Echelon, and then we'll do Unity. Baya, yeah, I think Baya is a card that we probably want to play. We'll play 2, see how the influence goes. We spent no influence so far. Well, now we have. This is good. I think Bankroll is a really nice card if you're playing run events. Chesva is obviously really good. We're not going to have more MU than this. And this is the issue, is like the more that we add the sort of cards you're expecting, the worse and worse Concerto gets. Because like, wow, gain a credit. I mean, at least gain 2 credits with Ken, but like, doesn't feel good. We have to legally play 2 Debbie because of the contract we've signed. 2 Bankroll, 1 Chesva is probably reasonable. Mutual, yeah, especially with 1 of breakers. I think actually 2 mutual I'm feeling a bit better about, especially when we're run based. We need to make successful runs. We're gonna go back and trim this down. Don't worry, it's definitely pretty bloated. Okay, Miss Bones. Cut bad cards equals deck better. I know, but I want to test it. I'm okay playing cards that I don't think are going to be good, so we learn something about them. Like, I'll take the hit for the whole community. We'll just do it together. Hey, we're doing testing. Okay, cool. What's that in your deck? Testing. And then we learn, and then we never played again, unfortunately. Marathon Aeneas, Debbie Ghost Tongue. Ghost Tongue's not good. I think it's sure to fine. I'm surprised if it's fine, but I want to try it. I'd be surprised if I even call it fine. Debbie, Miss Bones, Class Act. Good. Lets you pretend to be a 4217. Mystic. Yeah, Mystic's been classically pretty good. I do think we wanted twinning. Mystic. Like, we can also just like go easy. What's it called? As long as you're going to click to run anyways. Oh, wait, you can. Yeah. As long as we were going to, sorry, Maker's Eye. Maker's Eye, Maker's Eye, Maker's Eye. That seems like a bit much. Do we need boomerangs? Maybe we want. 46 cards, 7 influence. We can start going like really, really hog wild here. Prepaid voice bat too slow. Comparable to Mystic and Debbie, it feels like another card in those slots that I don't know if we'd want more than anything else, but it could work. Prepaid always too slow? Usually too slow, yeah. Katurga's a good shout, just so we can play Concerto over and over again. But it's not bad. It's, again, it's a similar thing with Concerto. It's run draw a card. Make a run, draw a card. Whatever, it seems fun. But I think with Katurga, we're actually better off playing like big run events, right? Like, do we play Zenith in this? But like, you know, Mining Accident, Sicko. Mining Accident's not bad. Mining Accident's not terrible. But like, should we just play Maker's Eye and like play CTZ type Netrunner and just play like Maker's Eye, Legwork, Katurga, Maker's Eye, so we can caddy Rango Maker's Eye? Maker's is either 3 or 0. I wouldn't go that far. I would actually say 2 or 0. Anthony, how's it going, by the way? 3 is a lot. You can always play, mind you, what's it called? Jailbreak, and it's fine. Okay, so we have 50 cards. That's 5 cards too many. We have Over Influence. I wonder if Biobands is correct as a 3x because it is card draw, and our deck only has 3 class act as card draw. That's probably okay. So we can cut 1 Maker's Eye, maybe. It's getting hard now. Maybe we cut another Maker's Eye. Lean and mean with Turtle. I think relying on Turtle and supporting Turtle is a mistake. Having it as an option is fine. 3 Diesel seems good. Yeah, 3 Diesels does seem like totally fine. Especially for a deck that's like you just need your hand to be filled turn after turn after turn. Diesel is obviously very, very good. Now, Biobands is sick and fun and works for Bankroll and Chesva. I kind of want 3 Hermes, I'll be honest. I'm going to play 1 Miss Bones and just say whatever meta. I don't care about the meta. Diesel versus Nuka. In a deck like this, I think there's a chance you can get away with Nuka because she's slower on tempo, but generally event-based decks are better on tempo, but worse on like long value. So it's probably okay to get a midpoint between value and tempo with Nuka. Get the Ghost Tongue in there and use Verification as your draw. It's really hard to make Ghost Tongue better than Prepaid Voice Pad out of faction. There's not a lot of turns you play more than 1 event that cost more than 1. Bankroll's kind of a Miss Bones light. Yeah, let's say that. You try cutting 47 with the 2 concertos. No. We said we're testing. So this opening hand, we probably wouldn't keep. The caddy is not good. Early Amaku is fine. Mystic is fine. But say that we did like Biobands, draw 2, install the Amakua for 2. So we pay 3, we're down on 2 credits. We can Dirty Laundry out of that hole, but next turn largely. That's not a good start. We have Sure Gamble, we have Dirty Laundry. We don't have daily casts. I thought we're testing Debbie. We're doing both though. But like Concerto Debbie is good because it's cheap. We're going to be drawing our whole deck. Num. Let's get a Flip Switch. I like Flip Switch. Let's go to Docklands Pass. I really like Jailbreaks and Ken. It's a slots thing. Like, I think Jailbreaks makes sense with multiple mutual favors. You get the breaker down and go. But I feel like we have so many run events. I don't know. First part being Chaz tricking Andre to putting bad cards in his deck. It can only get better. We've not had a great time with this so far. Like, I'll just do something different just to do something different. Okay. We have 1 influence. Okay, what is it? S run? T run? Oh, it's because there's no run hardware or resources. That kind of makes sense. It's ruins. Subtype ruin. Why? Clear. Okay, S run. All the factions. 1 influence. Easiest way to add direct access in your life. So we can play for 1 influence. Tread light. Okay, out of faction, lean and mean is not good. Because I can. This fires a once. Okay. Not great. If we get to 2 influence, we start getting a Maker's Eye. Also not great. Because I can is not a very powerful card. It's good if you need a shuffle, but that's the only good thing about it. I'm not going to play that. Okay, Andre. It's getting late. Cut 2 cards and get on with it. You thinking what I'm thinking? Okay, we'll cut this. It's not a run event. It's good, though. We want to be running HQ a lot. Jailbreaks over Carpe Diem. Carpe Diem is really good. It's a 5-credit econ card. So it's not... Like, it's hard to mix... Like, this is just solid econ, as opposed to Jailbreak, which is just, like, a bit of pressure. Because I can is Prime Excellence. I don't know if I say that. There's metas where it's better. The problem with Because I Can is, like, you still have to deal with successful run triggers, right? Right? Like, you still have to breach it. So if you're trying to deal with Mana Gar, Mana Wetic, you're not. You complain about not having any multi-access? Yeah, but now we have more. We have Docklands. We have Legwork. We have Katurga. It's just like it's hard when we have this many like small value cards. Let's see what this draws like again. Okay, this hand, mind you, is good. I think we would sure get... Why do you keep drawing Katurga? We can get Chesva down first, buy a bands, draw 2. We can use the Chesva credits to install the Kurapir if we really want to, or the Mystic. Probably the Mystic sooner, depending on the matchup. If it's Wayland, we could get the Kurapir down sooner, but we try and slow down getting our breakers down. From here, we're drawing. We're doing okay. We have not a lot of card draw here. Concerto into Class Act is actually kind of fun card draw. Sorry, that was behind my head. Then we have this hand. This hand is okay. We could, if they don't ice centrals and they mulligan, I think legwork is really good. Hey, Pentiums, how's it going? That's an old Weird Al reference. Leech, I think Leech is okay. The problem is like we have utility programs that are going to take up MU in a way that Leech might not matter. Also, like, my virus is so popular right now that I'm not sure I'd love Leech. And we have breakers that scale really well into late game. It's a really good card to keep in mind, though. I think Leech is underrepresented. Got one flip and one mutual. I think we need to have the access to mutuals because we have one of breakers, and most of our things are run events, and they require successful runs. So you kind of really need to force the issue. Could cut miss bonus Debbie can be used for trashing. Jamie, I think that's a thought line that I'm okay with. Miss bonus is really, really good, but she's not very flashy. But she's very, very, very good. Yeah, let's just say Debbie's our Miss Bones. It's not going to be flawed. Oh, kind of legwork. We have a DECKLISTS pass. 46. Oh, we have more work to do. Dang it. I thought we'd be free. Okay, what about we play 3 Concerto? And then it's like playing a 44 card deck. But actually it's a 47, but -3 because this is click compressed. Run archives, gain a credit, draw a card. We're basically Hoshiko. We're basically Hoshiko. Oh, this is sick. Run archives, turn 1, gain a credit, draw a card. Why do we need Miss Bones if we have Concerto? Cut to Baya and Finality. I like Baya. I think Baya is good card draw. But Finale is like not out of 47 cards -1 influence. Hey, we're using more than 15, so we're definitely getting our Ken's worth. Fam. Kenshiko enough, yeah. New runner deck. Look, we still have time. We're still here. We can still make changes. It's just, it has to go somewhere. I wonder if we just play all the click compressed 0 cost cards, right? Like 3 Concerto, yeah, 3 Jailbreak. Ken Express Tenma. 47 cards, 16 influence. Yeah, that one influence is delivery fee, yeah. Seems fine. I could argue you could cut the flip switch. It's been pretty good. Maybe that we just get our breakers down. We don't care about flip switch. Let's not care about flip switch. Raindrops. Oh, raindrops is good. It's influence though, but it's good. I wonder if I like raindrops better than Katurga. I think raindrops is kind of cool. Oh, I'm actually on team raindrops. Oh, I kind of like raindrops a lot. We could cut a Katurga, play raindrops. Raindrops is 3 influence, right? Yeah. This card's not bad. It's really not bad, especially if you're aggro. Right, like it's a 3 credit and then you generally draw cards or get an access. Both of them are fine. It's another cheap card. Cut a flip switch, put in a Wake. I don't like Wake. Wake is generally only good in this matchups where they don't ice HQ really well. Against Ken, you probably need to, especially if we play a DECKLISTS pass, right? Finality is 3 influence. Yeah. You're not going to like this, but I think this is peak perfection. Sometimes it's hard to say the truth like that, but it's okay. Oh, if Dan was playing Corp, I would just dunk in there. Start running. Yeah, I think if I was going to play Finality, I would sooner play Maker's Eye for less influence. I think the 1 extra access is not that big of a deal. The core damage is like not super impactful, but I think Wake is also good. You've got your Reprise in there. You saw how good Reprise has been recently. Can't wait for Raindrops to net 1 credit and 1 card. No, but with Ken's a bit better, but it's fine. I think Raindrops is a much better card than it looks. It's just like, unfortunately, compared to Bravado. Hey guys, I think I figured out a way to inflate my win stats. Hey Dan, we just do this? Did I just figure something out? I'm undefeated on JNet. Can I really mess up the JNet stats for Ken? Did you mean to remove Raindrops? I think we did. Hey, Izzy. Let's go. Egg Infusion. Fuck. Check the stats in the deck list. I think it works. 100%. We've had this happen before. Yeah. 2 wins, 0 losses, 100% win rate. Unfortunately, that means anybody who claims a good JNet win rate. No. You cannot trust them. Hey, thanks. Okay, we're assuming Ag Infusion Glacier. We've had Izzy on the channel a while ago. It was a really good time playing like Keeling stuff. This hand's fine. Sure gamble, class act. We definitely want to get our killer down sooner than later. Doof Carpe is fine. Ken so fast he wins before opponent joins. Yeah, you can just win games now. That's incredible. What a hack. You're gonna see Decklist reports. It's like 632 games won, 0 defeated. You just get that, you know, water-powered bird pecking your keyboard. All those decklists showing the 100% win rate in JNet. I know, now I trust no one. I'll be honest, it's a problem. So classic is also really important in the matchup if it's just like punitive ag, because if you install this, you usually have 6+ cards in hand, so it's unlikely you die unless they double punitive and you steal 6 points in a turn. Back in my day, you could just win games on JNet. So do we Carpe DM R&D? If we hit a snare, we lose the Kurapira. Let's go get a good mark because we're not going to play a run event this turn. Run on HQ. On 11 credits, I'd say no. Fine. What do we bottom here? Double pinhole is good. Inside job is a bit scary for only a Nancy. I'll take that. Everyday adventure. Hello, fellow nerds. How's it going? Oh, that's Dan again. On his other channel. I recognize Dan's image. I'm pretty sure that's Dan. Get my table before my opponent. I win. Yeah, largely. It's a really good hack for like, what's it called? AMTs and stuff like that. They don't want you to know about it, but I get it. All right, so we can pinhole this for sure. Yeah, it's me, my second kid. Oh, hell yeah. So we pinhole server 1, we can access. We're hoping it's a Rashida defensive upgrade. It's not a Regenesis now. This actually just might be jammy Ag Infusion. I'm always surprised when like there's this huge whiplash of what the Ag Infusion deck actually is doing versus what you think it's doing. So we can start here. It's not likely we're going to spend a lot of money. Maybe a Lacosta. That's Rashida. Good hit. So we can draw once for a double draw. We played a run event. I don't think we need the second doof as much as money can really matter in this matchup. Biobands on Archives eventually will get iced up. Mocked on Blatro. Yo. Do you think it's a gambling game? I think I had this argument with my partner. I think she thinks it's a gambling game. I do not think it's more of a gambling game than any other game because Blatcher has been having issues where it's been pulled from certain markets because it says gambling. It looks like gambling. Okay, so we can do Kurapira gamble. We probably need a draw here because we need to find deeper into our deck. Starting the Kurp. Oh, I've made a huge mistake. I thought we had more clicks than that. That's bad. That's a big mistake. Is Netrunner gambling? I think Netrunner is a bigger gambling game than Balacho. Oh, this really sucks. All these cards are kind of bangers. I think Doof is the worst card here. I should probably buy a bands. That sucks. There are no stakes, so can't be gambling. That's like saying playing poker with the chips mean nothing's gambling. I think poker is gambling. Without stakes, though, like you're not losing money. I still think it can be considered gambling, but at the end of the day, like games are just reacting. Like roguelikes are just reacting to, you know, randomness and the thing. So kind of missed. It just has cards. There's nothing between wage, so I don't think it qualifies. Sure. No, I agree. But like, obviously you've seen how people look at it and be like, oh, this looks like gambling. Blotcher is only more gambling game than Slay Spire because it's poker themed. Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that. All right. We have to face check sooner than later. I think twinning is the play here. But we need a face check. At some point, we're just going to tank it. Unfortunately, we can't lose the twinning to damage because that is the way that we set up in the background. So we haven't played a run event this turn, but I'm okay with this. This means, again, we deal with specifically the only barrier is either probably Brawn or Tatubola, and Tatubola is a bit of a liability here. There has to be meaningful stakes and chance of loss for negative connotation for gambling. So I agree. And like, I'm not an anti-gambling guy. Actually, only sort of. But like, if I had a game that was a slot machine game, but you couldn't win money, would you consider it a gambling game? I would say yes, but more likely because you don't have a lot of agency with slot machine besides pull. But maybe I don't know how slot machines work. Legally, it's not gambling. Legally, it's not. And I'd argue that there's other parts of video games that are more gambling than Blotcher, like loot boxes and like FIFA modes. It's gambling because every time I boot it up, I take a gamble 3 hours away. There's another weird like poker-based roguelike game that I've been playing that I think is really charming, and I don't know the name of it. I think it's Aces and Adventures. It's kind of been really nice. Hey, Ma, I would say it's a simulation, yeah. Slot machines aren't gambling at all unless you can pissing away your money gambling. I think those slot machines like trigger the part of your brain that's like tuned into being addicted to gambling. I think here, this looks like an NGO front. We could inside job it. We could inside job HQ, but this looks like an NGO front, obviously. I think at this point, we just bravado R&D. We die to Saisentan. Let's draw once. With this hand, we'll still die to Saisentan. We could inside job it. They don't have a really good reason to res if we inside job it. Are you referring to the Blackjack one? Dungeons and Degenerates? No, I haven't. I don't know that one. It's a funny name. Luck Be a Landlord is a slot machine roguelite. You interact with it by drafting new symbols for your slot machine every end. I think Luck Be a Landlord was actually like targeted by anti-gambling sentiment rules. I think they did struggle with that. Whatever. Well, it's not. Saisentan's not real. I mean, it'd be gambling similar, but for the purpose of... Oh, that's fine. For market removal is not gambling. Opening blister packs on Hearthstone is more gambling. I agree with that. Yeah, 100% agree with that. All right. Well, we have actually liked... like, Raindrops Cut Stone on HQ is actually kind of sick here. So if that's not an NGO front, I don't know what agenda we're worried about, unless it's like scoring out a Nisei Mark II, which would be kind of frightening. I think we keep this. The problem is we don't have a really good play here. We don't want to run last click. But like class act is really important if we think this is punitive. The money hasn't been fantastic. But I think we like Brave HQ next turn. This is rough. I play Aces and Adventures, definitely more story focused with full voice acting. Yes, it's more of a story game. But you do play hands like poker, like you attack and defend with small poker hands. And the deck building is actually kind of compelling. I like that the runs are only like 10 minutes though. It's kind of quite cute. Blotcher's not gambling, but designed as a poker. There you go, NGO front. Poker themed card game, hoping that it doesn't get taken off storefronts is gambling. Yes, I do think it's not a surprise they ran into issues. Izzy didn't have to pop that unless she's pushing this turn. It looks like she is, but a single Thimble Rig is not a push. So yeah, that makes more sense. So if we can draw into a Thimble Rig breaker or even an Amakua, we can challenge this with Inside Job. Chesva is not great, but as long as we're running central servers, we can use Chesva to boost Kurapira, which means we can work on the twinning. Here we should be going HQ, and a Hermes would be good. This is probably what's it called? I'm gonna go HQ. I'm not gonna inside job it, I'm gonna run it. If I inside job and she reses, it's not a great res. I think I can use an inside job here on HQ. If it's a nonce, it still does 3 damage. So there's some reasons to res here. Do you have enough to install TCA again for draw? I think it depends on what the deck is. Like if we steal a 5-3 here, we'll have to install Class Act. So maybe. I do think though, we probably need to install TCA because we're not going fast enough. For though a lot of games have to do so much work on their game or mini game doesn't have cards, for example, relive cards to skirt around label as gambling. Yes. Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of effort goes into it. And Vlacho was just like, hold my beer. I find that also really funny. There's so many like, I forget you could do that. That's fine though. So in theory, we're disrespecting punitive here because we're going to see 2 on the last click. NGO front. Sick. So Izzy needs to have 2 punitive for us to die here. If we survive this, we survive the game. You might like Dungeons and Degenerates as Blackjack, Roguelike, and Free. Still in development, plenty playable. Thank you, Thanos. I'll check it out. Tired, Blatcher isn't gambling, wired, poker isn't. Yeah, that's the respect we have. So if Izzy specifically has in the top 7 or potentially top 8 because of mandatory 2 punitives, the money's going to be slightly close, but it's possible that we die here. Now, if we survive this first bacterial, we're in a pretty good spot. If that's Rashida, it goes even deeper. It could just be an agenda safe there than anywhere else. But if we had another click there, we'd definitely install Class Act to be on 7 cards and a bit less scared of the death. In fact, very, 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 very safe into death. Entirely safe. So you even have enough to push through 2 punitivs. I haven't done the math. My vibe check says maybe if there's a YDL. But I'm not going to do the math because I don't think she has it, considering she drew 2. How many trashed? 3 John? Oh, thank you. This is so sick. Thanks so much. That's weird that it does not make it into the JNet chat log. What was the other card-based fantasy roguelike mentioned? The one that I was talking about is Aces and Adventures, which is made by the Yogscast people because they've been publishing games, and it's like really cute. The runs are really short. It's very manageable. It took me a couple runs to figure out like how the game actually works, but it's a bit of a combat. There's different classes. They're all like fantasy RPG classes, but they all play really different. But the way that they attack and defend is all through like poker hands, and it's like very charming. I have it on a Steam Deck, which is like the perfect thing because it's pick up and play really, really easily. Oh, hold on. What happened? it's a longevity. Advanced longevity to gain 2. Trashed 1 card from HQ, shuffled back. Okay, it's neat. Oh, so HQ is wide open for diversion. We'll find out. But she's on points, and she recovered and Rashida and NGO. Very, very cool. So here we can build the twinning while doofing. I think we could just draw here once. We also probably don't have to greed the class act anymore, so we can install the second one. So I think we'll do draw. I totally forgot about the Ag Infusion ability. Docklands Pass seems reasonable. I don't know if we get an access here because Izzy controlled the accesses. So we'll doof HQ. We'll use Kurapira to boost during the run, the charge twinning. Doof, take the money, and I think we'll just cycle class acts here. And we're in a reasonable spot. We want to find our killer. We found 2 Debbies. Okay, whatever. So 8 credits. Tricky. Thimblerig on the outside is really good. That's good play around inside job. We have another one. We have a hand here. So Mystic is really good as much as we have to play run events, which is why Carpe Diem is good. But this is the sort of matchup where like Concerto can be kind of tricky because making a successful run here has like sometimes pretty rough odds of working out. Okay, so things we want to do. Maybe challenge this. All the Rashidas are in. Spin Doctors are in. The deck might just be all 3-pointers and 1 longevity because that easily hits 20, 18 into 2. Now, you don't often see longevity. Sometimes punitive decks don't run the longevity. They just run only 5/3s. If that's the case, though, this might actually be more tempo-based. We don't know anything about the hand. A Nonce can be res, Vampy can be res. A lot of really bad reses here unless we inside job HQ, and then it's still kind of risky. So I think we could do Mystic Debbie. We probably do the Docklands. We actually definitely do Mystic Debbie. We Carpe for twinning, probably? I don't know if we have to greed it. And then we can like inside job R&D. We want a Hermes. So if we draw, we go to 8, and then we can do triple install. I think that's fine. Amaku is actually really important for Thimblerig. So for one, and then showing Docklands Pass. I don't think we make a run event this turn, unfortunately, and I think we just play this next turn cheaply. Hopefully we get a good target. Again, Amaku with Thimblerig is okay, but it doesn't win. No, Augustus, we played a kind of the version of the Takobi one. We had a terrible time, I'll be honest. This is a version we just built. That's running like Concerto and weird stuff. But the Takobi we never drew in any matchup it mattered, unfortunately. This is a bit expensive. I think getting the pressure might be a bit redundant with the twinning. Like, it actually might be right here to click for credit. Docklands is not bad. Can you league the Ken deck? Is a deck of the week. This Ken deck we just built. The one that we found is like the first thing that showed up with Debbie. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. I'll link it here. But the one that we're playing right now is not anywhere. I will link it in the description of the video. That's usually what I do. I don't know if we need Docklands here. She shuffled, so she's drawing unknowns. Yeah, fine, whatever, in for a penny. So Rashida here would be bad. Seamless into something would be bad. Thimblerig can move. We have to remember that run events are kind of tricky to Ag Infusion, and we always forget about that ability. It always catches you. Oh, that's really good. We actually can run that now. So we can see 3 on HQ here, but she's more likely to jam in the remote server. That being said, inside job gets pretty far because she has to res 2 ice. But Amaku run HQ is fine. We're expecting some amount of Moreira. But we're getting somewhere. We have our value engine. This seems like this is inherently we're playing basically a Sable deck. Okay. So this is an important turn. We do Amaku run HQ. We want a Hermes. We have 26 cards. We didn't shuffle in a bit. So finding a Hermes is okay. We can sweep HQ relatively well. The other options we inside job this. The question is whether she can res 2 ice. But as soon as she reses a gross outermost ice, we have to worry about Ag Infusion, which is a bit of a challenge here. So I'd argue it's probably best to like draw. Look for that. Install Hermes. Install Amakua. If we Carpe Diem, it's a bit risky. So I think we just do install Hermes. Install Amakua, run HQ. That'll drop us down to... This puts us down to 2. It's fine. We can see 3. We might die to Bacterial Punitive. If it's a Fuji, it's also potentially lethal. So like that's the issue. It's like we can hope Carpe Diem lands, which is not going to be great for us. But this is like a 6 credit econ card that charges Debbie. This is tricky actually. Maybe we don't do Hermes. Maybe we just do Amakua, Carpe Diem. I think we do Amakua run, and then base if we steal an agenda, we can Carpe Diem or Class Act. That's probably a bit safer. Was my virus in a hand in server 1? We haven't seen one. We're just assuming they're there. So I think we're just making a normal run here. Came across Ag Infusion with the Helheim and ganked on Janet the other day. Was not expecting he got flatlined. Yeah, I could see that flatlining. A lot of folks. Helheim into like anything. Like Helheim, Seisentan, just grows. Yeah, we'll use this. We could have debuted this run because we're not playing a run event for better for worse. And we can see 3 cards here. We can see the whole hand. Let's see the whole hand. I don't think we know anything about the hand. If we steal 6 points, we win. And also now, if we do multi-axis quickly, and we lock into 3, if they draw and we see more agendas, we see more, like, you can't draw them with bacterial safely. Snare also could be a problem here. It's worth respecting. Let's see 1 extra card. So we see all 3. Seamless, that's scary. So I think we're going to see 4 2s. Spin, we can trash that for 1. That's fine. Brawn, okay. Izzy Classic. And then here we can Carpe Diem because we don't really care what happens. Mystic, sure. Debbie, run on archives. I'm going to say no. So they might seamless out here. That's good that at least we got down our, we didn't get down our Hermes, mind you. Actually, that might have been more important. I think greeting the credit on Ken there wasn't that important. But now we can see 3 on R&D next turn. So Izzy has some work to do. Bronze seamless is all we know in hand. Okay, 13. So here we get Hermes down, we run R&D, that's our play. So we can draw 1s here for a good run event. Do you want Concerto or Bravado? Problem is, like, I think Bravado's better, let's be honest. I think Bravado's a lot better. But I think we should just Hermes run R&D. Oh man, I was excited to get a Concerto there. These are being good runs. We're getting good runs. We want to get a bounce here. We have a click left, install Class Act. We don't die to Fuji. CV swap. Symbol Rig's been a bit of a liability. That's a really good early ice for us to find. Yeah, no worries. There's also a question here whether they want to res their stuff, because we don't know what this card is. This is the top deck, so it easily could be an agenda. But you can pre-res here if you want to play around Hermes. But this has to be the agenda, I'm assuming, because it was top decked and not kept in hand. So we'll see 3. There's a first virus that purges Amakua. That's totally fine for the way that we're using Amakua right now. Biovault, that's scary. We'll trash that for 1. Magnet. Okay, Magnet's not great for us. That's a really powerful run, though. So the top of the deck is just Magnet? Just Magnet. Worse than Bravado isn't that big of an indictment on Concerto's quality? No, it really isn't. I wouldn't feel... If somebody said I was worse than Bravado, I'd be like, oh, yeah, okay. Sure. I'm not angry. We could inside job this. We haven't seen defensive upgrades, but it could be really bad once we get the lock on here. But we could inside job this. We died to Anansi. I'm going to try not to do that. Flip switch is really good as long as during approach we can jack out. It doesn't work with Ag Infusion, but we have a bit of safety here. La Costa. Oh, scary. It's kind of what we expect when you see Biovaults as La Costa. So good old fashioned fundamentals. Chinteki. Thumberg on archives. Yeah, makes sense. Let's see what this is. Could it easily be a 4-2 or a Biovault? Could just be 5-3s. But I'm assuming with Seamless, we're going to see a couple 4-2s. Not that you couldn't Seamless out of 5-3 here and be on game point, which is frightening. Getting longevity out is also really interesting because, well, still we have to worry about never advance with La Costa. But so far, like a Hansei off the top would be good, but we know that Izzy drew Magnet. That's probably the Magnet. Because we know the hand is Seamless, Magnet, Unknown, I think. So how do we deal with this? If we run archives, we can get 1 counter on Amakua. That's good enough. Oh, Brawn's the other card. Yes. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's Brawn. I thought we missed one. So it's Brawn, Magnet, Seamless. We know everything here. Thank you. So that means we can inside job R&D. If the Brawn gets rezzed, so be it. Then you can res a second most. Brawn drops Izzy to 5. Magnet drops Izzy to 8, which means you still worry about Anansi. Okay. Concerto or Bankroll? Oh man, I think it's Concerto. The problem with the Concerto too is you draw the card. Wait, add the revealed card to your grip. So it's in your hand. So if we draw a breaker and lose it to damage during the Concerto run, we are cooked. Like that's really, really bad. Now that being said, we can Concerto archives and it's probably correct. Like that's still fine. The other option here is we can inside job server 1. And I think that might be fine as much as you can send us into the Thimble Rig, which is like whatever. So maybe a better play here is we flip switch inside job server 1 and forces some reses. I think that's probably pretty good. Inside job so good. Now, admittedly, the inside job can be eaten by the Ag Infusion ability. I think if that's the case, we're not too upset about it. But yeah, this is good that Izzy's thinking this through. If we did this sooner in the turn, the bounce back is a bit more ugly, but now Izzy has a better idea of what we can do on server 1 on the last click. Like we can't boomerang this because we only have 1 click left. Vampy, okay. So that's rezzed. So now Izzy can ag and fusion boop us into something else. We could have jacked out there. I'm not going to. What's ag and fusion say? The runner's now. Okay, so even if we're sent into the Vampire Nasa, we can flip switch. I'm in. I'm in. I'll continue. So if Izzy wants to trade this, we can like run the Vampire Nasa and tank it. With this hand's not that bad. Spin Doctor? Okay, so Spin Doctor to Biovault. So there's 2 unknowns in hand. We're going to take down a Locosta and a Biovault. It's a shame we couldn't Debbie this run. Of course it is. Oh, we also should have boosted with... We can still interact with the Spin Doctor res. So I'm going to... Oh, it's chess is only centrals, right? So we have no... Do we already share some twinning because we played Inside Job? We must have, right? Yeah, okay, we're fine. So this is a Biovault for 2. I think taking Locosta down is actually kind of fine. I think we just draw here, take a credit. I think taking a credit's reasonable. We can run archives with the Concerto now, and I think it's kind of fine. Because, well, we played a run event this turn, so we probably don't want to do that. Let's just draw. Okay, mutual favor means we can find our killer is the face check scary one. Vampian archives is a good flip. That was our one window to run archives if we wanted to. But on 4 credits here, Izzy can't res that much. Oh, that's a really good top deck off the spin. So 2 unknowns in hand. Oh, good morning, little friend. We need a wide camera. Okay, double ice, really good. Okay, so the good thing about twinning is we can build pressure without, you know, having to worry about things. We can Concerto to the Thimblerig to bounce off of it. So we just gain a credit, gain a Debbie credit, and draw a card. Honestly, not the worst. I would still draw a card first. We definitely don't need that. So how can we get value? Concerto also doesn't use Mystic, so it's not going to charge Class Act this turn. This is a cool matchup. We don't have Dirty Laundry, sorry, Daily Cast, so we don't have a lot of ways to make money without interaction. That's going to catch up to us. We think this is a Brawn or a Magnet, and I think either way we're happy. If Izzy trashes the ice to throw us into Vampire Nasa, I think it's okay. So I think we Concerto Server 1 just to draw a card. If we technically make a successful run, this is really tricky. Dang. I'm tempted to Concerto. It's not particularly good. It's just like a credit and a card draw. So that really bad neutral card no one played. Obviously it can be better. But it's a credit, a card, and a Debbie credit. And the Debbie credits will be reasonable once we have our breakers up. Yeah, I think it's time to just draw. The problem is we don't have a lot of money that's not interaction based. So I think Concerto's fine. Inside Job's really good. Very, very funny. Concerto Thimblerig. Okay. We can draw once more because we can throw out the Debbie. Echelon's really important. Not that we have the money to sustain it. Because what are we breaking? We'll come in at 3 strength. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6 to break a Nancy. Size and time for 3. That's actually kind of reasonable. So we just want to get our money up. Paladin would be good. I actually would miss Paladin here. This is, again, where we continue to install cards slowly as much as Echelon's the only target in our damn hand. And Thimblerig on the inside is okay. I think we're okay with that. I like putting build script into my deck sometimes. Like I can't find another use for the influence. I'll stick it as a half measure during testing. I feel like it's hard to not imagine you can do better with influence, but I hear you. It's just like, it's so comparable to playing 1 influence for, what's it called? Stone Ship Chart Room, right? It's a click to draw 2. You don't get the credit, but Stone Ship also prevents you from dying. Just click for 3. Okay, Financial War. So we're going to play a run event this turn. Going HQ, now there's 2 unknown cards in there. I think 3. We know Seamless, Bronze probably on the table. So Echelon down is important. We'll do our 1 draw, hopefully for a sure gamble. Nailed it. So if we don't run, we can't actually charge the twinning, which is a bit of a problem. So we have to start being able to run. But I think that's okay. We're going to get all our breakers down relatively soon. This is a big sure gamble. Oh, twinning. Yeah, fantastic. We actually probably should have only used 1 counter so that we can twinning next turn. But actually, no, that's going to be fine. We're going to get counter anyways. And so I think we just install this and click for credit. And then we can mutual favor our last breaker. And then we have a 4 strength Echelon. Unity breaks Vampy for 5, which sucks. There's also the one with 2 credits on 1 card that no one played. That's the one. That's build script. Oh wait, I'm not sure which one's which. One of them's not in the format. One's a build script, one's process automation, and they're both like kind of questionable. So Seamless means that this could be a 4-2, so we have a reason to target central servers. We think this is either a Brawn or a Magnet. If we inside job it, we can go back on the run back. Yeah, right? I'm not too far off though from that. Like Game Jinteki, all ice costs 5 credits to break. It's so strange. Yes, it's really good, but it's really slow and expensive. Again, we'll talk about this tomorrow, but my wishes for Jinteki are all about like, please just make them a bit more easy to play and not this like kind of slow grind. So if we inside job R&D, we're pretty sure this is a brawn or a magnet by definition, so we'll get through it. If inside job throws us onto any other server, we're fine because we can just run that for free. So I think inside job on R&D, it's like if it's a brawn, I think it's okay if it's rezzed. Process the 2 credits 1 card one. Okay, that one's a bit more defensible. So yeah, if it's a magnet and they res a magnet, I think we're also pretty happy. So I think we're okay running through this. If it's a brawn is res, we triple click. Like, I'll be honest, that seems fine. If that's the case though, we Debbie. Wait, this is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. Like, can we use Curb here to farm brawn? I don't think Izzy will res a Tattoo Bola. They're just going to be eye confusion fuel. Oh, my stomach's rumbling. People play build script more than process because one. The thing is like it's like why you play Deuces Wild. Like on a baseline, gaining 1 drawing 2 is totally playable. Gaining 2 drawing 1 is a bit more suspect. But that being said, like, do you remember playing Geist and playing Fall Guy? Like, yeah, you would do it. You basically had that card, but you could fire it whenever you wanted, and it generally got better because you played Tech Writers or whatever. Okay, it's the magnet. So that's what we hoped. So now if we want to make a run here, this server is the worst server as much as Thimblerig will fix it. So we can do Mutual Favor, find Unity, run. Yeah, let's do it. The question is whether we buy a bands. If we buy a bands, we get a twinning charge. We can draw and install the class act. That means that's interesting. Yeah, we're using Debbie. It's not bad. The other option is we just Debbie here and then break this for free, break this for free. I think buy a Debbie actually is reasonable here. Buy a bands is safety into punitive, but I'm pretty sure that Izzy's non-punitive. Thanks, Debbie. Charge to twinning. Kind of sick. We're looking for the Hermes bounce here. I think we want to buy in case we hit an agenda. I think if we hit an agenda, I'm not sure that Izzy's on punitive considering we've seen Seamless. I'd be surprised. We didn't play a run event though. Maybe that's a good reason because this is actually credit neutral. Yeah, that's probably right because it's credit neutral. The Debbie's not going anywhere. So I think the Vampy needs to go here. It doesn't. Not even using Chesva? Oh, my lord. Oh, sorry. I could have Chesvad. Do you mind? You're totally right. And I think the problem is that we were like way too into Debbie here. Yeah, we should use a Chesva for it. Good shout out. Credit. Sorry, counter. 3. And then I'm just going to take. Yeah, you definitely use the Chesva first. Yeah, for that reason, I think the buy bands was way more defensible. So we'll see 3 here. We could die. Off-roll. That's what I think was going to be in there. So we can bounce this. Mystic is going to get charged up. Hedge Fund, reasonable top deck, NGO front will definitely trash that. We can use Debbie for that too. Okay. Yeah, good shout out. Chesva instead of Debbie for sure. So we're on game point. Izzy has a Hedge Fund. I think that's the Brawn. I think that's Magnet to Brawn. It's hard to track because the eyes get swapped around. That it's like very, especially on JNet, because it's not obvious where the swap comes from because the animation's not very clear. But I think it's Magnet to Brawn. Top of R&D is entirely clear. I've been clicking Debbie feels so bad. She wants to include events. She doesn't want to go with NUS. Yes, but otherwise we just have a companion with no downside if it wasn't worded like that. So I'm relatively happy about it. Is this a list from December? Your list from December? The Ag Infusion? I don't know. Did I build an Ag Infusion deck? I don't even remember doing that. So I think this is a Brawn. This is the card that was jammed last turn. Based on the Thimberg position, now is one of either Magnet or Brawn. We saw the Magnet already. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So if we run this, we break it with Debbie. If we inside job it, it's not that good. If we buy a Banzit, we really have to make the run successful. So if we buy a Banzit, we'll be down on... No, I think we have to make the run. I think we buy a Banzit. We died as not snare. We're just hammering. I'm assuming that Izzy's going to spend 6 on a Brawn. Unity. There's nothing that stops us with 8 credits. We can't use Debbie on this run. We get, say, 3 fresh cards. If this is terrible, we can flip switch. Obviously, with the bio, we don't want to. Son of a bitch. No. Okay. Let me think. It's a Sadaka. That's good tech. That just trashes twinning. That's a problem for us. Now, the only way that we can beat this consistently, unfortunately, is Amaku on 3. Since Ken only wants one run event, Debbie probably doesn't feel as bad as it is. Yeah, it's not bad. You generally try and space out your run events. I don't think it's terrible. You also don't often play run events to charge like remote servers, so Debbie's really good for that. I mean like asset remote servers. So the Sadaka fires. We lose the twinning, which is a problem. Now we have no good way to beat twinning besides getting Amaku to 3 and then playing around a virus, which is really difficult. So I'm not sure where that means the Brawn is. We might flip switch this, but then we can't flip switch a Nancy and then we lose this. I think we let it fire because we have a Katurga in 16. And this run is actually pretty good regardless. We can't use the twinning now. It's not like the turning wheel, they can use it during a run. Yeah, Debbie's whenever. It's anytime a run event, not first time, which is pretty good. There's probably some wild internal combo that makes money off of her with events. It's not only events though, it's run events. It's very specific. The rearranging of the top 3 of the cards of the deck is also like kind of important here. But yeah, now we want to draw our Katurga to like return our unfortunately our twinning. So this is going to be a safe access. We're still taking it because of Baya. So we'll draw 2. Concerto, Pinhole, Mutual. We don't need the Mutual. Install a card for 1 less. I think we installed the Class Act. It's an Anansi off the top. Okay. So she's going to draw the Anansi. So we played 1 run event. She knows the next 2. We need to get to our Katurga. I don't know what server 1 is. We can pinhole server 1. There's a chance with a seamless launch it's an agenda. We also now can run this and force reses, especially with Debbie, right? Like we have 8 credits to use. It's hard to imagine us using 8 credits during the run. You also can't ever make more than 1 Debbie cred per click, and Eternal has Rozeki already. Yeah, I'd be really surprised if this is even better than Companions. So we can run HQ. I'm not sure what we know about the hand. I think it was just a hedge fund, which she played. We can run remotes over here. If they throw us into Vampiro Nasa, we can flip switch out, which is totally fine. I think that's okay. Now, if this ice gets res and it's bad, right? Like, it's really expensive. I think it's kind of fine. Like, we just want to force money out of Izzy, because Izzy doesn't have a lot of money. The Nancy top deck's going to be really bad soon. I think that's okay. I'm going to Debbie this. I don't know what's, like, the worst case scenario. Let's just force some ice resed. Like, if a Brawn is resed here for 6, I think we're okay. Swift is also whenever. Ghost and Katurgas would be funny, but obviously isn't, yeah. Okay, so we're going to click through one of these. If we want to break this with Kurapir, it's a lot of money as much as we have Devi money. So we're going to break through, going to click through the one that is really annoying and then puts Izzy on 4. Now, if Izzy scores at an off-world office, so be it. That's a problem for us, but we have 1 click left here. So we need to draw into Katurga. We'll draw. Dirty Laundry is fine. We can Dirty Laundry R&D next turn. Oh my God, I forgot about that. We shouldn't have drawn. We got the Katurga though. And a bankroll. As much as our MU is like totally tight. Maybe the bankrolls aren't good. Remember Ghost Tongue Marathon Debbie building the 6 combo that only Nova will be able to play seamless. Damn it. Okay, we get a Hermes bounce here though, which is good. Off-rolled 7. Okay, where did the ice come and go? So we just need to bounce on ice here. A doof would be really good. I think we can land a doof with guarantee. We just have to bounce the right ice. It's too hard to me on tell JNet which one of these is probably the Brawn. We'll just bounce that. Okay, both on game point. Here, I think we have an insight to diversion of funds. Diversion of funds will force a res, so we can always interact with it. Actually, no, you can't diversion of funds because it'll eat the ability. So we can consider dirty laundering, and then Izzy might crack this to stop the dirty laundry. If that's the game, streamer's pretty good at this Netrunner game. Thank you, Scrub. If that is the chance, and if Izzy fires the dirty laundry to throw us into a Brawn, then we doof. And I think that's fine. Yeah, this is still credit positive. Top of R&D is known, as much as the agenda will probably be 2 down because she could rearrange it. So that's the problem with run events. Like Ag Infusion can trash the ice to move this around. So like sending us into Vampiro Nasa the brand, no further action. Okay, that's really good. That's good restraint against diversion. Anansi, the 1 card we knew. Oh, we're seeing 2 in Vampiro Nasa. Okay, so we know half the hand. The Seamless is out. So that's okay. If we do diversion, I think she has to trash the ice. I think we're fine with that. The other option here is like do the Katurga, but unfortunately if we Katurga for the wake, it's not good. I think we have to diversion to keep the money down. That's hard. I think if you just bid over the curve against run event economy, yeah, it's not great. It's a hard matchup. But now if we diversion, I think they have to pop this. So maybe we should have just opened with this. We have a click left, so we can click through the Brawn if we need to. I'd argue if the Brawn fires, we're like, whatever. We're not going to run the remote server probably in a bit. But yeah, here Izzy can crack this to send us into Vampire NASA. I think, yeah. So the question is, how much does this cost to break? There's a virus in there, which we're not interested in. We could just flip switch this, and then we could always like Concerto HQ to see one unknown maybe. Yeah. You fire on Dirty Laundry. Were you thinking about it? Oh, nice. We're only on 2 doof in this deck, mind you. If we had 2 doofs, we just do doof into doof, but in our hand, I mean. I think we'd probably jack out, right? Like for Unity, it's boost, break, break, break. So 1 boost is free, 1 break is free. Why does the server protected by 1 card taste sort of like licorice? It's a nice. Very good. I'm going to flip switch this. Yeah, that's good play. So here we can Concerto just to see what happens. It draws a card. The economy and it won't matter. So this is where like Concerto hasn't been great. The other options we could Katurga. I don't think we're going to have a problem Katurgaing R&D unless Izzy does like install. We could Concerto R&D is probably better to see the top of the deck. Yeah, that's way better. Because then we know what Izzy's drawing into. We drew a Dirty Laundry. So we got 2 credits. We break for free. Twinning is off of what? An installed card? Can you twinning off Concerto? On an installed card. So you can't actually twinning on Concerto. This card is known. It's a La Costa. If we trash this, Izzy draws an unknown card. Katurga for the twinning, yeah, probably should have. I think I'm better with Izzy drawing this than anything else. Because if she puts something in the remote server, it's probably the La Costa grid, unless it's the one unknown in hand. So I'm going to say no action. This only costs us 2 to trash. But I think she needs to ice up central. So probably Katurga goes in here, and then we get 2 ice. But she can res one of them. As much as one of them is going to, unfortunately, be a Vampire NASA. Getting our Amaku at 4 is really important. So the face check in the Vampire NASA only costs us 2 credits. So that's probably La Costa unless we run HQ and see it. Oh, shit. That was the worst case ever. At least we can pinhole one of them, and we have to get lucky. Oh, no. So the one unknown card in hand wasn't installable. That's really, really quite bad. So the best case scenario here is we Katurga R&D. Ooh, the one card we missed in HQ. So we can Katurga R&D. We have to not use any credits on the table. So we pay 1 for Amakua. Then we install the twinning, and then we can run and see another card on R&D. So this is either Anansi and Vampire NASA. If we run HQ, we'll get bounced. Thinking. And the problem is, unless we can pressure Izzy's money, which Izzy doesn't have an incentive to res now, we lose the game unless we get a 50-50 and we pinhole with Chesva and hit the La Costa. If we hit the agenda, we're in a bad spot. Is there a cat at the top of the tree? Yeah, that's Nanako. Hold on. We'll do wide game. Yeah, she's resting. So that's the option, is trying to win off of R&D. Hermes doesn't matter because if we steal an agenda, we win, but it's nice to keep that in mind if we weren't. If we inside job this, we get through the Brawn. We break the Thimble Rig for 1. This ice probably throws us into Vampire NASA, and then we can probably run back on money. That's also the line. That's like very, very reasonable if this is not an agenda. Now it could be a pinhole. Sorry, wow, Rashida. We've seen 2 off-roll offices, so I'm wondering what the agenda suite is. If it's 3, 6, 9 on Bacterial, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, there's still like 3 points of unknown stuff. So I think this is more likely Rashida. If it's the last 4 too, which maybe there's like Niseis in here as well. This is a really tricky turn to play out. What else could we Katurga into? Diversion probably buys us a turn. Pinhole check, then job Debbie. That's probably our best line, is honestly pinhole and not worry about it. Like we could pinhole R&D for free with Chesva, trash. And then if we find the agenda, we just do inside job Debbie. I think that gets us there. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. It's the less flashy line, but I think it's the good line. Yeah, Debbie with 8 is like, it's like we're going to have a stim hack waiting here. So you could purge with Mavirus here if you really wanted to, but that would be a pretty big tell. Doesn't really save much. Okay, you thinking left or right? New card. Well, well, well. You feeling vulnerable? I hate this one. I lose to anything. So not too bad. I wish this card, its text was, you cannot score this agenda, install it face up. I wish there was a neutral public agenda. And this should be it. I think that would make this so much more fun if this was a neutral public agenda. Maybe it could cost 0 influence. I don't know. All right, so now we just have to win. So at the end of the day, even if we're tanked into a Vampire NASA, we probably win here because we're going to have 8 credits on Debbie. So we just inside job, we Debbie. If we hit a Vampire NASA, we can just let it fire. I didn't do the math. Yeah. SSO would agree with, yeah, SSO need is another one. I'm glad we saw the agenda. Should have swapped to eat that. Maybe. Yeah. Beginning turn. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that is actually a very heads up thing, is that if Izzy wants to put the outermost as Thimble Rig, and that actually has a huge impact on this turn, unfortunately. It's a really easy thing to keep in mind. So here we have to get Egg Infusion into Vampire NASA. Oh, that's really good too. Wait, is that good? No, because we don't have to break this. What could this be? Border control? Okay, so we're in the Thimble Rig. We don't really want to break this because we don't really want to access. So I think we let that fire. And now we just run this back. I'm assuming it's incredibly expensive. The other option is if we need more money, Dirty Laundry is a 4 credit play here. Thinking. So Brawn cost what to break? We have to boost 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think so. Vampire NASA could just fire. So we have to run this with Debbie. I don't think we have to do anything flashy. Dirty Laundry R&D is free? Yeah, Dirty Laundry Archives is free too. If we hit a snare, it actually changes the math because we can't tank through Vampire NASA. But I think we just run this, right? We pay, again, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's Debbie. We can tank the Vampire NASA. So unless this is a defensive upgrade and not the Lacosta, and it seems like Lacosta because she's starting to win, we can just run this with Debbie. So that means the flashy play is run R&D with Dirty Laundry, which is free. It gives us 4 credits with Debbie. We can run this, tank the Vampire NASA. If you hit snare, she can't pay to advance. Yeah, but we die. DL R&D get 1 more Amaku counter. Yeah, the Amaku counter actually is kind of important. But we can just let the Vampire NASA fire. Vampire NASA firing actually matters if we're playing around this being Anoetic into agenda, and then specifically this. But we know that this is this is an ice in hand. So we don't have to play around Anoetic. I think we just send it. So again, this cost it. We can just let this fire. This doesn't do anything. Debbie seemed cool. Just insurance. Yeah, because we have full information of hand. Otherwise, if we have to play around defensive upgrades, this is a bit more dodgy. Pay 8 thing. Mash Debbie for a minute. Liam, hey there, I'm trying to get a friend of mine to Netrunner. What would you say is the best rules explanation? NSG has one. There's another one that was recently put up that I don't know the name of the channel. The NSG one is like, it's not bad. There's technically some rules mistakes in it that are corrected in like, in what's it called? In kind of things in like annotations. I don't know if it's the best rules explanation video. The original FFG one still holds relatively well. They use slightly different terminology. The one that I think was recently posted is pretty good. If you're Katurga RD, do you get the card in time to survive snare? Yeah, you do, because it's when the run's successful, draw a card. Yeah, okay, cool. Hey, good game. That was fun. Team Covenant. Oh yeah, Team Covenant has an old series. It's like really slow because they play through whole games and talk about it. I haven't watched the full thing ever. It's older cards, but that one's not bad too. Yeah, that was a fun game. Yeah, right? I think I had to respect a defensive upgrade there. But I was lucky I knew the whole hand. Yeah, that was cool. We had a chance of just like ripping it on R&D and winning, but the fact that we knew the whole hand means we didn't have to respect Anoetic. There's an online tutorial that's pretty good. Not a video, but it doesn't take long to go through. I haven't also read through the NSG because NSG has a text guide. It's not a video. I let you have that Dirty Laundry with the vulnerability. Yeah. It was like the one card I missed was the agenda. Like we saw 2 ice and then the, what's it called on top of the deck? And then the Lacosta. I was like, There's no way. There's an installable hand. Yeah, we missed the win on our Dirty Laundry that she let in, which is great. I wanted you to draw it, so the deck was locked. Yeah, if we trashed it, because I didn't want her to draw something better, because if she installed something in her remote server and nothing else, we could run HQ, maybe see it, and know what we would run. So we had options there for sure. That was a really good game. Thanks again. I like the FFG 20-minute video, but most cards are irrelevant. Yeah, the rules are still the same. Hey, ticker. Cool. That was fun. This Ken deck is not that dissimilar to what we played before, but you see the big differences is the tempo inside jobs, obviously in this matchup, are so absurdly good. Like Boomerang is a good card, but Inside Job is such a better card in a lot of ways. Obviously, ice positioning matters. I think if Izzy swapped the Thimble Rig with the Brawn, that might have been a very different turn. But on the basis that it's like a 1-credit econ card that saves you an 8-credit break in the worst case scenario, like it is wild. And it doesn't take the Boomerang click, and then playing around it is slightly different. It actually challenges 2 ice remote servers, which Boomerang doesn't exactly do, right? Like it's a really, really, really good card. And I think it's the place I usually play around Ken starting as 3x Inside Job. I messed that up. I knew about that from the Concerto. Oh, that's true. I even revealed it. Yeah, that's true. I wonder what happens if you swap. I don't know if I have the brute force money, because I think I have to end up like dirty laundering R&D to get Debbie up to 9 or something. If Izzy only installed 1 card, would they have snuck it by? I don't think so, because we knew she didn't have Seamless. We would know the whole hand. But if she just installed that and like iced, we know that she can't res both, so we'll pressure one of them. Worst case, we get into a Vampire Nasa. We want to get Amaku to 4. So it'd be interesting. It would be a bit of a slow roll. If you push it, you don't score it next turn, and then it does look like a Lacosta, and then it's up to me to find a Lacosta in Central to be like, wait, something's weird here. And maybe you hold on for Seamless. I'm not sure how many Seamless the deck's on. Yeah, that's definitely an angle here, because we had full information. The install there was like kind of problematic, and the pinhole was well timed. All right. Largely, I think that's going to be it for today. If you're here, who's guarding Ag Infusion HQ? Oh, funny. Okay, a couple things. Firstly, we're gonna have a video up tomorrow. I have to go edit it. Again, it's not a spoilers video. It's just a video talking about the new set. I know I say this at the beginning of the video, but if you want to make any bold predictions about the upcoming set in the comments, I'd love to see it, because the set's only soon out. Mind you, we have the new set dropping, or spoilers dropping, on Friday, as soon as Friday morning, probably. And then community stuff comes out. I have spoilers scheduled for Wednesday morning next week. That's around 11 Eastern. So if you want to schedule that in, so be it. We'll be excited. We booped all the ice away. On that note, again, huge thank you. We're going to be spending a lot of time streaming in the following week when the set is out. Again, depending on how JNet's going. Shout out to JNet devs. But these are the sort of things that we just literally would not be able to do without the support of Patreon. So thank you so much. I say this time and time again. The fact that we're supported on this channel to put time into this fantastic game is kind of surreal. And I cannot be more thankful. We have 3 Patreon tiers. Here are just the Sure Gamble and the Daily Cast patrons, and all your support. The Daily Cast patrons is incredibly appreciated. If you want to support non-financially, liking the video, sharing it. Again, if you have a second just to like the YouTube stream, that helps a heck of a lot. Does help a heck of a lot. Recently, we got a couple new patrons. Mind you, I feel like I keep having to export this again and again, and it's honestly a great feeling. So here at the bottom, we have Tak, who joined, and Wenjong. I want to get the name right, but thank you all to recently, have been reaching out to help the channel. Yeah, there you go, Tak and Wenjong. Thanks so much for joining the Patreon crew. If you want to find more, information is in the bottom of the description. On that note, we have a lot of work to do this last couple of weeks. Thank you, Tak, again, so much for supporting. But we'll be back tomorrow with a video. We'll be streaming on Thursday. Pat won't be joining tomorrow. Pat will be joining during Spoilers Week. He said he can't join. Okay, like I don't want to do this because I don't know what's going on. But last couple of streams, Pat has like slipped in a spoiler unbeknownst to me during a stream. Now, this is a really awkward situation because I generally don't know what he's up to, and I don't want you to show up to stream on Thursday and expect there to be a spoiler from Pat, because I cannot promise that. What I'm going to say is really funny is Pat said, I can't show up on the stream on Thursday. I can do it next week, which is during Spoilers Week. And I was like, why don't you come show up during the first, week? And he's like, I can't make that. I have a family thing. So like, I don't know what he's up to, but now I'm like 3 kinds of 3D chess deep of being like, why is he trying to get here during Spoilers Week? But I don't want to promise that to you. It's just like, I'm on edge because he's been doing this year after year after year, and he's been kind of getting me pretty good. So don't want to promise you anything, but like Pat specifically said something. Roast Pat, please. Yeah, Pat's been being really weird. So I don't know what that means. I'm expecting also more short story stuff from Pat. I think he told me that's going to be coming up probably. And he told me to read this one, which, okay, I guess I'll do that, but that'll be up soon. Yeah, cheers, Pat Sauce. Yeah, so I don't want to promise anything. I just think it's really, really, really quite funny. Mind you, links to everything we talk about is usually in the description. Check that out. And on that note, we'll be back tomorrow morning with a video. Take care, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you have a good Tuesday, let alone whenever you watch this. Cheers, y'all.